It's Weibo Gaming.
准备好了。
It starts with Salpimi. It's finished by LBTZ. And Weibo Gaming are the winners of TFT at the Esports World Cup.
在夺冠的时候捧起奖杯的时候，我觉得我们非常的开心吧。然后能和队友拿下世俱杯的冠军，非常的激动。
The MVP of TFT at EWC.
This is where they get to pick their keys.
Totally deserved. Amazing gameplay, amazing teamwork.
我没有预料到自己能成为这个 FMVP。回想去年的话，我觉得就是打好自己吧。
我觉得当前版本环境能决定胜负的就是新兴阿卡丽这套阵容，然后以及团队的配合方面。
在这一年中，我都是一直在专注这个赛事的，这个很广泛，说的有点，其实我们就是每天都是训练嘛，打游戏就这样，基本上都是这样。在这一年中，我基本上都是专注于提升自己个人能力，比如阵容的搭配、装备的选择，还有海克斯强化之类等等，就是在今年希望打出自己更好的表现。
Front lines need to hold strong enough for these Aurelian souls to continue to cast. Across the corner, Jianglong is going to extend his life in this game.
Perfect chain of abilities.
我觉得再次来到世俱杯，我们给大家带来的惊喜就是成功卫冕。我觉得没有任何困难能阻挡我们就是最强的。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's AL airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House to blow the house down.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026 Teamfight Tactics Edition. We had an action-packed day one yesterday as our first best of threes started rolling out, and now in day number 2, hopes and keys are about to get crushed for a bunch of our teams here. I'm Troubling and I will be your host here in our Stream B, and I have with me Crowan and Tamura to take me through our pre-show right before we jump into the games. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Give me your first impressions out of day one.
Day one was, as you mentioned, extremely action-packed. We saw the dominance from the Chinese rosters coming through and a lot of the veterans showing up. And, you know, we predicted maybe there was going to be a few upsets, but actually a lot of them were really, really strong, and we saw that across the day.
Absolutely. I think one of the big things is seeing the separation of the strong teams from the rest. I think that was super cool. NA might have struggled a little bit, but hopefully today, you know, they can come back just a little bit.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see if NA can bounce back. EMEA is also a little bit on the struggle bus. So the West needs to step it up. And I feel like when we're talking about the West, is there particularly a team that you guys might have your sights on and you're like, oh, maybe this team can actually save them?
Vitality, I want to say.
Okay.
I mean, they're probably seen as one of the better, at least like NA teams, but from the West as well. So potentially they'd be able to do it. They had a really close series yesterday.
Close. Yeah, I think it was 2-1 against Flash Wolves.
It was.
So it definitely looked like it could have gone either way, but Flash Wolves were led by Ironbog, still like very dominant roster, so they took them down just at the end.
And if you are joining us for the very first time and you have absolutely no idea what is going on and what a 4v4s are, take a look at this and come back.
Tacticians from all around the world, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we see who hits a 3-star legendary or a fast 9, let's break down exactly how the tournament works. We kick things off with the group stage. 16 teams are split into 2 groups, each needing to battle through a brutal double elimination bracket to advance to the playoffs. Adapt or be crushed. As every match will be a best of 3, every team's skill and coordination will be pushed to the ultimate limit. Lose twice and it's a bottom 4 exit, but win twice to advance to the playoffs. 8 teams remain, but the safety net is officially gone as they move into the single elimination format. No second chances. One bad series and your favorite team's tournament run is over. It'll still be best of 3 matches, so don't count any teams out just yet. All that leads us to the grand final, where the 2 best teams have a final best of 5 showdown to be crowned winner of Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. Who will have the best strategies? Who will hit their power spikes and crush their opponents? And who will be the team to take it all? It's all happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Weibo Gaming, our previous winner here from 2025. Not only have they gotten their glory, but they got their money as well last year. We have a whopping $500,000 prize pool split among our teams that will be competing here. So that's definitely an extra bit of something to incentivize good results.
Good little incentive there. All teams will be walking away with at least something, but really it's when you get to that top 4 that the prize pool gets pretty significant tomorrow.
Yeah, very big prize pool, and of course a few of them are playing for all of them are playing for their club championships points as well. So they'll be backed by not only their TFT friends that they'll be participating with in their 4v4, but also their club as a whole that they're here to represent.
And as you can see on your screens right now, first place will be getting $150,000, $90,000 for second, third place $50,000, and you can see the rest from there on out. So a lot to play for. Unfortunately for a lot of our teams here, they're kind of on the chopping block. As you lose 2, you're out of the tournament and you will not be able to compete for the super high prizes that we saw on our screens. But now that we are here, let's have a look at what really happened in day 1. There was a bunch of action over Stream A and over here on us on Stream B, and there were some bits and pieces that we missed. So please take us through it.
Yeah, so previously we saw that China was very, very strong. The Weibo on Stream A was knocking out T1 that we didn't get to see. But over here we did see that Aurora Gaming brought it home with the like stars of Huanmei. So China showing up. What about the other regions?
Yeah, I mean, even in this series, right, between Aurora and Nongshim,
that was close.
Took a game off. We were saying, hey, maybe the star-studded roster of Aurora has some cracks in their defense. Maybe Nongshim are going to surprise and be those underdogs. So APAC definitely, as a region, I think Nongshim's great with that.
Yeah, most definitely. And as we mentioned before, we still had some of the NA and the EMEA kind of struggle to but they're not out yet, right? It was just a best of 3. They take a step back. They're now on the chopping block. I'm going to be looking out for some of our matchups. For example, Nemesis, they lost their best of 3, but hopefully they can bounce back today.
And I was actually very interested about ag.al because Litu said to me on the interview, you know what, we are the best.
Yeah.
We're just going to win. And he was so decisive. He didn't need time to think. He didn't even let the translation finish. He was like very sure what's happening. And we actually heard it from a bunch of our players that different Chinese teams they think are the strongest. And we have seen all of them do incredibly well here already.
Yeah, most definitely. We think we predicted that the Chinese roster looked in form, and we are towards the end of the set. So some of these players have been playing together for a long time, and they've had so much time to study across the set, and now they're looking strong as a four-man.
And speaking of being towards the end of the set as well, generally it's like, oh, the tournament meta might, progress over the course of the entire, day 1 to day 2, right, all the way through to day 5. But I actually think it's not going to be much of that. It's just going to be the same game plans, just different execution needs to happen, especially some of the teams that struggled yesterday.
And let's have a little bit of a visual of how the teams have fared so far in their respective brackets. This is Group A in our first bracket. Again, 2 best of 3 wins, you're through. 2 best of 3 losses, you're out. I'm looking at T1, Fnatic, Movistar Coin, Team Vitality. A lot of Western names and orgs down there already on the chopping block.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Vitality, right? If they go 0-2, that would be a big blow to NA fans, Western fans, and definitely not the expected result there. But even a team like T1, right, who's also there, I hate to see them, go home on a 0-2.
Yeah, T1's such a staple name, and we've seen them multiple times at the EWC, always bringing a stacked roster, so high expectations on them. Look, they did manage to win one of their best of 3 series, so it doesn't mean that they got completely swept, so hopefully they can bounce back today.
Absolutely, and that was our Group B here and how it's for Mouse JDG. Team Nemesis and Nongshim Red Force also on the chopping block, 1 best of 3, and they're out. However, that was day 1, and now we're slowly but surely heading into day 2. So take a look at this to see what's in for you.
WBG 是最强的，你敢来面对我吗？
There's just not that many teams who've kind of won. Just hoping they remember us as a team that, was really, really good.
ファンの皆さんへ、皆さんの期待に応えられるよう全力で大会に臨みます。応援よろしくお願いいたします。
这次来到 EWC， 我的心情挺平静的，我只是想要追求游戏的胜利。
We here to revenge and get a champion.
我们会让大家记住我们是2026 EWC 云女 G 的冠军。
不好意思，冠军我们要预定拿走了。
Of course, you would expect this sort of confidence coming through from Ironbog, taking the win versus Vitality with Flash Wolves yesterday over on Stream A. But one thing that really stuck with me was when I was interviewing Dehua, he was like, we picked our players, NA, EU deal, mixed team. And he was like, how the hell did no one pick Gobo? He's one of the best players. He's the only French representative, and the French community in general in EMEA is one of the biggest that we have.
Yeah, absolutely surprised me as well. Gobo with 4 Attack Crown appearances, definitely a staple name in EMEA. So the fact that Gobo kind of fell through the cracks and then got picked up by this roster is a huge pickup.
Yeah, and also we've seen that some of these rosters, make sure that you pick your team with the good synergy. So sometimes some of these players might actually get left out. However, once they come together and start to prepare, we can see why it's so important in a 4v4 setting.
Well, actually, we had the chance to sit down with Gobo and see what he had to say as the sole French representative here at EWC 2026.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to day 2, and we've got teams coming on in right now. It's Godlike moving right on in, and day 6 right here. Here's the man of the hour, one of the few Western teams to get a win in day 1. Day 6, how's it going, brother?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How was yesterday's matches for you?
It was nice. It was pretty late for me during the day because I was traveling for quite a long time. But we still played our best and we just won 2-0.
That was the coolest part. You weren't maybe going to be able to make it, and then you were able to make it here on time. How cool is it that you land, you show up, and you win?
It definitely feels nice because my entire team was waiting for me, and they helped me with travel and stuff. So it definitely feels nice.
What's the score going to be in your matchup today?
I would say like 2-1 because like they are a good team.
All right, respectful from Dasik. Thank you very much. Good luck today. See you, brother.
I mean, the fact that actually Digon was able to catch Dasik with only 3 hours of sleep, that's fantastic. So apologies on our side. It was not with Gobo, it was with Dasik. Fantastic to actually have him say a few things since he just slid into the team literally last minute and Brosev thought was going to play for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it takes a lot of mental fortitude to have just a crazy travel day, come in here last second, 3 hours of sleep, and still play as good as Dasik did.
And string sentences together.
Yeah, also be coherent and communicate with his team, communicate with Digon there for that great interview as well.
And he also showed a great deal of respect there across his opponents. We saw, a few fighting words from some of the other players in the pre-interviews as well. They want to crush the competition, 2-0 sweeps, but no, Dasik representing and saying, no, okay, we will win, but it'll be 2-1. It'll be close.
And let's see who we'll have playing on our B stream today. Let's see our schedule. We're going to have another 4 best of 3s coming through. Guys, which one takes most of your attention here?
Or for me, it's definitely got to be Virtus.pro versus Aurora Gaming.
The big hitters?
The big hitters. We got to see them before. So Aurora backed by Huanmi and Virtus.pro just a stacked lineup across the board, the Vietnamese super team. And they were the runner-ups.
Absolutely. And talking about Virtus.pro, we also have our Crunchyroll focus of the day. And if I'm not wrong, that might also be a bit familiar with Virtus.pro, Crowan?
Absolutely, just a little bit. I mean, they were the runner-up in 2025, but they kind of struggled in the qualifiers leading up towards this year. They did 2-0 Team Nemesis yesterday, but Team Nemesis honestly looked a little bit weak, so it's still a question mark on how are Virtus.pro going to show up against the stronger teams.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that, there was a few contestants happening in the Team Nemesis, so maybe they'll be reviewing that and coming back. But Virtus.pro across the board, every single one of them looked to be in a comfortable position. And so once they come together as a unit at the end of the game, then it's just dominance, 2-0.
I also have a very soft spot for Vietnamese teams. They've got the fire and explosion in them. They're always very expressive as well. So wishing Virtus.pro best of luck. But before we do get to see Virtus.pro, we have ag.al versus Zeta Division, our only full Japanese team here in our tournament. But let's start with ag.al. I talked to Lito yesterday. He said, you know what? We're just winning. And that's it. 3 words.
That's a great confidence. And that's the confidence that you need, especially when high stakes, everything is on the line and you're dealing with multiple voices. You've got 4 people who are trying to play the exact same game. So it's that confidence that you need to ground yourself and be able to continue moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. ag.al, they played some really creative lines as well, 2-0'd Mouse. And those games look pretty dominant, right? Sending Mouse, multiple players. 3 of them in the bot 4 actually for both of those games.
And my question to you guys is, ag.al are coming through the winner's bracket. However, they played versus a team that looked extremely weak on day 1, and unfortunately that was Mouse. Do we think that ag.al looked super strong, and have they been tried yet?
I think they haven't been tried as to what we can confirm them being really strong, but regardless of that, I do believe that ag.al can really go toe-to-toe with the rest.
I think they also had to pilot quite a difficult game. We saw a lot of emblems on that side against Mouse, so the fact that they're able to play high variance means that they were able to, play the highest level of TFT.
However, Zeta's coming through a 2-1 game versus JDG, one of the strongest teams that we have right here, and we know that they have one of the guys that's tying Huanmi for the most TAC Crown wins.
Yep, title with 7 TAC Crown appearances, 2 TAC Crown wins. I mean, one of the GOATs of TFT along with Huanmi.
Yeah, and also a new fresh roster with Summertime, another championship winner there. So you really can't count this roster out. Title has been here before. He's had a stacked Japanese lineup, but now he's switched it around and it's looking to be a bit more fresh.
And it's actually really cool that we have a full Japanese roster being represented right here from the APAC region. And Grant, you had a really fun fact about this particular team.
Yeah, looking through all the stats, all the teams, all the players, Zeta Division's actually the only roster with all 4 players having made a TAC Crown appearance and all 4 having top 8'd in a TAC Crown. No other team can say that.
Let's see, as our players have already sat down, they've put down their peripherals. They're getting ready to move straight into the game 1. It is day 2 here at EWC 2026 Teamfight Tactics. And I'm going to give it over to Crowan and Barry to take us through game 1 of this best of 3.
Yes, absolutely. We're excited to get into game. And Barry, welcome to the desk as well. Excited to cast along with you game number 1. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. The fact that we have some of the big hitters coming in that have came off the back of winning the day 1 series. We have promotion and elimination games lined up, and it does mean that we're going to see some of the players that we haven't got to see yesterday. And this is one of the matchups. And Zeta coming in, they were on the A stream, so we're excited to see them here. And you've touched on this roster. I think they had the closest series of day one.
Yeah.
JDG, a lot of teams' favorites out of China, taking them down. I think going to the last fight of a game as well.
Yeah, it did.
So they've definitely had the hardest match so far.
It went down to just a 1v1 at the end, and it was clinched out by Zeta Division. Can they do the same today as we get into game number 1 of ag.al versus Zeta Division, Barry? This is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, we have Ari and Echo coming in here for our gods. So saw Echo a lot yesterday.
Yeah,
but
a lot of Thresh.
Yeah. I think a steadier game here. We saw the likes of Thresh can be a little unpredictable, especially the likes of Evelyn. So maybe for game one here, they'll be comfortable with this loading in.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have, just a little bit of a slow start here. Players are going to be looking towards those early game lines. We talked about like Primordian, Timebreaker, but really it's the augments that coming through to see if they get a crazy emblem kind of game. They can go those verticals. Really have a lot to expect from those.
Yeah, and I think in this particular one, it's a bit of more of a test for ag.al because games against Maus in day one were very convincing. I think they also had perfect setups in those games to give benefit to Maus. It was one of those series where you just felt like everything went wrong for Maus, everything went well for ag.al. So this roster is very confident that they are the best, but this is the real first test for them. And I think anything from any comps that we didn't see in day one that you're expecting to hopefully come through here, Chrome?
Comps that we didn't see, I mean, there's just going to be a lot of those very niche situation comps, like verticals. We saw like a little bit of 6 Darkstar, even saw like 7 Shepherd, things like that, the big trace traits. But really, I think since it is the end of the set, a lot of the meta is solved, and we're going to be seeing some of the same things. And we do have those trends, right? There's a couple of AP Flex players per team, a Tempo Akali player we saw a bunch of yesterday, but I actually wanted to compare that to what we did see out of ag.al because they were, I think, the only team, maybe one of the only teams to actually go for a full Akali 3, Jax 3. We had that in their series versus Maus, and that was the same game where they had a Pyke 3, Mord 3, Zoe 3 role player too. So they're willing to do those things other teams aren't.
Yeah, I definitely think that if you have a 2-cost reroller and you're fully committed to actually not just tempoing but staying low levels, it does obviously open up the opportunity for somebody else to reroll alongside it. And I think, as you touched on, we're so far into the set now, still was unsure coming into day one of what exactly would be the meta for 4v4.
Yeah.
But as you touched on, I think after day one, we're very familiar. AP Flex is the comfort for most of these teams.
Absolutely. I do think it's going to be players following, I guess, that formula, right? It's going to be, like we said, the 2 AP, the 2, or 1 Akali tempo player. But the other player, right, I think really plays true flex. And it's going to depend, it's going to rotate between which player that is every single game. It just depends on their spots. And we do see a lot of creative lines out there. We saw things like from Nongshim, like 1-cost reroll. We saw players going fast 9, so like a crazy fast 9 transition from Panchi as well at the end of yesterday. But it really just is going to be that spot recognition to see what that best final option is.
Yes, certainly will be. We see on the other side here, Caretaker's picked up, so we do want to see if we can find out exactly what 2-cost that can be, because some certainly a lot more warping than...
Yeah.
Not too much warping in the early game here. We do have silver augments. We see obviously augmented power there, Latent Forge as well. So 2 silver augments that can have a big swing in the late game.
Pandora's, Silver Spoon as well, just some very strong generic ones. The Latent Forge, right, as long as you're able to get through that early game really well and get the artifact power online after 8 rounds, you're going to have a huge power boost. So we do see the Caretakers here. From Summertimer, a 1-time tag ground appearance player, and also converted that into a win. Clinched out yesterday's victory versus JDG, was the last player left alive to get that victory.
Right, okay, and we do have a confirmation coming in here that it is loot subscription.
Okay.
So in terms of, we talked about silver not having the biggest impact, loot subscriptions certainly can, so potential for extra spatulas coming in here. Those chase trades, not as fancied as they have been in the past, but some of those +1s like Darkstar, like Space Groove, can be very, very impactful.
Yeah, true, we did see that TK to start the game there as well, so they're gonna see a little bit of variance in that. is going to put these players to the test, right? It's who's able to convert and respond to that variance the most efficiently, right? Any standard game of TFT, it's probably just like the most consistent player, the best on paper player will probably win, but can they still convert in those high variance situations?
Yeah, and I think talking about consistent players, it feels like in this particular lobby, consistency has been the key for both these rosters. No real weak links, I think.
Yeah.
It can be a problem when it feels like you're heavily reliant on one player, and Zeta potentially have that with Title, but I think they had that in the past. In 2024, this Zeta squad was very much just the title show. This time around, you touched on it in the pre-show, the likes of Summertime, a world champion himself.
Yeah.
It feels like they've definitely balanced the books a little bit more and got different players that can be their win-out options.
Yeah, and in both of the games they did win, Title got a first place with a Lulu reroll, and then Summertimer also got a first place as well.
There we go.
Those are the two players that are their star players, and they got those first place winouts, so funnily enough.
One more player to rely on then for the win-out spots.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of good stuff out of both Mori and Yatsuhashi as well, right? Being some consistent additions to the squad. They're able to play those AP flex lines, able to play, actually with Summertime, it played a 6 Dark Star, had a Cho 3, and then played around that super well to get that final game victory. But finally, we see some Stargazer being played here.
Yeah, we haven't
what the Stargazer is. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Stargazer. Obviously, very, very situational. It feels like you can only play it with things like the Mountain, or there's a few other options that definitely do open it up.
Yeah. Saw a lot of Boar yesterday.
Yeah, and then players just play it for like 2 rounds, and then that's it. But
toss it away.
Yeah, it does feel like, unfortunately, just AD in general, as it is the Mountain, which so we have an early copy of Lulu here, with augmented power as well. So Mountain is a scaling Stargazer. It gets better and better as the game goes on. Having a scaling augment coming in here definitely makes it much more likely you will play this.
They got an Orin in as well for 2 Bastion online. Orin, one of the best early game tanks you can get, just generates a free item, or if you have 3 items already on him, makes one a Radiant. And ooh, Divine Intervention, a pick from the Echo there. Once you get to 30 HP, you get a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, it does mean that in 4v4 we already have players that tend to be your sacking players that are bleeding out early. This just allows that to be even more viable. If you are already going to be the loose streak player on your team, perfect, you can pick this up.
Yeah.
And it just leads exactly into your game plan. And it's so important to have players that maintain health so that these loose streak players late game can get some free rounds that they can trade HP for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that we should keep an eye on, right, in this early game, is who are going to be the win streak and lose streak players if they're able to convert there. We do have 2 loss streak players, Achen and Yatsuhashi there, one from each squad. I did also want to comment real quick on the early game from Mori. Mori got dropped a Misfortune and a Diana off of an orb and said, I'm just going to keep them and play them, actually, because it's pretty strong. Mori did take 1 round loss, unfortunately, but Misfortune is kind of a strong mid-game unit, as we saw, especially from Hwanmia yesterday, using that for a long time.
Definitely one of the best 3 costs you could get, because she has 3 possible traits you can play her as, and it just means...
very versatile.
Yeah, you could almost always make a board around her, and if you're not able to, then you really have been a little bit low rolled. But on the flip side, a player here loading in Weimu with Alawi 2 already, so he did have that Silver Spoon, so he was very quickly up to level 5, but that doesn't mean you're guaranteed a 2-star 3 cost by any means.
No, and that's 30 gold as well.
Yeah.
Spending 9 on that Alawi, that's kind of good.
Yeah, definitely in a really strong position here, and I imagine will be streaking throughout stage 3 off the back of that. But Tidal keeps his streak going here into neutrals, so if you're Zeta and you want one player in a comfortable spot, it absolutely will be this man right here.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Tidal, 5 win streaker, Summertimer as well. Going to have that upgraded front line, 3 Shepherd online, upgraded carries as well between the Talon and the Gwen. Saw a little bit of early game Gwen carry yesterday, which seemed like it was really good in some matchups, but really bad in other matchups, unfortunately.
Yeah, we saw it do really well from the worth the wait, because it was just, you're guaranteed the 3-star. As you touched on, throughout the early game, it feels like you can throw quite a lot on top of this Gwen. You can throw survivability items like BT, like Edge of Night. You can throw a full AP on top of her. So definitely one of the most reliable options. The Caretaker is actually the Meepsy, just to clarify there. Okay. So we're not going to be seeing a Gwen 3, but it does mean Meepsy, potentially a 3-star Meepsy on some of these Shepherd boards, just give you a little bit extra option in the front line.
Absolutely. See Chen here gets some Mark 2. That's a lot of gold though. 71 gold. Level 5 still is not opting to level up, but we saw that Akali, right? The Akali's were the only thing on the board for a while for Chen.
Yeah, and it is from the loot subscription that the 2-star 2 cost coming through. Yatsuhashi got Jax as his. And also hit Lulu 2 in the same turn. So our Stargazer player, certainly off the back of this 5-loss streak, his game is suddenly just leveled up.
And that's perfect, right? When you 5-loss streak, getting to 3-1, and you find those hits, like, all right, I'm going to snap that 5-loss streak. It's going to go into a 5-win streak now, if not more. That's exactly how that game plan wants to go.
Yeah, we saw streaks be so important yesterday. Just the ability to have some players being able to trade HP with each other. We did see some situations where teams are more than willing to sacrifice their streak if it means their teammate can get a win that they are very in desperate need of getting. But I do think Yatsuhashi here, as of now, will lose another round, but is on the verge, especially if he gets a few items going through for the game around.
Yeah, and I'm actually really curious what direction Achen goes, right? We know it's Akali, but will it be reroll Akali? This is a team that did reroll yesterday to Jax 3 and Akali 3, but there's already so many Jaxes out of the pool, right, that you were talking about with that loot subscription coming through. Achen might have to be a little bit scared, because if you go all in, reroll, and miss, and don't tempo, you're probably going out in the bottom 4 at that point.
Yeah, and we've not seen it played in a situation where
Akali 2.
It's also a Lulu player in the lobby who, as you've touched on, will be trying to reroll Jax themselves. Akali, it feels like, is maybe the tempo comp from this spot. If you get stuck rerolling, it's so easy to deny for the other team. We saw Akali 2 to 3. There's a big power jump, but Akali 2 can do an awful lot of work even in the late game. Problem is with Achen though is he's not been able to pick up a single round win, so if you're going for the tempo Akali, you like to be able to tempo from stage 2. 2-star is going to fall off, and unfortunately already pretty low.
Does have perfect items, however, with the Pandoras, especially able to wait to get a Gunblade, the most important item on the Akali, and then a lot of damage to that Deathblade as well, as a Gargoyle Stone Plate for the front line. As soon as that gets a second one, transfer over to the Jax. That Jax has a ton of staying power, as we saw a lot yesterday, even with just a 2-star.
It has the glass cannon as well, so from the Gunblade we'll be able to heal up the HP that's lost. It does make it a little bit difficult with you have to have Akali back there to get the value. So some of the rounds where you might want to wrap, and that's the key advantage of something like Akali, makes it a little bit more difficult. We're checking back in here with Yatsuhashi, who does have Ares Aura as the artifact, which is very, very powerful. Already has JG, already has Nashes. Mountain's already coming online.
Yeah.
I think the one downside is he did have augmented power, and it was another silver, so only at upper gold, which you do want to be hoping to have a prismatic. But I think this spot's already looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, it is. Yatsuhashi did get the upgrades on 3-1 and then lost that round, right? It's when the Lulu 2 and Jax 2 came in, so not sure he lost to there, but they're very strong. However, do think Yatsuhashi is in a spot to win streak through the rest of the stage, even though there is no frontline items, right? That Spiritual Lodge is just because of the Ornn.
We'll assume that we just didn't have any items yet. We got the artifact coming through second order, and so maybe it was just didn't slam anything down. Possibly even had their one teammate, and then if it was the likes of Title or somebody that's on a streak, summertime, not worth even slamming those items again.
Yes, actually, definitely true. I think it's really good to wait until that other augment to slam your items, because that augment, if it's a artifact forge, it's like, okay, that's going to give me direction too. If I want to slam, maybe play around Zaya perhaps instead.
See either a little bit of extra XP coming through from Ari or the potential for a 5 cost down the line from Echo. So all depends on your current HP, if you're one of the tempo players, if you just want to slam a level here and keep going, or if you're thinking about that late game option with Echo. And this is where the teams kind of need to decide who's our win-out players and who are just playing for this very moment.
Yeah, definitely. This is around the stage of the game where players are going to commit to that. And gotta be constantly communicating with your team, right? Scouting out whatever the opponents are doing. And with Title still at an 8-win streak, was playing around that Belveth too, it looked like, had an Edge of Night as well as a red buff on there, I believe.
Chuan also had mounted in early enough here to already get an emblem online. Gets his artifact coming through from the Latent Forge finally as well. So I think possibly an Azaya coming in. Gold Collector.
Yeah. Could be Azaya.
Could be. Definitely feels a little late for full collector value, but...
Right. It's still not bad on units who have a lot of that like AD, like AoE spread damage, right? Like Zaya does.
Still
However,
double silver lobby as well.
It is double silver. Players are not going to be super strong in terms of just combat power, but we also see players playing from behind and going into these AD lines. They're really falling short. It's when you're playing from ahead and going AD, and then you can bleed out maybe into a third or a fourth, is what we typically see.
I do think as well, Collector added value with it being 4v4, because when your teammates are stacking for you, you can guarantee value. So they can, if you have a feeling your matchup is against one of your teammates, they can position to give you some extra gold. They can guarantee that. Do you see a Kali here just making enough work? Barely. But Achen able to take down his teammate there, but a 1 unit loss is exactly what you want to see in 4v4. Title, however, still on this 9 streak. If he's able to keep this going all the way, then Zeta will be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, I think the question is, what direction does Title go from here, Barry? What are you thinking looking at this comp?
I mean,
items especially.
His items have been kind of very tempo focused.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think, okay, maybe red buff you compare the likes of Xayah, but I'm looking at the rest of these items. It's Mount and he hasn't had that in, so definitely not an option. I wonder if he's just attempting to go fast 9, or if they're looking elsewhere at the likes of Yatsuashi having such a good spot to potentially be a win-out option. Maybe Title's just thinking, tempo, tempo, tempo. I can trade HP in the late game to any of my teammates who need it.
Absolutely. I think Fast 9 we do have to consider as well.
Yeah.
There are, a lot of these items can be really good on these 5-cost units. Edge of Night for like a Fiora per se, red buff for a Vex, really good at spreading that around. Gunblade, just a generic good item that can really slot onto anybody at that point, and Title is still finding these round wins.
It feels like Fast 9 just makes the most sense for Title there. It allows him to sack stage 4 into his own teammates for some rounds, which is perfect anyway, and then he can go all the way up. So I think that's the most logical way to take this. Li Chuan here on a 6-loss streak, so hasn't been able to get a lot of value since getting that collector through, but another mountain emblem coming through from the Stargazer, starting to get that scaling going.
Every single ag.al player lost last round, and they're also all in the bottom 4 currently, with Li Chuan in 34 HP.
Yeah.
But all of Zeta's 61 HP, they're 66 with Summer Timer, but then Title still, of course, at that 100.
Yeah. A deceptive scoreboard, because it's actually pretty tight HP-wise, all the way from 7th up to 2nd.
It is, yeah.
But for the time being, Zeta will be...
HP gap, with these 6 players.
Zeta will be looking at this thinking, things are going swimmingly so far, but as you've said, can very quickly turn around. I think we saw yesterday some teams having full streaks, and then instantly games falling around apart as we get to stage 4.
This could be some direction with that collector, actually. Red buff as well, finding an early Graves able to get all of those upgrades online. Yeah, there's another Graves found as well here. Yeah, very, very interesting. Okay, it's going to be playing around a Riven, though. That Graves was sold. Rolling down 2-0 and finding not a great board. That was a trend we saw a lot yesterday, and in spots like these where you're stuck on Nami 1, stuck on a lot of these, not upgraded front lines. There's an Ornn 2 right, but Tumkench 1, Morgana 1. If Ryu does not hit soon, it's looking like a bottom 4.
Yeah, he did get the item coming through. With it being a loot subscription, everybody got the chest, so they're able to get a best-in-slot item. We think, unfortunately, his emblem as of right now is a Psionic, which he can splash as a 2-piece on some boards, but definitely not what he was hoping for. And Space Groove, very easy to deny that the traditional Shepherd AP Flex has so much frontline or backline options. You can even play at Nami. Space Groove, that is the only option for yourself.
Prismatic we do get for our last augment here. Li Chuan needs to find something with this Stargazer line. Has about 50 gold to start to roll with. There's one Xayah, finds a Nunu as well. Talon goes goodbye because that was just the item carrier. But what are these rolls going to bring Ross to? You just can't spend the money on this point. You need to find the upgrades. There's a pair of Graves. Actually, another Xayah.
That's a better shot.
A lot of pairs, but not hitting any of them for Li Chuan.
Fortunately, finding the likes of Graves and Jin pair.
Oh, Graves too!
Graves too, and all of a sudden, maybe a complete change of plan here. It feels like you have to make this. Does opt to do so. Not what he intended to play and rolling down. Still, actually, his items are just tailor-made for the Xayah.
I know,
so still puts them there.
I was going to say, with a Graves 2 versus a Xayah 1, is that really the best option to put all of these items on that Xayah as opposed to the Graves?
I think he just thinks the attack speed's so much more valuable. I'm surprised the Collector maybe didn't go on top of it. Elsewhere, the Kraken and Red Buff makes a lot of sense, but at least it's Mountain, so he has the Emblem to go on top of Graves here. Does have the Shojin, so should be able to make use of this, but having so many 5-cost players on that roll down kind of stun-locked him a little bit, just caught in two minds.
There's a pair of Jins, pair of Morganas, pair of Tom Kenches, pair of Graves, pair of Zayas. How to sell one of them to get that Graves too, but that's like, you feel like you're kind of stuck in hell at that point. Oh man, but Ryu actually hitting that Nami too. Talked about needing to find the upgrades and did. The Tom Kench has been upgraded for the front line as well. This is going to be a space groove board that looks rather solid now.
Yeah, certainly does. And I think a player that wouldn't have been too happy to see Prismatic loading in is Achen here, because when you're playing Akali, he did opt for Tempo, he's level 8. He's just got Commerce Core coming in, so he's getting the extra rerolls now, but essentially no combat power as your Prismatic. You're playing a 2-cost carry, not in the position to ever 3-star it realistically. So I think probably the player that's the most disappointed seeing Prismatic loaded.
There's 2 Akalis on the bench, so leaving the option open at least.
Yeah.
I do think from the position Achen was in, having sacrificed a ton of HP in Stage 2 and a little bit in Stage 3 as well, has done a really good job at stabilizing actually his 3rd place in HP in the lobby. Just off that Akali 2 with 3 perfect items, and finding that Morgana 2 is huge for the front line.
Yeah, and we saw did get a good matchup. You went up against Title, who is sacking. He's took a Prismatic Econ Augment. I think it's Muddy Monsoon he's picked up. So he is definitely focused on going all the way to 9. Yatsuashi puts together a 6 streak there, which we did expect as soon as he got those items slammed down. Ari's Aura on top of that Lulu. Perfect. So 6 loss into 6 win for Yatsuashi on a scaling Stargazer especially. Yeah. Certainly a player that they'll be looking out as a potential win-out candidate.
Absolutely. We saw that God choice there with some gold from Ari to a blessing to give a little bit of attack speed from the Echo there. As Li Tuchuan continues to roll down, did lose that last round. Still on a ton of pairs here. Finds Tom Kench 2, which is big because the front line was one of the things that was really, really lacking.
Hopefully when I get to that Nunu or Zaya, sitting on, as you said, a bunch of pairs still. We'll have one more roll in it here, unless he thinks he's potentially strong enough to win the rounds anyway. Yeah. Make sure he gets his items down first.
Right, once
to get that
mana.
bow.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at the same thing. Like, as long as that Nunu casts, even if it's just a 1-star, it's going to be very impactful for all these fights. The TG goes onto the Jin in the backline, which is a little bit of damage, right? It's not even the secondary carry, it's the 3rd carry.
Yeah, and Li Chuan is so close to hitting a really big spike. These pairs are massive. With the Mountain, with the Collector, he has so much upside potentially as well. He has a Prismatic Combat Augment with the Balance Layer, as we touched on before. So definitely a player for ag.al that if they're able to potentially keep him alive, does get the Nunu upgrade, which is huge. It's so close to taking a lot of power. Title here though has went to level 9, full sells the board, is going for the legendary suit, already hit the Vex 2, making things a lot easier.
Absolutely, a Vex 2 is a big hit, has a Fiora, pair of Sonas as well as a pair of Graves. Needs to find some good front lines. Sona 2 actually is going to opt out of it in favor of using all that gold for the front line. Finding a Shen is a good hit there. The front line's not great, but having 2 5-cost 2-stars to play around, however, for the carries.
Yeah, has the items to come down as well. Is more than content if he does end up not winning this round. He has a lot of HP to work with. I think the one key problem is because he's not been rolling on level 8, the 4-costs he's looking for, the likes of Nunu, which they're all gone. So the 5-costs are available, but as you've touched on, the front line may be lacking just a little bit, but does have really good items for Fiora. Same for the Vex here. And even in a round where he didn't have his items slammed, looks like might still be able to at least take a good loss. Not the worst case scenario for Title, and he has so much more upside with this board.
Yeah, definitely could have won that fight actually if Fiora got like one more auto attack off, was able to get that next cast. Would have been a completely different story, but a lot of gold there to still try to find those frontline upgrades. Li Tuchuan up to 6 Stargazer now, has a Jin 2. Graves 2 and Jin 2 before Zaya 2 is crazy.
So close to hitting an incredible spike. With the Graves scaling as well, with the Mountains as a touchdown, it's a player that's upside is very good. Does have Echo's Boon as well, so another item, just a bunch of HP on top of the Nunu from that anomaly, as you said. So players sitting pretty, but Summertimer here, as we check back in with him, just on a traditional AP flex line. He has got Ari's Boon himself. He's got combat power coming through from his augments quite a fair bit and does have this Meepsy 3-star, but stuck level 8, not in the most optimal position.
No, I don't know if Meepsy 3 was actually worth the wait on that one. Frontline looking a little poor, even though that AP flex line is typically really good. It is still stuck on just an Aurelion Soul 1. Karma 2, Karma's not ever going to be the real like primary damage dealer.
Yeah, another item coming through here. So it does get a second Protector's Vow on top of this new.
It's great.
From loot subscriptions, giving a bunch of items. I think a player that's really happy to see that will be Title, especially because level 9 you have so many holders. Whereas the Mountain players, they're running out of slots a little bit. They have all the emblems. The boon here no longer doing an awful lot, just throwing that on top of Maokai. But as we touched on, Li Xuan, very, very powerful here. Still not at the Xayah 2, but the Graves is doing an awful lot of work and just runs over Ryu's board. A commanding victory. Space Groove, you know it's weak at this point in the game, is starting to fall off and unfortunately could not keep pace.
Yeah, these players are dropping very rapidly towards the bottom of the standings there. Mori at just potentially 1 life left, and we see why. Of course, talking to Kindred 1, there is a Yi 2, I guess, but Yi's a tough carry to work around.
It was a Xayah 2 on his bench, though, so he's playing his part for the team. He's playing the Marauders, playing around the Yi, as you touched on. Unfortunately, not in a position himself to really put anything together, and I think Mori's likely to be going out. He does hit the Kindred 2-star finally.
Okay.
But playing ultimate defense work that he can to try gain the advantages for his team.
Absolutely. It's going to be that denial work that even if Mori tanks an 8th, it might be to a boon for Zeta Division, as we see both players here on our screens. Low potentially elimination point. Ryu on the left, that Nami carry. Can it get it done? There's a lot of power towards the side of Yatsuhashi's board. The Graves in the backline just tearing away. Ryu's going to take a big loss there. It's going to be enough and survives on just 1 HP. Huge.
Yatsuhashi, very, very powerful, just ran over this board. As you said, Ryu stays alive. Importantly for Mori, though, he did come up against a teammate in Summertimer, able to pick up a win. So a player that was facing elimination, all of a sudden, even if Mori does go out now in the next round, you're looking for ag.al. Yes, Li Chuan's on a streak himself, but Weimu and Ryu both low HP. So this could be do or die stage for ag.al. I mean, the highest HP player is 20.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Zeta have players that can afford to trade HP at the top of the lobby.
Absolutely. Zeta Division looks to be in a very strong spot here. Ryu lost the last round. Is it going to be the same thing again here versus Mori? Whoever loses will be going out here potentially in 8th place. Mori's front line is so tanky with that Maokai, but that's really the only one there. There's so much happening with the Yi tearing through the board for Ryu. The Kindred in the back line as well, dealing so much damage. Ryu just gets absolutely destroyed in that fight.
Also eliminated. And all of a sudden for ag.al, they have to go 1-2 in this lobby, and I just can't see that being the case, Crone.
No, it's going to be so tough. Maybe there's a world where Lichutron can lose once and still be on like 1 HP. However, it is going to be such a mountain to climb from this point. Zeta Division in such a dominant spot.
Certainly will be a mountain to climb, especially with that Lulu on the opposition side. So Achen, unfortunately, though, was the tempo player. Ideally, he's level 9 playing a Kali 2-star. This isn't a player that's going to be winning the lobby by any means, or even long for the top 2. So I do think ag.al here will be dropping down. We'll see if it is this round as the matchups start loading in. We have Achen up against Yatsuhashi on the other side, who has went all the way to level 9, so didn't choose to roll. Summertimer up against his teammate in Titan.
Absolutely. We see a couple other players here on elimination point. Summertimer on the right, going up against a teammate with Tidal, and so really going to try to go for that win. However, Tidal's board is just so strong. Going to be taking out Summertimer there, but then we take our attention to the left-hand side. It's going to be a very similar story for Achen going out.
And that will do it.
Yep, that'll do it. Zeta Division will take game number 1 versus ag.al. And I would say in a pretty statement fashion there. It was pretty close for a little bit, but there was a time where all of ag.al was at the bottom 4. It's like, okay, can they actually come back? They did for a little bit, but it just wasn't enough, Barry.
Yeah, they never felt like they never had the agency there. I think the Stargazer played a huge role in this game. It felt like day 1 we didn't see an awful lot of it. Zeta having that early Lulu option just had a player that had so much spike. Title played that game expertly. He navigated the early game strongest board, and then he got to the position where in stage 4 he could play full defense, trade lives over to his teammates, and Zeta Division, after taking down one of the Chinese strong contenders, JDG, in a 2-1 victory yesterday, start this series 1-0 up against ag.al. This Japanese squad has come to play.
Yeah, there was a lot of question marks yesterday. You know, we've only saw one matchup, but Zeta Division did have that tough matchup into JDG, did win. ag.al kind of stomped Mao's, but we were questioning, like, is that because Mao's just looked rather weak, or is it ag.al looking strong? After that game, it seems like it might have been them, Mao's just being weak, and ag.al actually has a lot to do to catch up there.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said for being tested in day one and coming in with a more high-stakes game, as we are rejoined here by Trouble on the desk to break down what we've just seen.
Well, actually, we are seeing ag.al being tried for the very first time, and it was no other than the veterans from the side of Zeta just playing a fantastic game. I mean, who else goes fast 9 on a silver augment lobby other than Title?
Yeah, I feel like we tried to downplay the role of Title in this team. Okay, this time around he's
He's all right.
He's came in with a stronger roster. It's more different options to win out, stronger players, and he was still the main man.
Yeah,
bro.
absolutely. He can't not be. He's the main character of TFT, it feels like, in a lot of points. Absolutely fantastic performance. Right on a silver augment, as you said, Trouble, but able to get a 10 win streak to start the game. No one else can do that.
I mean, I'm saying on a silver lobby, he did get lunch money, which means that he kept pumping on his board to try and get that goal to go to that level 9, right? On the other side, Mori also played a huge part in this game, played for more of a classic Master Yi line that we haven't necessarily seen, especially without Malware Matrix.
Yeah, absolutely. Mori is the definite MVP, actually, of this game for me, because playing around that Kindred 1, Yi 2, holding Isaiah 2 on the bench, we noted in the game, and still dodge 7th and 8th place while playing Denial, that is a fantastic performance and exactly what Zeta needed.
Yeah, it feels like the key moment was when he went up against his teammate and he was able to stay alive. All of a sudden, ag.al dropped down into elimination range themselves, and it just, from that point, became so difficult to turn it around.
Now, I've got to say, for the side of ag.al, Litu said, hey, we're the strongest, we're going to win, we're the best Chinese team here. They were not playing against versus another Chinese team, so maybe they're no better than Zeta here. However, this man did hit Graves 2, Jin 2 on Stargazer line on 8.
Yeah, and it feels like sometimes you've got your mindset on one composition, and it turns out you're actually playing around legendaries, and who knew? It was a very...
It's really funny, right? When you choose to angle Xayah that no one else angles, it's like, here's a Graves 2, here's a Jin 2, have fun.
Hey, Mori did have Xayah 2 on bench, though, was denying, you know?
True.
Hey, there we go.
As you touched on, the MVP played defense excellently there, but they navigated it. They just went, okay, you've got my main carry, I'll just make 2-star legendaries instead.
And it was even lucky to just hit those, right? To have any chance of coming back in that game. Of course, calculated, yeah. No, it always feels so bad, though. It's like, hey, I want my 4 cost, but I'm finding these legendaries instead. It's just like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it certainly is difficult, especially with Graves as well. Such an expensive unit to commit to, but he made the decision, itemized still perfectly, had the items coming through with loot subscription, allows you to have these 3rd, 4th carries and so many options, and he made it work.
Absolutely, and I think what we saw a lot out of ag.al yesterday did focus a lot around being strong with their re-rolling potential, but not being in the same spots today. They do seem to have some weaknesses depending on maybe the gods or just how the lobby tempo is going to go. If they're not in those comfortable spots, they can't always convert.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing right here a lot of the item conversions for Summit Timer, for example, ended up playing against Title, ends up going down, but it wasn't necessarily the ideal AP backline that we're usually seeing with the Nami or potentially the LeBlanc. He was kind of like, dump on this Karma, whatever items you can get, plus the Psionic item just to get her to do some damage.
Yeah, we actually saw 0 LeBlanc this game, funnily enough. Did see one player play the Nami, but talking about that AP flex coming in today, Barry, we're not seeing that a lot of it this game.
I think Summertime playing as the one option, though, it does show that the weakest position you're going to finish in is likely around something like a 6th or a 5th. This line, so stable, so easy to just play whatever you hit and get a solid placement for your team.
Again, I feel like huge props to Mori right here. Again, we've talked about this is not a solo game. This is a 4 versus 4, which means that you need to make sure you get the highest amount of placement, your average in your team, to win that. And by playing the uncontested Master Yi line and 10 point into this, he made sure that he played a line that no one was going to even be thinking to hold units of. No one is holding Yi.
Yeah, and I think when you're in a position like that, even though he was unfortunately quite weak, you have your teammates on a lot of HP at the top of the lobby. So Zeta know how this game plan works. They have somebody that can trade HP late game, and then even if you're playing something like a Yi, you can keep that player alive.
Absolutely. And now let's see if ag.al have found their true match playing against Zeta Division right here, right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
And welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. We are in Group B here, Day 2. We're in the winners bracket so far, Crowan, as ag.al are going up against Zeta Division. Zeta picking up the win in the first game of the day.
Zeta looking very strong between yesterday's match versus JDG to now facing another team that players thought, are really strong. With ag.al, I think they might actually be able to 2-0 this series and look to be a really formidable opponent to actually take the entire event, I think. There's potential there already. I know it's really early to say.
Yeah, that would be a statement as well, because it feels like China in 4v4 is the strongest region. I think in APAC has a shout for individual TFT of the past year or two. They've really stepped forward, but both EWCs have been won by Chinese rosters. Coming in here, there's 5 Chinese teams and you're trying to pick which one you think is the strongest. It's almost impossible. They are so star-studded. But as we see on screen here, Title, the starman for this Zeta Division squad. He's been here before. He came in with a different roster this time around. Mr. Zeta Division himself, back at it with a more star-studded team. And as you've said, statement of victory yesterday, could be up for another one here.
Yeah, it's interesting that Zeta Division's Title only has been EWC once, right? Did miss it in 2025. Actually is the only EWC appearance that one time in 2024 out of the whole entire roster.
Yeah, failed to qualify last year.
Yeah, failed to qualify, unfortunately, but now is back with a little bit of a vengeance as we get into game number 2. Zeta Division versus ag.al. We got the same gods here.
So far so good for Zeta Division. The same gods coming in, but a different portal as we do get Belveth coming in here. So it does mean from the gods on Ari's side, just a little bit extra XP coming in. As
Duplicator.
Duplicators opened up here as an option from Belveth, so more likely to see at least 1 or 2 more rerolls.
Yeah, and I think that bodes really well for ag.al, considering that one of their most dominant games versus Mouse was with both players, 2 players going through that 2-cost reroll line, one between Akali, Jackson, Belveth, and the other with Pyke 3, Mord 3, Zoe 3. This aims to be a strategy that they are very comfortable on as well, so this is maybe a good game for it.
We do have Huntress coming through, thank you observers, as the Stargazer. Is possible to play Xayah from it. You do get a bit of extra attack speed, but the rest of the Stargazers don't get a lot of value. Yeah. So definitely a little bit suboptimal. It feels like Xayah will only really be seeing from spots like we saw last game. This time around, I especially think with the duplicators coming through, as you touched on, we're more likely to see at least 1 or 2 reroll options. And then, as we expect, other players will just be going for that AP flex.
Yeah, it's also really important to take into account these tiny duplicators because we have a lot of people, depending on the Arbiter, going for Leona 3. We see a lot of Lissandra 3s, Cho 3s as well. So there's a lot of potential for these 1-cost to either be a primary focus or bridge the gap in going into the late game.
Yeah, it feels like List Cho really struggled yesterday, but it is a composition that relies very, very heavily on hitting your 2 stars early enough to be able to streak, and we saw players playing it from suboptimal spots. ag.al here has a Vigor 2 loading in, so we could see a Vigor printer possibly. It will just allow you to get there 1 turn earlier, even the possibility of the 4-star, which is something we don't see often chased. So we'll have to see. I imagine some little dupes will just be used as tempo options, though.
Yeah, I don't think we saw any of it in the B stream yesterday for Vigor Printer, but we have artifacts, divine artifacts. What that calculated loss, Barry?
Calculated loss. Loot. Darkstar instantly rolled over there, so we saw after yesterday's shenanigans, maybe players not leaning towards it. Stuck in 2 minds here at Chen with Calculos and the Divine Artifacts as an option. Very key points here. A lot of
Divine Artifact.
Yeah, a lot of discussions will be going on within the team to see who's our lose streak player. Archen deciding that it will be him this time around.
Yep, calculated loss. We saw, I believe it was Juan Mia yesterday, take that in full open through the entirety of stage 2. There's a lot of potential to do that and come back really, really strong. Need all that gold, all those rerolls coming through to stabilize there on stage 3.
Yeah, and we do see spreading roots here for Ryu, so he's got himself the Arbiter +1 and a Brawler +1.
Okay.
Brawler feels like it's okay. We'll have to see with Arbiter. Maybe he can use it just as a little bit of drip econ. If he does end up playing a LeBlanc game, maybe he can get some value out of it, but I imagine will be potentially reforged.
Yeah, Brawler emblems have found their way into winning compositions yesterday. Granted, it wasn't paired with a Arbiter, and not even able to get the Arbiter online early with that emblem.
Just a +2 trade a lot of the time.
Right, yeah, definitely. But has the primordial at least to print a little bit of gold per round, as we see a Bastion Talon from Mori. And Mori, definitely want to keep my eyes on this game, because Mori, again, my MVP from game number 1, played Denial and saved enough HP, but also was from the help of the team, right?
Yeah.
I think they played really good together at allowing Mori to get those wins or really good losses versus the rest of Zeta Division.
Yeah, they collectively helped him avoid that 8th place, but I think he was playing so much defense, he did more than his fair share.
Absolutely.
And playing an uncomfortable line, I think he's really fell out of favor. With the Bastion +1 here, he could end up playing something like a Corky Ribbon, which is another... Okay, you're probably going to go 5th or 6th, but if that ends up in the role for Mori in this series, I think the Zeta squad are more than happy to let whoever has the best options to win out lead on those positions.
Absolutely. Corky has found its way into the top 4 a little bit yesterday, but yeah, usually it's like, okay, I'm dodging 7th.
I'm good 6th.
I'm going to be that flex player who doesn't go that AP line, doesn't go Tempo Akali. I'm not in a crazy spot for anything else, so I'm going to play this line and maybe salvage out what I can. Does take a 4-unit loss there versus Yatsuhashi there. When Talon jumps around and spreads the damage out and doesn't kill anyone, feels pretty bad.
The collective HP of less than 1 unit there, unfortunately, but for for Zeta Division. Mori does take a full loss here. Is able to just at least get this Primordial in, not the 3-piece yet.
Yeah.
So should be able to hopefully kill a few more units, but...
The bench, Akali, MF.
Yeah, leaving himself open, yeah. I think we've seen Akali every game. There's going to be somebody that picks it up. Checking back in here with Li Chuan, who is on the birthday reunion. I guess Mordecai is a very, very good option for it. This is a free trait unit that's flexible enough where once you push up levels, you can keep it in. And that's, I think, for your 2-drop, 2-star 2-cost drop, I think Mordecai's very, very good here.
There's a Jinx too as well for Li Chuan. On the other side from Yatsuhashi, there's going to be Cluttered Mind, so getting a lot of that econ value through leaving your bench very, very full. It does give you options though, which is nice. A lot of pairs there.
You can play Denial without being punished as well.
Absolutely,
I think in 4v4, Cluttered Mind is so much better than Clear Mind. It is not even comparable.
No.
You want to play Denial, you want to hold as many units as you can, and Cluttered Mind allows you to do so.
Absolutely, as there was some rerolls versus the Scuttle potential on neutrals offered by the Echo. And we just get, of course, a selection of components and units to choose. But really, I think the question once again is going to be, can Tidal full win streak in this game? He did it as a 10-win streak in game number 1. Can he find another spot to do it?
So far, so good. Has put together a pretty good board. Nothing crazy, but does have the TG now coming through. With the 3 magnetics as well, so he can potentially move that around if next round if he wants to keep it going.
Yep.
Checks his TG there, so we'll be going that onto a frontliner. Not the strongest setup. I do think there's 2-star 2-cost loading in, so I don't think Tidal is a guaranteed streak this time around.
No, definitely not.
But matchmaking may allow him to get there.
Is matchmaking going to be kind? Li Chuan as well, also at that 100 HP.
Levels to 6.
Was stronger. Wow, okay. Levels to 6. Plays an Aurora. Has 0 gold right now.
Yes.
That's so aggressive.
I think we're learning how Zeta approach these games. They go Tidal, tempo, tempo, tempo. Last game he just slammed whatever items he could. This time he slammed it. He's got himself a TG, which is the most tempo item you can make.
Yeah.
I think they are very comfortable with Tidal, especially being the shot caller with the team. Playing with extra HP allows him to, in the late game, have more room to navigate the pieces around. Unfortunately, level to 6 and tagged his teammate though.
Right.
But he didn't slam the Thief's Gloves down. Achen, as you touched on, with the Calculass, full open. Summertime are also full open with the savings account. So 2 players will be getting their 5 losses coming.
I see if they run into each other as well. But I did, again, want to touch quickly upon that Tidal decision level to 6. I believe if Tidal did run into Li Chuan, I don't think that's a guaranteed win,
no,
even being on level 6. And if Tidal does lose in this round, does find Li Chuan, that's going to be a huge blow to the economy that I don't know if he can recover from.
Yeah, it feels like he's coming up against 2-star 2 costs from Li Chuan's board. We do see it on the other side here, who has also went to 6, but tags his teammate here, who is full open, and the same for Tidal. So both teams giving 6-0 losses to their own teammates, keeping the 5 streak, keeping the 5 loss. Tidal definitely feeling a lot better about that. I feel like the weaker of the 2 level 6 boards. Li Chuan, however, is making 10 gold with a lot more expensive units put together, so we'll be more comfortable. Tidal fortunate to get through the stage.
The weaker of the 2 boards and the poorer of the 2 players. In fact, Li Chuan able to make 10 gold there. So Tidal playing a little bit from behind here, but I think if there's a player who's able to make that work, it will be Tidal. Taking a look, there's a mirror in the wins and losses here in this lobby.
Yes, this lobby is just perfectly set up for anybody's game. Nobody with a distinct advantage. Li Chuan, with it being Scuttle Puddle though, from the Echo coming in, off the back of the birthday reunion, definitely the player we have to keep an eye on. He's going to be going all the way to level 9. His setup is so good right now. We'll see what items he does opt to slam here. Just get the potential of a red buff, so can play around Vex. I think Jinx should be able to hold pretty much any item you can make for the Legendary Suit board, any of the attack speed items for Vex, any of the AD items for your Graves and Fiora. So Li Chuan, as long as there's a lot of hits with this birthday reunion when he gets to 9.
Oh, absolutely. And for the other players, right, that opens up more of the 4 costs to be open. And we gotta see, right, who's going to be tempoing into that Akali. I think for a calculated loss player, that's exactly the line they're gonna be looking for to stabilize, just because you don't need that much gold or resources to do so.
Yeah, and it feels like when you full opened, we'll possibly see the same for 3-1 here. Maybe both players starting to assemble something, but 3-2, Summertimer and Achen, I imagine both will be rolling a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see if they both go for a Kali to contest each other, or if just one of them chooses.
Yeah, Achen still with an open board, but definitely curious to see how that plays out with how Summertime and Achen will stabilize. For now, Li Tuchuan is trying to save the win streak, going up against Ryu there, going up against the teammate, but the Belveth is 2-starred. Will it be strong enough? The Briar as well? No, it's kind of close, but as soon as those carries get to the back line, they are cleaned up.
Yeah, made quick work of heroes. We do get silver augments loading in here.
10 rolls.
A Calculos player, if you're about to roll down, definitely a good option here. We'll have a bunch banked as well.
Oh, rolls it.
Maybe thinking it already has enough gold, already has the rerolls coming in, has a duplicator, so maybe just combat power is what he's considering.
Climb the ladder with a Kali around that Nova is pretty good.
Rupog with no units on the board, maximum value. But Achen he's leveled to 7 and still is full open. I wonder if Summertimer is also
same thing.
Yeah, so Summertimer actually has a full duplicator coming in, so that's something we have to keep an eye on. Does have savings account. He's 90 gold. He's got augmented power. These are two players that are saying, hey, come back to us at 4-2, then we're going to be doing this.
They baited us. I was like, okay, we're going to roll down at 3-2, stabilize. But they're like, no, we're taking it one step further, in fact. But that's going to be really scary, right? If they have that 4-2 roll down and it's not great and miss, their game is just kind of over.
I think this is only a land scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially 4v4 when you have your teammates to help the roll down, because what they can do is they can buy and sell units in their shop, so you know at least roughly half the lobby is not holding any of your units or in that immediate roll down. Especially if you're rolling so much gold in one round, it does enable you. As of yet, the other players don't know what you're going to be playing. They have no idea, but none of them have any items committed, so you can't really start to hold them. They're just going to get a free roll down, and it's whoever hits.
Right, you can see the components to like infer, okay, maybe they'll go this direction, but it's not confirmed, especially a lot of items are kind of, you can go either direction. Especially you can turn some rods into things like gun blades or even frontline with crown guards, right? It's still, you got some flexibility to work with.
Title does go to level 7 last round, keeps his streak, Lichuan loses.
Yeah, it's important.
Huge moment for Title here. It felt like throughout stage 2, maybe got a little bit lucky to keep his streak all the way, but now just playing as aggressive as possible.
Looking at this board though, it looks pretty weak, honestly, for a level 7 board.
As well on the other side, but
yeah,
I think potentially just having enough value from the items.
Victor broken.
TD's not doing an awful lot because he already has the Void Staff, so just a little bit extra damage there. I think. Let's see if he does have enough. There's a D-Claw loaded in as well on the On, so On tailoring his item for this particular matchup. But maybe just being overwhelmed by the sheer amount of units. It is level 7 with Shepherd as well. We do
good enough.
Have the dummy for a little bit extra front line, so Tidal just putting a bunch of stuff on the board, filling the board.
9 slots on the board at 3-3 being filled is, yeah, that's a lot of bodies to get through.
This is like traditional TFT tempo, like
back to like early TFT.
Yeah, where you just make items and you just play full flex. Whatever you get to at level 8 is what you opt for.
Yeah.
You get into our gods here once more.
Reminds me, if you remember like Porte, I think Porte really, I think, traditionalized that play style of just like, I'm going to slam levels so quickly, slam whatever I have in terms of items, and players still, years later pulling out that style here at EWC. Love to see those kind of callbacks of where it originated from in TF2.
And Tidal's a player that was playing back then as well. So
True, knows of that play style.
If anybody knows it, it is him. We're checking back in here with Ryu, who is rolling for this account. He's level 7, so just going for the tempo approach, wants to get the full Nova online, does get the copy of Kindred. His emblems are pretty good. He's got the +1 Brawler, which he should be able to make a little bit of use of later. For the time being, not going to give him an awful lot. And I think Ryu did need to roll here, getting a little bit low himself on a 4-loss streak. Still rich enough, and does get the Kench upgrade as well, which is huge at level 7. Is going to allow him to get a little bit more econ back through the early Kench, but also should be able to win a few rounds off the back.
Absolutely, and we see this round from Ryu. It is a real tanky Tom Kench on the front line, Bastion emblem, Brawler emblem as well as the Kali with 2 very strong items. Real good to stabilize there in the middle of stage 3. Win coming through from Weimu.
Achen did pick up a win as well. And in 3-3. Summertimer in that.
Achem looking to be in a pretty crazy spot.
Yeah.
It's a very early level 8 from Summertimer is rolling down. Already at 14 gold, however, only one Morgana in the front line. This
Playing
is a little
AD as
concerning.
well.
Yeah, playing AD. I do not have faith in this personally.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think when we see fast 8 players, at 3-6 fast 8 players, when they're stuck on AD lines, they cannot recover. It's just too impossible versus these stronger AP lines.
Yeah, potentially looking for a Xayah with the items he's got coming through. Is the attack speed Stargazer, so isn't too bad for that Xayah if you just end up running a 3-piece. Potentially just ends up playing something like Sniper front to back. Like a traditional composition where you're not really playing any of the verticals, you just make a bunch of frontliners and try to do whatever you can behind it. But I thought for Summertimer we would see AP when you're leaving your items open and you're full open and you leave yourself completely flexible. But now in a position he's 15 HP, looking rough.
Big transition from Mori there on the right-hand side, selling basically the entire board.
Has the Scuttle coming in as well, so he's going to get a bunch of resources here.
Oh yeah, has Nami items as well as a bunch of Space Groove units. Aurelion Soul is there if needed. If we don't find any copies of Nami or just find like a really early Aurelion Soul 2, then we can pivot back in that direction. However, I do want to keep an eye on Achem to see how that transition is going to go. There's 7 rerolls stocked up.
Yeah, it's 7 rerolls stocked up. He's already got a Riven 2. His hit is not yet on the board. He's got a copy, a pair of that Rammus in the front line, sorry. So he's playing a Corky Riven, I think is the intention, especially with the holds here. It looks like that is going to be the case, but yet to find the Corky. So both of our players that ended up full opening ended up playing around the AD lines, which is quite surprising.
Yeah.
However, for Achem, it looks like he's hitting a lot more here.
And for Mori on the right, did find instantly a pair of Aurelion Souls actually, but then found one Nami, was like, okay, I'm selling both of you instantly. Now a pair of Morganas. Where are the rest of the Namis? Mirror upgrade is okay for Space Groove, but not quite an ideal roll down. That's a 5 meeple though, it looks like.
And a Xayah 2 was actually hit by Achem on the bench, so he's playing Denial here for Summertimer.
Yeah.
These players are both trying to just avoid 8 players. We thought they could be potential win-out options. Comes up against Title on the other side for Summertimer though, so Title, I imagine, will sacrifice some items here. More than happy to give this win over to his teammate who needs it.
Yeah.
Even though they're playing defense on Summertimer, he does have the Duplicator as a full option, so only needs to find one Xayah. Maybe he can still get there. And if that's the case, and he's still able to get to the upgrade, then Achem has played defense for almost no reason. We see the ag.al, a pair of Xayahs here. They're trying their absolute best.
Yeah, there's so much Nile going on actually between these two teams. I think more than average that we've seen in EWC so far. 4-2 augments come through for, I believe, Summertimer, I guess it's looking like.
Yeah, augmented power here though, so does get the prismatic coming through.
Call
so
the Chaos.
Summertimer was a player who very low on HP, got the free round against his teammate, has his augmented power now coming through as well.
Yes.
Oh,
it's the egg! No, that's not what Summertimer wanted here. Not at all.
Took the risk with Call to Chaos. I think he knew his spot was fairly scuffed regardless.
Yeah, you
Just
gotta do it.
Okay, there's quite a lot I can hit, and this is the worst option. I don't think we'll be seeing this egg patched out like we saw yesterday. Summertimer, unfortunately, is augmented power into a prismatic, and he's got the egg, so essentially no augments now coming through. Does have a really good D-Sculpts for this particular round. Up against his teammate though, so maybe Mori. Player that also isn't really in a position to sacrifice though. I think Zeta maybe just thinking whoever is strongest here could win this round.
Yeah, Summertimer going from fairly scuffed to extremely scuffed on that spot. Mori looks to be fairly strong as well, even with just a Nami 1 on their side. Morgana 2 for Summertimer is going to buy a little bit of time. The carriers are actually killing each other right now. And Morgana should be able, if she casts again, to do this, but is not able to. Summertimer taking another loss, dropping to single-digit HP. That race between Achem and Summertimer is now decisively won by Achem.
Yes, Achem has navigated himself out of this. I think for Zeta, they'll be fairly satisfied with the fact that Mori's able to keep himself an extra life there. I think Summertimer's not longed for this world. Yatsu Ashi, though, is level 9. He got booster pack. He had the Cluttered Mind. The extra gold coming through from the Silver Augment as well. So all the way up to level 9, playing this Legendary Soup. Gets some pretty good upgrades already. Has a little bit of gold to work with. A Vex pair in the shop. Has the new 2-star. going up against his teammate that he does want to have Mori win this round. So Yatsuhashi not slamming his items down, hoping to keep Mori at least alive for an extra round.
Yeah, a couple items in the bench with that TG and the Sterix gauge. There is going to be Vex killing a decent amount of units there. Not the worst loss, 4 units.
Very difficult to navigate how many items to slam to avoid winning, but also take a really avoid a big loss. But Summertime are here, as we touched on. Call to Chaos doomed this game almost instantly, eliminated by his fellow full opener Achen, who navigated himself out of that spot, playing around Corky Riven, a much more reliable option, as we do get 2 just gold options coming through here.
So 10 gold now or
10 gold later?
The rest of the game.
Very much depends on your current HP total of whether or not you're in a position to survive long enough.
That's a lesson in investment right there, is that
it's a boon deciding pick. I think if you want Echo's boon, you're going for Echo here. There's not a huge variance between them.
Unless you're like, oh, I have like a 10 pairs on my bench right now and I need the gold to find the pairs instantly, but not really in that spot. Ryu, of course, showing once again the power of tempo. Akali is relatively healthy.
Well.
Has won 5 rounds in a row with this 2-star carry. Won for the majority of stage 4. Like, I don't know, this line is so good, and that's why we see teams at least have one player nearly every game go for that line. It's a little tough when it's contested, but if you're in a good spot to play tempo, it's so strong.
Yeah, certainly making a lot of good use out of that 3-5 roll down. Achen has managed to get himself to the full upgrades for this Corky Riven board. He has the Mighty Mech 2-star as well. He's got the Dramas. He's got 3 items that are very, very good on top of his Corky. Through Pug coming through, he's got the extra items from his 3rd augment. So we know that Corky is unlikely to be a win-out proposition, but I think Achen, from that full open, has definitely managed to put together himself a solid placement here.
Yeah. Achen has done his job.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. We're not 8th.
Not 8th. Any single placement higher is like you're playing with house money at that point, and Achen should be feeling really, really good about this position. Mori is in danger at 12 HP, did lose the last round. Achen has stabilized, but all of a sudden, for Zeta Division, even though Title was, again, 100 HP, 10 streaking this game, the rest of the squad is suffering.
A complete switch from last game. ag.al went out in 7th and 8th last game. They then had to win, and well, 1st and 2nd, and we're likely going to see the flip here. I think Achen is too strong to fall below Mori. I don't think there's... They've unfortunately traded lives to Mori as well to try to keep him alive, which they might end up regretting, because I think Yatsuhashi and Tidal maybe they should have just went, okay, we have to go 1-2 here.
Yeah, which they're actually in a way better spot to do that than ag.al was in the last game. So even though Zeta Division is like, okay, we're probably going to go 7-8, their game is not over. We should actually still be really looking at this, saying that Zeta Division has a chance to come back.
Yeah, they certainly do. If Mori drops down here, it makes it a lot more difficult. He's coming up against the legendary suit board from Li Chuan. Off the back of that birthday reunion, off the back of that booster pack, able to pick up a really important win here for Mori though. So Li Chuan hasn't put together what he was hoping for just yet. Mori stays alive for the time being. Unfortunately though, none of the ag.al players dropping low enough to be in immediate elimination range.
Now, even Li Chuan and Ryu, who lost that last round, both of them are at 31 HP, which is maybe like 3 lives left, honestly. We are about to go into stage 5, so it's going to be a little bit more player damage. If they have like really bad losses, it could be 2 lives. Mori needs to continue to hang on. And Achen, the player who might be in that danger zone, has fully stabilized once again with that Corky, as Tidal is not going 9 as he did last game.
He's
with
one
that
off Victor
super
3,
lead.
so
he's
made the
reroll
decision to play around level A AP flag. So this time it's actually a Victor reroll. I guess a bunch of copies just arrived. I don't know if Victor 3 is going to be a win-out option here for Tidal. Just get the 3-star. Items are looking very, very good. Let's have the Arizora coming through as well on top of the Karma, so should be able to get quite a bit of good use out of this backline. But I think Zeta's intention was to have Tidal as tempo player into trade HP with the players that needed it. I don't know if he's in a win-out position.
Right, actually. Yeah, looking at Tidal, being on that level 8, there is some potential to get 2nd place with that tempo playstyle, but then all eyes have to be on Yatsuhashi.
Does get a ghost matchup.
Yeah, does get a ghost matchup, which is good for Tidal. Yatsuhashi was playing around, was it Nami? Gotta take a look at that board a bit later to see, but seeing Achen's dominance in the last 5 fights going up against Mori. Mori's on the Nami. in fact, actually, but only that 1 star. Not going to be doing enough damage here, it looks like, and this gets rolled over by ag.al at the end of the day.
They'd have kept Mori alive for as long as they could, but never really in a position to climb much of the standings here, and I do think, obviously, looking back, it's a mistake, really, to keep him alive.
Yeah.
Yatsuhashi and Tidal could have done with those extra lives. Lichuan now getting to a Vex 2-star. We knew how powerful the Split Reunion board could be. Fedora 2 as well. With every passing round, these level 9 players are going to get so strong. Zeta in the HP totals right now. If they finish there, they will win the series.
Yeah.
But there's a long way to go in this particular game. There's some very strong boards on ag.al's side.
Very long way to go.
Got a 6 loss here, though, Lichuan. So
yeah,
the upgrades have finally came through, but he could be knocked out easily by one of his teammates. So they do need to be careful.
Actually, I'm not sure ag.al has a player who's in a really dominant position, though. Everyone's kind of middling in their strength. Weimu, perhaps.
He's got a bunch of gold,
Yeah, a bunch of gold. Does also have the LeBlanc 2, Aurelion Soul 2, Karma in the back line. The front line, however, is struggling, is going to take a loss there, but maybe that's good. Maybe it's exactly what ag.al wanted as well, to keep Lichuan in the running.
Tran is so strong now. Those upgrades have finally came through. He doesn't really have much coming through in terms of combat power from those augments, the items potentially. That is all. ag.al, I think, has done his job. Will try get himself up to level 9. They'll maybe more than happy to sacrifice him here. I don't think that this is a player that they intend to take much further than where he currently has finished. He has done his job. Title, we're going to see how good this Victor is. He lost a round.
Lost to Ryu last round.
Yeah, Yatsuhashi is on a 4-win streak, so Zeta do have the player that is on the potential to win out in this lobby. Can Title stay alive long enough for Zeta to turn this game around?
Title versus ag.al here. This is going to be a really big matchup. ag.al did get that win streak snapped in that last round. The victor for Title, he said, I'm going to re-roll you and you must carry me to victory. That Nunu getting the CC off on the entirety of the team. Besides for Corki, however, and Corki's doing a lot of work. The front line from Title is down. The Victor goes down, and so does that Sona at the end. ag.al hangs on, and Title continues to bleed.
Devastating loss for Title. His front line's just lacking. He's Nunu 1. He has the Spark, but he already has a Void Staff, so really lacking any defensive items. He's got 3 items on top of an Alawi, which at this stage in the game is not going to be able to keep pace. Title needs to find a better front line. Yatsuhashi also lost the round there as well, so it's not like they have someone that's running away with things. But Zeta, difficult spot to be in, but the HP totals for ag.al are looking scarier as the game gets to a close.
They definitely are. I don't know if we can call, what's going to happen yet, but it is worrying that both Yatsuhashi and Title did lose the last rounds. It could be a little bit like a rock, paper, scissors thing going on with these matchups. But ag.al, of course, right, has 1 more life left, is going to be going up against Ryu, who is very strong, so it could be a little bit of teammate knocking out teammate action here in this fight.
Yeah, ag.al are more than happy to have ag.al fall away here. They know Ryu's got much higher upside. He's level 9 with 50 gold.
Items on the bench, too.
Potentially can go all the way to level 10 for Ryu here. So I think the ag.al has done his job. He's avoided the 8th place, avoided a 7th place season. More than happy to see him fall out here. Ryu has a ton more upside. Actually, picked up the win in the previous round as well. So
Title loses again.
Extra work. Title, as you've said, falling even lower.
Also loses to Lichuan. Zeta Division's hopes at 2-0 this series are falling away.
Yeah, they certainly are falling away. Ryu now has went to 10, as we touched on. We see Title just lacking in the front line so much. I really don't think there's anything he can do in most of these matchups. Potentially his teammate obviously can keep him alive, which they're going to have to, but he's sitting on 40 gold. He's not an immediate threat of getting to 9. I don't think there's a lot that Title can do to change things in this game, but we will see as he comes up against the newly level 10 Kindred Nova player.
I don't think that Title's board can stand much to this Akali tempo that was able to go to level 10 for Bastion, for Brawler. So much beef that a Victor 3 just simply cannot get through. Title going to take another loss, is eliminated, and that will be ag.al evening up the series 1-1.
ag.al picking up a commanding victory here. It felt like they were in complete control the entire time. For Zeta Division, they'll have to reset. They had a very strong opening game, but we are tied at 1-1. Z Division did go the distance yesterday, so they're very familiar with this spot. And we're going to a game 3 here, which we kind of expected. We thought this would be a close series.
We did. ag.al were like, hey, actually, can you play to the expectations that you said you can, right? They were really, really confident. Now they're showing exactly what they can bring to the table here. But man, that matchup, there was a lot going on, Trouble.
Thank you so much, guys, for that cast. And there were a lot of things that happened in this game. Let's take out the elephant in the room. Summer timer.
Yikes.
Yep.
Well, we're talking about Title bringing in somebody with almost equal as big of an experience, right? The second most experienced player in the team. However, do we think that Summer timer was maybe a little bit greedy, playing not so favorable composition with the Xayah into Huntress, which is not the greatest stargazer, into greeting for the Call to Chaos?
Yeah, the Call to Chaos was the big flip. They took the risk. You ultimately are playing a Prismatic, so if you do get one of the best possible cash outs, that can suddenly turn the series around for you. So I think a worthwhile risk, but we just saw one of the most 4v4 games of all time. 2 players that were full open, and unfortunately one of them just had the wrong line selection.
Yeah, it really was the story of Summertimer versus Achan there in that game, I think. So full open for both of them. And if Summertimer got a good prismatic option there, a good call to chaos, that could have been a completely different story there. If Summertimer was able to win out from there, it could have been 2 members of ag.al falling out in 6th and 7th and really opening up the board for Zeta Division.
I just felt like there were just not a lot of options through that Call to Chaos for him to get. He was level 8-0, not even pairs anywhere. So even if he had gotten maybe the goal would have been the best case scenario coming out of there, since he didn't get any other econ augment. But again, you have to be greedy if you want to win big, right? And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and I think even in that scenario, as you said, the line selection was just not the best option. Xayah just doesn't offer anywhere near the power. I think Achem played something more reliable, but both of them playing full open into 8 E-Flex was a surprise. I think ultimately, though, for ag.al, they just had many more players that were in more comfortable, more meta-specific comps. We saw the Akali, and they were just sitting pretty the whole time.
Yeah, Akali tempo, they got the Vex as well online. Li Tuchan be able to go to that fast 9, get a strong board. Even Achan playing the AD line with Corki was able to make that work pretty well.
I mean, we saw that in the previous one, right? With the Mori playing the Master Yi line. You just play something completely uncontested just so you can get the extra points and make it through. I want to stick a little bit on Ryu here because I felt like his play was a bit genius. He starts with the roots, with the double emblems, and then he pivots into Pandora's and gets the extra emblems that allowed that Akali to take off. And a 2-star 2-cost champion takes him straight to level 10.
There's a little bit of help from the front line too as well, but
is it busted? Say yes or no. Busted, yes or no?
I think a 2-star it's busted.
He did. I will begrudgingly say yes.
He did hit a Kench 2 on his 3-5 roll down, so that just allowed him to get the extra econ back from getting Kenshin, but also just guarantee that streak. So definitely not just the Akali getting him all the way to level 10 there.
But it was also the Akali. So
mainly the Akali.
If you're looking for a last-minute climb, now that PB has been extended and delayed a little bit, you can just play Akali and get there. Now, I want to ask you guys, this is going to game 3. Zeta Division is actually being tested, and the ag.al are standing strong behind their words of being the best Chinese team here, and they could be taking down Zeta. What do you want to see each team do to potentially take that game number 3? One of you has to give me your word for each team.
I think for Zeta Division, we saw in the first game they played this Yi. Second time round, they were open to Xayah. Maybe a little bit of this AD flex. I know first game they got a result out of it, but it isn't as reliable. I think just leaning more towards his AP, and then they should be able to get this over the line for me.
Absolutely. I just got one phrase: dodge 8th place.
Yeah,
dodge 8th place. That's been the trend of the game. Whoever plays best defense, whoever sends the other team 8th, they come up with the win.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. I feel like this is very helpful information for our teams backstage as well. Dodge going 8th. Let's see if they can avoid that. Who knows after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. I am Barry Baden, joined by Crowan, as we bring you the third game of day 2 in this first series between titles-led Zeta Division and ag.al. Crowan. We've had a massive matchup so far, and it's gone the distance.
It has gone the distance, just as Zeta Division Series did yesterday versus JDG. ag.al, however, are in this situation for the first time in this event, really being put to the test and see if they are able to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, it feels like ag.al not only had a 2-0 win yesterday, but a very easy 2-0. They had perfect setups. I think Mao's is unfortunately for them, the game plans never really materialized. So ag.al, as you've touched on, this is the first time they've been in a really testing matchup. But for Zeta Division, if they're able to pick up another 2-1 win against one of the powerhouse teams coming out of CN, a reminder that CN are the only team that has won EWC 4v4.
Yeah,
so that would certainly be a statement for Zeta.
And I think we got to break down exactly what we've seen in the last 2 games to really make some predictions on who can come out on top here. And no trend has been title both games, 100 HP win streaking, the first full 10 rounds of the game. There's the man, the myth, the legend on screen right now, Title, one of the TFT GOATs, and he's the tempo player. He's the one willing to level to 6 on stage 2 to preserve that streak, level to 7 super early, maybe not able to clinch those victories though. On the flip side, both teams willing to full open and really play a risky play style.
Yeah, and I think last game we did see maybe the most 4v4 game of all time, where you have 2 people slamming level 6 for each team, 2 people full opening for each team.
It's crazy.
And I think almost for Zeta Division, they fell into the trap of following where ag.al led them. I think Summertimer never really had the setup to go full 10 loss, like full open the entire game. And I think for Title's level 6 pushes felt a bit optimistic that he would win that matchup. He did avoid the ag.al win streak.
Lucky maybe a little bit there, but hey, it paid off. Didn't pay off for the game win, unfortunately. But Summertimer just was in such a rough spot there, and that's unfortunate. Summertimer, you know, can play really well, clinched out their victory versus JDG yesterday, just in a little bit of a lower unfortunate spot here.
Yeah, and of course, this is a player who can play very well. If you're new to TFT, Summertime is one of our global championships. He's won a Tactician's Crown himself, the only one he attended. At Mori, 4th place at another one, the only one he attended as well. So this Zeta squad, when they come to these international events, certainly do step up as we do get into our game, as we have Ari versus Kale for this final game of the first series of the day.
Getting used to seeing Ari a lot as
Yes.
one of these guys every single game. But we get the Kale a little bit as well to provide a little bit of variance. Sona as well. This is going to be a portal that players can level up on better intervals more quickly, and I think that benefits a player like Tidal a lot.
Yeah, it certainly does. Paired with the Ari as well, where you can either get a bunch of rerolls or extra XP yourself, then suddenly you're teleporting your way to level 9. Kale also gives you the option to have multiple carries because you get a bunch of items coming through, which the legendary soup comp can definitely make use of. So both gods, it feels like here, giving us a good option. As we do see the Stargazer is the Fountain. See, early copy of Lulu picked up here for Mori, so something you will consider.
Yeah, the Lulu, especially the MF as well. These are some 3-cost carries, both in the AD and AP lines, that can be very good early. MF, right, she has that flexibility. Now, the Replicator to pair with the Lulu. It is tough, however, to run 2 backline 3 costs in the early game. Your front line's probably going to be pretty garbage at that point. So, Mori really just leaving the options open for him here, looking forward into stage 2. Arbiter.
And as we do get into the start of the game here, as you said, Arbiter is loading in. I think we've seen that in general, players are willing to hold units more often in 4v4. They're willing to sacrifice their own econ compared to traditional TFT. But it feels like I want to make 10 is something players normally think of. As you touched on, these 3 costs are being held just more often.
Absolutely. We do see gold augments coming through for 2-1 solo leveling. Very interesting choice.
Gold augments.
It's re-rolled instantly.
Definitely a bit more warping. It feels like, in a lot of instances, even more warping than Prismatic. Some of these gold augments enable just so many compositions. We do see self-destruct, for example. Some of these hero augments are an option. I think we haven't seen the Double Trouble Samira on, which has been a menace all set long. This time round has not been the case.
Savage Ben, probably just the most generic option that we're going to go here. And of course, it is the blue buff picked up.
Yeah, it can just allow you to slam your items. Salvage Bin, another strong option in 4v4, it feels like, just in general, where slam whatever items, especially if you want to have a tempo player on your team, which they definitely will do, just allows you to make any items you want. We do see once again here the exact same scenario where Bastion is given as the emblem loading in here, so we'll allow him to for now just get a 3-piece online, but Bastion very flexible, something you can easily fit on almost any board, especially with Shen in the late game.
Yeah, we saw that Ryu board last game was level 10 at the end of it with a Bastion and a Brawler emblem for just a super strong front line there towards the end of it. Yatsuhashi with a near full bench, leaving a ton of early game options open. And finding a couple of the upgrades.
Legion of 3s here loading in, and it did give Space Groove, so I touched on some of the gold augments opening up lines that we've not seen too much. If you're going to play Samira on in any particular lobby pro, and surely this is the spot for it. You have an early Primordium for the extra econ as well. I think even the fact that the one cost we're holding is the Nasus is a little bit telling.
Right, it absolutely is. At least it's going to be an option there, especially like you say with that Space Groove emblem. If there's a time to do the Samira Ornn, that's not Double Trouble. I mean, it absolutely has to be this, right? There's going to be no other better option. But maybe if Double Trouble isn't there, Yatsuhashi might still consider other lines.
Yeah, players have definitely been a little unwilling for some of these 3-cost rerolls because they're so easy to deny. 4 costs, hard to deny, especially the likes of AP Flex. 2 and 1 cost rerolls, they're going to hit them even if you hold quite a few copies. 3 cost rerolls, though, very easy to stop in their tracks, which is possibly the reason it hasn't shone as much here. We do get 2 rounds into the game, and Zeta Division have one player that is playing as aggressively as possible, isn't making 10, is pushing levels and trying to win rounds. He's title once again, so I feel like this is something they intend to do. I think first game, you can say, okay, he just had the best spot for it. Second game, he was very aggressive. This time around, similar position, and I think Zeta Division want Title to be in his comfort zone with HP.
Yeah, Crazy is able to do it in 3 games in a row.
Just win.
Apparently
you can just win rounds.
Yeah, you can just decide to win, actually, if you really want it.
I didn't know that was possible, but it turns out you can just win streak every game if you want to. So.
3 Primordial, 3 Anima, and Cluttered Minds for Ryu. So a lot of resources that he will be getting. If he can win the rounds, he'll get 10 gold. If he loses, hey, that's okay. It's Anima.
Yeah, is level 5 coming up against Title here, able to pick up a few wins. But as you've said, Primordial and Anima in at level 5. Going to get a lot of value here. Title taking down one of the potentially stronger players, even though they are playing 2 econ traits. And as you said, potentially we'll just be using Anima as a little bit of drip econ, maybe a 1 or 200 cash paired with a Primordial. Just give you a little bit extra resources in the late game.
Yeah, choices: get a tier there, or be able to make 1 extra interest and get a few gold as well from the Ari potentially there. But hey, players aren't level 6 yet. I don't think they're really in a spot to be going 6 early like last game. However, maybe Title will be the only one to consider that.
Title instantly picked gain a tier as well. He wants an item to slam.
Oh, of course.
So,
tempo player.
Yeah, very much the tempo player here is Ryu. Will be more than satisfied with his current setups. Staying healthy enough, able to pick up a win, kill a few units in the past few rounds, and has so much upside with econ augments and 2 econ traits. Definitely a player we'll have to keep an eye on. Weimu here with the slamming himself, another player that has a lot of upside. Reminder, we do have cheaper levels this game as well, so a lot of players are looking already to if they can play a fast 9.
Absolutely, you can fast 9. Fast 8ing at 4-1 feels a lot better as well.
Yeah.
With a little bit of extra gold for a good interval. Same thing, level 6 on 3-1 as well. Some players, if they are super ahead of a bunch of resources, will consider leveling up to 7 super early. But it's not going to be super good. You're not going to find a lot of those 4 costs at that point.
Title does come up against one of the stronger players in the lobby, the fellow win streaker, from Weimu. They're picking up the win for Title. Has the Rage Blade and the Protector's Vow slammed down, so potentially the likes of LeBlanc already be considered. Li Chuan here with the salvage bin can take his game any direction. Already holding the copies of Akali there, so maybe the designated Akali player, if he does natural the 2-star and can tempo off the back of it.
Yeah, 3 Primordial as well. Title not only is win streaking, but is playing a little bit of that econ trait to start things off. Belveth, we've seen be a very good 2-cost carry in the early game if you don't go for that Akali option, or Zoe, right, if you're going to be playing AP.
It feels like Belveth can almost use anything, where you just slam, okay, I have brawler type items, things like Edge of Night, BT, I can make that up to anybody. The likes of Ragebird you can get use of. So as you touched on, traits are very good for Belveth, gives you the extra econ, can use almost any item, does keep the streak here. Belveth staying barely alive long enough there and makes quick work with this board. Making 20 gold, holding some valuable 3 costs that he could fit onto his board at any point as well. Title certainly in his comfort zone. Li Chuan on the 4-win streak himself.
Is also holding the Kalins on the bench, leaving that Nova option open. Of course, has the Maokai and the Aatrox already on the board, but even Title saying like, hey, I could go an Akali route. There's a Rage Blade though, so probably not. But still, again, leaving just any option open. Might as well if you're not losing econ for it.
Yeah, certainly might as well. I think the one reason we've seen so much tempo Akali as well is Akali's just on these boards at level 9. Akali Aatrox is a classic combination. So I think the Title will also keep an eye on to be holding on to those, I imagine, if he ever sees them arrive. Li Chuan here, with the only player with Akali as of now, does have the pair and salvage bin, so can look to make whatever items he wants. And for the time being, just also playing that tempo approach. So Achen, our only full loss streaker this time, same player that was last game for ag.al. So I think some of these teams certainly have designated tempo players and other players that are more comfortable playing from behind.
Yeah, it's not going to be the case for every single game, but if they do get the option for it in the position, it's like, yes, I will aggressively try to go for this style. Achen's super comfortable with it. Some good upgrades there. Summertimer, the player who did go full loss streak last game, is playing a little bit more tempo oriented this time. Zeta Division do not have a full loss streak player this time around.
Yeah, comes up against Title here. Really good time to tag Title, hitting that Maokai 2, getting the Sunfire on top of it. Doesn't yet have have a Kali 2, so see if a Kali 1 does drop down. Tyler level to 6, as we expected him to do so, but this was not the player he wanted to see loading in, and it looks like a Kali, just too many items, too much sustain off the back of the BT. And unfortunately, Title's streak will be coming to an end at this round.
Oh no, Title wasn't able to 10 streak this game. Only 5 streaks.
So unlucky.
Yeah, super unlucky there. No. Title's board did seem a little weak there, but we got Prismatics coming in on 3-2, Barry.
Yeah, Prismatics certainly going to be warping this game quite a bit. Gamble being considered here. Will he win the coin toss?
No.
No, we do not. So still do get extra items through, will allow you to itemize an additional carry or additional tank, but not ideal.
I feel like most times on broadcast when we see that coin flip happen, it is tails. Maybe we're just bad luck watching it. Like, if you perceive it, it won't happen, actually.
It happens elsewhere. When we check some of the boards, it's happened, but never when we're watching. So
no, unfortunately not. But still a strong augment regardless.
Luxury subscription was picked up by Title. He already had a Rage Blade on top of his Belveth, and he's got Vex.
He does have...
Last round, he may have lost his streak, but he was already considering Fast 9. He also has a Kench. He's got Kench Primordial in to get to level 9. He's guaranteed Vex 2. He already has a Vex item. It's cheaper levels. Title spot is looking very, very good.
Yeah, doesn't slam the items here because he's facing a teammate in Mori. Title already lost 1 round. Going for 2 loss would not be bad. His board just might be a little bit too strong though, especially with Briar getting to the back line, doing a lot of damage. And Vex is still a Vex, even though items at this point on 3-2.
Yeah, board's still too damn strong there. We do see Akali 2 has been hit by Lichuan, so Tempo Akali will be well underway. Ryu doing a cash out here, but nothing too crazy, as we touched on. Full econ approach here, Primordian, Anima paired, Cluttered Mind into raining gold as well. So just a bunch of gold. We're sitting on 90 gold here.
Yeah.
Stacking those rerolls.
Making more econ.
Going to have a big, big roll down later in the game.
Ooh, okay. We do have a Radiant Jeweled Gauntlet here for Weimu, leading towards a very strong AP flex line. We haven't actually seen too much LeBlanc in this series, but Rageblade JG there, going to be for sure leaning in that direction. Do have the Lissandra, Meepsy is on the bench for those Shepherds, so definitely an option that Weimu is considering.
Yes, certainly is. I think we've seen... When you have the Rageblade LeBlanc, as you touched on, guaranteed, but whoever you pair it with, still very open here, and that is the joys of playing any of these AP lines. Not a lot of combat power across the lobby here, they're throwing. It feels like Econ has been picked up. I think cheaper levels definitely played an impact on that. A lot of players are going to be considering these Fast 9 variants rather than staying on level 8. As we do get into our second God selection here, Kale giving you a Rod if you're one of the AP players, which there is quite a lot of.
Yeah, essentially it's Rod versus 10 gold, right? With the 5 free rerolls, you can save them up for however long you want. Players, of course, going to be looking for that fast 8 line as well. So we got some 4-cost options here. Hey, Tom Kench, never a bad one. A lot of players... The front line's rather flexible in a lot of these late game boards. You can run Rammus, you can run Tom Kench, Nunu as well, right? So there's just a ton of variants there.
Yeah, there's a lot of two
deny
pieces. It feels like 2 Vanguard, 2 Brawler, 2 Bastions, you said, all very good. Every legendary board wants a Blitzcrank, wants a Shen, so you can kind of, whoever you hit, you can itemize. Morgana is traitless in a sense, so you can run her on any spot. So I think the front line maybe has never been healthier in TFT. It feels like you can just play any combination.
It really does feel that way. You got good CC options, you got good sustainability options with that Morgana. But this is an early Kindred find from Summer Timer. And that's 5 Nova right as soon as that Nova procs. A bunch of damage being dealt to the back line for free. Akali is just so strong as well. She has a Bastion, so is tankier than normal. And this is going to be, what, a 6-0 there into Achen, who has been sacking the whole game.
Yeah, certainly has been sacking the whole game once again. This time around, though, he's the only player in dangerously low HP. Last time around, there was the 2 players full open. Achen here will be going for a 10 loss, already looking to try stabilize it a little bit. I think potentially if he gets one of his teammates.
3 Morgana shop.
Okay. That does mean you're suddenly out of gold straight away.
Yes.
But certainly not too sad to see that at all.
No, that is crazy. Even finding a 4th one there. A 5th one wide as well.
Morgana 3 as well.
Yeah, can't really be going Morgana 3 though, however.
Importantly, no, not a copy of Nami, which I think was the main unit he's looking for here.
Yep.
I think for ag.al, they didn't want to have a player with 1 life. They know that's too dangerous, so rather than going for the 10 loss and being a potential win-out candidate himself, wanting to try maintain an additional life here, rolling at level 8 here. With it being cheaper levels, he can econ back up if he does get strong enough and potentially still get himself to 9. But I imagine staying on 8 for most of the game now. We'll still have some rolls banked, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can get himself to the Nami. But it's pretty easy for Zeta to deny. He's just looking for one specific forecast carry. And if he doesn't hit it, it could be all fall apart.
Right, there's all those space group units just sitting on the bench waiting for that Nami to be found for Ryu, right? We gotta really be thinking about what this transition is going to look like. We have that item carrier, Belveth, and the Jinx as well. But look at 17 rerolls stacked up. Level 8, 81 gold. There's gonna be a lot to do in such a little amount of time for Ryu.
A lot to do. Similarly, not as extreme of a scenario, but Yatsuhashi sitting on 5 rerolls banked, 50 gold himself, is about to go to level 8. Not opting to roll on level 7 for the Space Group variant, so just wants to play the more traditional line with the +1. But as you've touched on, Ryu has to be pretty quick in these next few rounds. He can't dawdle on his items too much. If you roll too late, defense can start being played by the other team, and suddenly you're rolling a bunch of gold with nothing much to hit.
Maybe it is going to be Ryu playing risky, however, stacking these rerolls to go to level 9. Looks to be the case, already pumping XP into level 9, so definitely want to keep an eye on Ryu's level 9 roll down. Yatsuhashi
finds
on
a
the
Nami.
other side there. Yeah, does find one.
Achen on the other side here has a Nami pair, but doesn't yet have the items loading in. Coming up against his teammate Ryu, so they do want to make sure that Achen can potentially stay alive here, because Ryu has so much upside. I think the worst possible matchup though for ag.al, these are two players with not a bunch of HP. One of them is about to do a very risky turn, so you would like them to have an extra life if they need it. So definitely not the great matchmaking here. Mori ended up on this Porky line off the back of Patient Study, able to just barely pick up a win. Title gets ran over by Waymu.
Yeah, absolutely. Ran over that LeBlanc in the back line, of course, with that Radiant Jeweled Gauntlet going to be pumping out so much damage, especially when it is tiered up. And we get another gold augment, Arcane Victory potential there.
Has to be quick here. I think Ryu insta-pick the augment. He knows he has a lot to do here. Only sitting on 2 lives as well, so if he messes up this turn, it could be catastrophic.
Sells half the board, sells more than half the board right now, puts this Vex, Morgana, and Fiora in. A lot to happen. We still have 27 seconds left. Finding a bunch of pairs here. A pair of Shens, pair of Fioras, pair of Nunus as well. Aatrox upgrade, Shen, Nunu. There we go. Hitting some things, but where are the carries at?
Carries really lacking. Reminder, there is a luxury subscription Vex, which is definitely causing a problem here for Ryu's roll down. I think he did pretty well here, though. He held the key pieces that you need to, the likes of Akali, Aatrox, and made sure he picked up these trait bots for the composition. As you've touched on though, Shen's a pretty expensive hit, and it's one of the units you itemize last in priority. Does have the items on top of Vex, so at least getting the 1 copy, but unlikely to find the 2-star. Loading up against Summertime though, who is just the Tempo Akali player, still level 7. Potentially Ryu gets a good matchup here. Akali might be able to get his way all the way to the backline. No, she does double back towards Nunu. However, you just see how long this Akali does live for. However, Vex stacked up the Rage Blade, able to pick up a win.
Yeah, first Summertimer, level 7 on 4-2 with 40 gold. It's not quite the tempo that we generally see out of there. It would be typically already level 8, maybe even pushing levels, towards 9. Yeah, but Li Chuchuan actually with 6 Akalis.
Yeah, potentially it took him a little too long to find the 2 stars of the board. Or maybe just playing ultimate defense. Maybe actually had a little bit more gold than may have seemed, and just holding something like a 2-star forecast on the bench, which we often have seen be the case. Li Chuan, though, as you touched on, feels like he's in the better position, but still rolling on 8, so not looking towards level 9. Needs to move these items over to Kindred, ideally. Still with the Velvet items,
Yep, does move the items over. Does not find Kindred 2, but that is okay. However, going up against a pretty strong board from Achen here with upgraded front line as well as a Nami 2 Blitzcrank in there as well to be shredding the team with that Void Staff.
Yeah, we saw took his time to load in there, make sure it wasn't somebody. It does tag his teammate, but it's a teammate that he thinks, okay, I can slam the items against. Achen playing defense on the Rammus holds on the other side because there is a Corky Riven player in the lobby. Achen runs over Li Chuan's board there. So Achen really is quite strong because Li Chuan didn't sack for him. Weiwu takes a loss here to Summertimer, which is quite a surprise. And we are now at the stage of the game, Chrome, where a lot of these legendary suit boards are certainly starting to be assembled.
Absolutely, and they're going to be able to itemize a lot of carries, right? Especially players have picked all of the Kale God options. This is a set that definitely rewards itemizing multiple frontliners, multiple carries, so Kale is huge, especially when it comes to that 5-cost soup. We can itemize Graves, Vex, Fiora, Blitzcrank, right? There's so many options there.
There's so many options we can take it to. Title here with the luxury subscription. As of yet, still not at his Vex, but did have a lot of HP earlier due to the classic Title tempo game style, so has allowed him to just bleed out stage 4. He will be getting to his Vex. Has a bunch of gold to work with. Imagine we'll be losing the next 2 rounds. Explosive growth as well, so a player certainly keeping that level 9 in mind. However, the traditional Vex level 9 board is being rolled for elsewhere. The likes of Nunu as well on a lot of boards. Title maybe is going to arrive there a little bit too late.
Yeah, only 1 copy of Tom Kenneth, right? No Nunus. Title has a long way to go to make this board strong enough to win out, even though that's what this board wants to actually do. Has to face a teammate with Mori right now. Mori's still playing Emilio carry in the backline with the Corky 2 in there. But the thing is, Title is just not super strong. It might be a good loss if Vex can get on their cast in. Yeah, just 3 units. Can't get the kill onto the Tom Kench, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it did have items on top of the Corky last time we saw. I think the blue buff was one of them.
True, Vex too.
Yeah, made himself intentionally weaker there to try give Title a better loss, successfully doing so. Title has now went to level 9. I think after tagging your teammate becomes a lot more viable, you know, more likely to be tagging ag.al. And doesn't want to get too low, I think. Sitting at 28 HP, you're currently 2 lives, approaching stage 5. Makes sense to roll here, but unfortunately for Title, he's putting together definitely a suboptimal level 9 board.
Finds another Sonet 2 potential. Does upgrade this one.
It's all backline though. The front line is just non-existent.
Yeah, wasn't able to get the TG off of the Belveth in time either. Had the Deathblade on it. Would have loved to see that go onto the Jin. But we see Yatsuhashi on the right-hand side with that upgraded Nami board. The same as Achen on the left here. Both going to be facing the enemy. Mori on the left, Corky 2, the items are now on it. Gonna be tearing through Achen's front line. The Nami just can't do it, does go down. Blitzcrank versus Corky there. Will Corky get the cast off? He does! Takes out Achen in that fight, and Achen drops dangerously low.
Yatsuhashi also dropped very low in that round as well. This is still do or die for anybody. Mori on this 5-win streak, but Ryu's on a 4-win streak himself. So really is a tight series here. As Zeta are used to, that as we touched on, they went the distance yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Likely to be the same here. Achen has arrived at this space group board, but definitely feels like not longed for much more of a position than hopefully one of our space group players is just trying to outplace the other.
Yeah, 5 Rammus is on the bench as well.
Yeah, defense
playing, Yep, a bit of defense there. And that's what the players who are lower in HP tend to do, is play a lot of that defense. The thing is, like what I said before this game was don't go 8th place, and you know, it's kind of a meme, but not really, right? It's because it's the teams who play good enough at, you know, the high HP players giving their teammates some free wins and sending the enemy team out in 8th. It gives them a lot of momentum.
Yes, certainly does. I think key rounds coming up here, players now very much in elimination range. Our 2 space group players, one of them. The Legion of Threes approach into just the standard level 8-9. Unfortunately, you've been denied on Nami.
Yeah.
So I know 3x3 roll is definitely not favored in 4v4, but you look at when you're loading in on the other side, there's 2 Namis on Li Chuan's bench, and you're carrying a Nami 1-star. Yatsuhashi potentially will be going down here, but Li Chuan is just level 8 himself, not at the Kindred 2 yet.
Yeah, the Akali goes down.
You see the Space Group Evans doing a lot of work on top of that Riven as well, and the Space Group board too powerful for Li Chuan, so picks up the win. And on the other side, Achen looks like he's just barely going to be able to keep himself alive. One more bubble should do it. And both Space Group players live to fight another day.
Very close for that fight. However, Blitzcrank already got kind of procced into his second life. But another Nami here for Achen. It is being denied currently from a teammate, however, so it doesn't want to pick that one up.
Yeah.
Still holding the 5 copies, but we see Weimu, right? The player who did go towards that LeBlanc line. Very powerful. Doesn't have double Rage Blade, but still a very solid build. Even has Aurelion Soul in this as well for the 3 AP carries.
Yeah, we touched on the AP line just being incredibly flexible. Maybe a little bit too flexible here. Isol is a very expensive unit. Does not have a single item on top of, but just trying to put together whatever you can here. Surprisingly, doesn't have enough items to carry 2 in the back line, which with Kale you thought might be the case, but not going to be the case here. Gets you Ashid on the right-hand side of your screen with the Space Groove line, clinging to life so far, but this will be the round he falls. Will he be joined by any other eliminations? Weimu just barely lives, so the Zeta Division take the 8th place, which you said, Crowan, should be avoided by these teams if they didn't already know that.
They definitely did know that. However, sometimes it's good, right? If you get 8th place, but you deny somebody else, so they go like, 5th, 6th, 7th. That just hasn't been the case in this matchup so far. It's really like, hey, we're both going to try to grief as much as possible, the players on the bottom, but whoever loses out on that, they're just in such a bad situation.
Definite possibility of ag.al falling out in 6th and 7th place here. Top of the standings right now in 1st and 2nd are 2 Zeta Division members. One of them is very, very healthy as well on the side of Mori. So does feel like Zeta Division still in a better position than they were last time around. We'll see if Summertime, though, he was able to cling to life. As also Lichu and finally got himself to the Kindred 2-star, as we touched on, which Akali will come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Summertimer's Akali went out on the right-hand side, and Kindred just allowed to go crazy. He does survive, but Li Tran on the left does go down to Achen.
Eliminated by his teammate, but I think they're both low enough where it was a case of whoever is the strongest board will let them live. Did not open for each other. As we touched on the right-hand side, it was a ghost matchup, so able to pick up the win there to stay alive. So Li Chuan does fall out in 7th place. Weimu, 6 HP. The HP totals are looking scary for ag.al, so even though Zeta have had that 8th place, ag.al could be getting eliminated in the next round or 2, and with Mori and Tidal both sitting fairly pretty, able to trade HP to Summertime if they need to, ag.al do not have that luxury with any of their players.
Weimu really needs to hang on. If Weimu goes out in 6th place, then ag.al in a very, very scary situation. Again, like you said, with those HP totals, Summertimer changing sides at the last second is going to be a good side into Weimu, however. Gonna Akali wrap arounds, though. That's the thing. LeBlanc is going to tear through this. There's no real magic reduction besides the Gargoyles from the Maokai. Maokai goes down. LeBlanc now targeting the Akali. She goes down just as quickly. And Summertimer, not looking long for this world tier, is going to go out in what looks like, 6th place.
They've avoided the 7-6 combination which they had last time around, so it's not as do or die that Zeta Division have to go 1-2. However, they are in the position where that looks like very much possible here. So ag.al still up against it. Thankfully for themselves, Summertimer did get eliminated, as you touched on, but certainly still in a very scary position.
Yeah, Achen and Ryu both lost the last round.
Yeah, and Weimu's only on 1 life as well. It feels like Tidal's probably going to run away with this lobby, and he can afford to give Mori wins if he needs to. Mori's 40 HP himself. I think ag.al maybe too big of a mountain to climb in this particular game, but they're still very much alive.
They are alive. They can get some good matchmaking in these next few rounds, but it's going to be that Vex in the back line getting CC'd. Fiora, however, making its way towards Weimu's back line. Another cast goes off, but LeBlanc is doing a ton of damage. Doesn't matter, though. Ryu's board. The front line lives for so long. Weimu does go out. So does Achen. And that will be Zeta Division.
Zeta Division wrap this up. Mori, 42 HP, Tidal, 16, and 2 players that seen so comfortable in this particular series. Zeta Division, pretty dominant victory first time round, but incredibly tight series they've had in both games. But they do come out on top here against an incredibly stacked ag.al side.
Yeah, they just needed to get, top 3, I think. Oh, they need to get 1st and 3rd.
1st and 3rd.
Right, 1st and 3rd.
1st and 3rd need to be secured. So if Ryu wins out in this particular lobby, it will still keep going. So it's very difficult to do so here. Does have the legendary suit board set up, which is likely the scenario you're able to do it from. However, Title's also playing Legendary Soup, and it depends on the positioning. It's going to be very, very important too.
Title does need to be strong here. I think his board was looking stronger than Ryu's. He did lose that last round, however. Ryu getting a lot of items onto this Graves. Can Ryu full win out? ag.al is still alive.
Comes up against Title here, so it's essentially the mirror matchup, both playing this Vex line. Title, unfortunately, the front line nowhere near as strong. So Ryu definitely has a chance here to take it down. Title did lose his previous round. As we can see, Ryu's Vex firing away here. The front line from Title nowhere near strong enough, and it's getting run over. And Ryu looks like he's damn stronger than Title here. Whether or not Mori's able to keep up with him, it's a head-to-head here for the winner.
One down with Title. Ryu needs to take out Mori here. It is down to a 1v1 just like it was for Zeta Division versus JDG yesterday. ag.al had a dominant victory, of course, versus Mouse, but now, Barry, it is down to the absolute wire. Mori has 2 lives left, though.
And Mori does have 2 lives left. Is there anything he can do, though? Because
the board doesn't look like
we're
it can hang.
a humble Corky Riven.
Yeah.
And Zeta Division, from a spot where it looked like, well, we were convinced that we're going to see this one over the line with so much extra HP to work with. Is there anything Mori can really do? Because if he tries to go for a 3-star, he doesn't have enough gold to do it. But even in this scenario, Ryu can just play defense on whatever he chooses.
Yeah.
How good the Riven do? Riven does have the potential to wrap, but this fight is not particularly close by any means. Ryu picks up the victory here. One more round will do it. We'll see if Mori can do anything here, but I don't think there's really almost anything he could do to change this game around.
Positioning, maybe like really good fight RNG. However, Ryu does go to level 10 just for a Gragas, but it's an extra body on the board, right? Protecting that backline. I think the win condition has to be Riven getting to the backline, finding the Vex, taking it out. And where can, like the TG rolls as well, right? But the TG rolls for Blitzcrank is a Titans and a Spirit Visage. We have a Titans and Last Whisper for Fiora.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, not too shabby, of course, as it will be the final round of Zeta versus ag.al.
Mori trying to position this Riven to gain backline access. The TG itself is really good on top of Riven. He's hoping that he can get around it on top of the Vex. If he can get through the Fiora here, Riven maybe will have backline access. It's looking a lot better for Mori here. Corky, whether he can get a cast off, it's so close. Goes down, and unfortunately, Ryu's Blitzcrank stays alive for Zeta Division. Ryu picks up the closest matchup of the entire tournament so far, Crowan.
Wow.
And we could hear the reaction from the players there. That could have went either way.
They were so hyped, as they should be, taking out Zeta Division. The reverse sweep as well, coming down to the final unit. Wow, ag.al really showing up there when they needed to most.
And that's both of Zeta's series have been the final unit of the 3rd game. They went 2-1 in the distance against 2 Chinese, this time falling 2-1 defeat, though.
The frustration.
ag.al, and you can see they really did everything they could there. And we thought they were going to see this game over the line. They had so much more HP to work with, but Ryu just put together the Exodia board there. Very close matchup. And as we touched on, the TG's very influential. Could have went either way. Positioning just good enough for ag.al, and they now advance out of the groups. They've went 2-0 versus Mao's, 2-1 win versus Zeta Division here, which feels like a much bigger statement victory than we saw yesterday. Zeta Division will fall into the decider matchup tomorrow, but ag.al, so far so good. They have got through this group, one of the super teams out of China.
Absolutely, one of the super teams, and it just goes to show, looking at the bigger picture of things here, China still looking very, very strong.
Yes, certainly is the case. China coming in as our 2-time EWC champions with Wolves and Weibo. This time round, 4 more rosters join that Weibo side, and ag.al is the most confident in themselves, it feels like. Even though maybe not the most star-studded compared to some other teams, they think they're the best, and this is a statement victory to back that up.
Yeah, absolutely. They have now proved it. Again, like we've been saying, the series versus Mao's, it looked dominant, but Mao's wasn't really a good enough litmus test, we thought, of their ability. Going against Zeta Division, though, it really was. That was a statement, especially coming from behind to gain number 1 there. The manner of the victory absolutely was a true testament.
Yeah, it feels like the Zeta Division had all the momentum in that final game. They had so much extra HP to work with. They fell away in 8th place, but the rest of the AG squad looks like they were going to fall down. As we do see here, a lot of players were playing the game on a knife edge, and Ryu ended up being the victor here for ag.al, the deciding player. He had this really big turn at 4-2 where he had to stabilize. He didn't hit everything he wanted. He put together a good front line, but struggled to get the Vex going. Ended up making it work in the late game, though, and getting to the true Exodia. And he had to really hit everything because he was down 2 combat augments, only had the one coming through for his third. So went do or die with the econ approach.
And we were talking about, right, was there too much gold spent on sort of perhaps the Shen, right? Because Shen 2, a good upgrade, but like you said in game, it is the tank that you kind of prioritize last for the items. Just a Vex 1, a lot of item slams that weren't super ideal, but were okay. Still to make it happen though, but it's just placements are just HP away, right? And that's like how much HP do you save versus a teammate at some point. It was so close.
I think this is the closest series we've seen so far. Both
for the whole tournament, probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we didn't watch on the B stream Zeta's game yesterday, so possible that was a similar scenario. But I think Ryu here was really up against it. He had to put the team on his back. They fell away early enough. And it was a scenario where he had to win the lobby. Second wouldn't have done it. We actually thought that it just looked almost impossible. But the one chance they had was if Ryu won out and beat all of the rest of the Zeta players that were surviving. And that is what happened.
That's one of the situations where, you know, the points will actually tie, but then winning the lobby is that tiebreaker, right? So, yeah, did not quite clinch it out there with just 2 of the players of the division in the top 3. Needed that win, and it came down to the absolute wire there. The Corki gets the cast off, kills the carries, but it was just too little too late. The Blitzcrank still alive, and the pop-offs there from ag.al. Exactly when they needed that clutch to happen. Ryu was that clutch factor.
Yeah, we could see just how much it means to them, the emotions coming through when it's a victory in that nature. You can't really hold back how much it means to you.
Right.
And it was very close. If Corki got cast off just a second earlier, Corki has the ability to kite the Blitzcrank and get away from it. So very much it could have went the other way, but ag.al now top this group, and doing so in a great fashion. And we'll be seeing more of them as the tournament progresses now.
Absolutely. And kind of on the flip side of seeing the pop-ups from ag.al, we did see as well the devastation on the faces of Zeta Division. I really believe that after that Game 1 win, they thought, yeah, we can take this series absolutely. Even though it went to a Game 3, they were feeling very confident. They were playing to their game plan title, that super big win streak player, right? We had players who were like, okay, maybe I can go for a loss streak. Don't need to, though, as Summer Timer was able to find more of a tempo-oriented style of play. Just wasn't unfortunately able to come together because the capped boards, right? You need to be thinking about how do you win out, and they just had no player to be able to do that for Zeta Division.
Yeah, it feels like they never had. I think it was Tidal, but unfortunately, because he played the tempo approach, he had suboptimal items. He ended up not having enough gold to roll early enough to get the front line compared to Ryu, which is why he was really lacking. I think Tidal showed in the series how good of a player he is, though. It turns out you can just win streak. I didn't know this, but if you just pick a combat augment and make items, you can win every round you want to. And Tidal did make that work for himself, but ag.al took the victory, and we do have an interview coming up with our winner. Take it away, Trouble.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Barry, for the pass. And I am here with a victorious Waymo from ag.al and Kiri, who's going to be doing the translations. Thank you so much. Now, of course, congratulations, Waymo. What an insane victory versus one of our biggest teams here, which is Zeta. Please compare the game today versus the game yesterday versus Mouse. Quick 2-0 versus 2-1 versus Zeta.
首先，恭喜微木选手能拿下今天的比赛，然后你们也是面对了一个非常强队的选手，所以想问一下，今天跟昨天的比赛状态和你们今天面对的 Zeta Division 还有 Mouse 的战队有什么区别呢？
我觉得就是相对于昨天的比赛吧，今天就是状态有所提升嘛，就是面对他们每把都是有一个大连胜的选手在嘛，然后我们也是很迅速的做出了相对应的那个队伍里面的策略嘛，还是保持的比较好的。
We had a huge advantage versus Mouse yesterday because we were able to get the ball rolling very early on with huge win streaks. So I feel like our formation has been pretty good for the last 2 days.
Absolutely. And Litu said to me yesterday when I asked him who's the strongest Chinese team coming here, that you guys are the strongest Chinese team. Do you believe that too?
旅途选手有说，他们相信 ag.al 会是今年在 EWC 最强的中国队伍，你对这个有什么看法呢？
我是非常认同他的看法吧，就是非常认同。
I really agree with his opinion.
Okay, well, you know, Weibo are holding the title from 2025, the EWC TFT winner. Does that make you even more hungry to prove that your team from China is stronger than them and maybe take the title from them this year?
毕竟微博是2025年的优胜者，所以你觉得今年你们的 ag.al 战队和微博战队会有什么交叉的点呢？还有你觉得你们这次会比去年更信心一点吗？
我觉得只要大家状态都持续火热吧，就算是去年的冠军队伍，我们也一样能战胜的。
As long as we preserve our formation, we will be able to pull through and hopefully win against the winners of 2025.
All right, talking about formation, who is the leader in ag.al? You have big names, big voices, but who is the one that's above the rest?
ag.al 的选手里面哪一个选手是最有对领的技能呢？
对领，日月选手吧。
日月选手，日月 is the leader of ag.al.
Right, well, thank you very much, Weiwu. Thank you, Kitty, for the translation. Appreciate that. We will be back with our next best of 3 right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC with some TFT. I'm joined by Aurora Gaming here for the tournament. We're gonna ask them some tough questions here in Hot Seats. So let's start off with the first one. Which player do you think has the worst hairstyle?
ag 他们的教练的头发。
Which team is simply overrated?
改不过他们对吧？
And why?
是我们当时第一轮预选赛的时候，我们就第一轮打他们吧，结果他们这回把运气比较好，然后就一路直接1号种子进了。
Which team is the most demanding, like toughest team?
T1.
Which team should already book a shuttle to the airport because they're going to lose?
我们第一轮对手。
Which player has the worst fashion sense?
我为 WBG 的这个定队服。
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for Hot Seats. Best of luck at the tournament. Thank you, Aurora. 谢谢。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Teamfight Tactics Day 2. We just had Zeta Division fall to ag.al 2-1. And gentlemen, Tamura Kron here with me. I'm traveling. We've got the match that everyone wants to watch right here on B Stream.
Yep, our first match is going to be second match.
Team?
Yeah, first team, virtus.pro.
And the other one?
Aurora Gaming.
Let's go.
These are two powerhouses, right? Virtus.pro, the runners-up of last year, and Aurora Gaming, the super team, right? They got Juanmia. They got 16 TAC Crown appearances between the whole roster. It's pretty crazy to see these two clash on just day 2.
It was a super team, but they did drop a game yesterday, so, you know, it showed that they...
Versus Nongshim.
Exactly, so they can fall. However, Virtus.pro looked absolutely solid. Clean 2-0 sweep, and despite the fact that they only just barely made it in through the global qualifiers, they were looking super strong when they showed up.
Hey, what I've seen so far from teams is that the more games you play officially, the better prepped you are. We heard it from our teams as well who are coming through the open qualifiers and any qualifiers. Like, we play more games, we are more prepped to play this one here. I will have to say, unfortunately for HorrorX, he caught a stray right there from Digon, asking the Aurora team who has the worst hairstyle, and they said the ag.al code. So sorry about that one.
Instantly on that one. One of the bus.
They're feeling too confident, you know, like this and the other team. So yeah, Virtus.pro versus Aurora Gaming. Virtus.pro are the vice winners, as Jedusor would also say. So the runner-ups from 2025 have kept the team together, and they're coming in as a powerhouse.
Absolutely. And looking at Virtus.pro, right, NCC1 actually is a player who won both games in their victory versus Nemesis yesterday. Seems to be kind of taking that role as a star player, at least just in the first series, which isn't too indicative, but however, definitely going to have my eyes on NCC1.
And that's what you really need, is to have multiple players who can be that win-out player. So depending on how your opener is set up, you need to make sure that you have a stacked roster across the line so people can feel a difference of a gap. And it looks like Virtus.pro has brought that a game.
Absolutely. And yesterday when I talked to Kian as well, he said that he's very proud to be able to represent Vietnam. We have so many regions and countries represented through the APAC region that the more minorities, it's so hard to break through the big Korean powerhouses. Zeta with the Japanese roster and Virtus.pro with the Vietnamese are representing that.
Yeah, that's great to highlight, especially because they're part of APAC and they have so many different regions within APAC that are so dominant. So to be able to consistently show up to the Tactician's Crown, stay together as a unit and stay with Virtus.pro is a testament to their power.
On the other side, however, we've got the most stacked team in terms of accolades, experience, Tactician Crown showcases, Tactician's Crowns, winners and holders of titles, with Juanmia leading the pack. However, Aurora and Juanmia yesterday said, hey, we're very experienced, but we also have big voices all together in the team.
Absolutely. That's kind of a little bit of a problem sometimes when you get players who are all very good. They have very strong opinions about the game and how to approach it. So when you take all those, combine it into a 4v4 format, you gotta point to one solidified answer. You can't be having this player saying one thing, this player saying the other thing.
And also the player's role changes throughout the game based on what their opener is. So in a lot of other esports, you know, if you have different large voices, you can kind of delegate where you would put your voice to, but it's constantly changing, constantly different, and it's in a 4v4 setting, which is really interesting to see from the Chinese super team.
Especially when you're playing in a team, and you mentioned the opener as well, Corin. It's who's going to lose streak, who's going to win streak, who's going for the actual win out possibly, and who is just about trying to scrape that top 4 to get the extra points for their team. Knowing Juanmia and how he played in the TAC round, he's a feast or famine kind of player. He's either going to go 8th or die trying to go first.
Absolutely. And I think just looking at Juanmia's interview answers from yesterday, recognizing that that is a problem, right? There's so many voices in the team, is instantly saying to me at least that, okay, we can fix this issue, right? We know it's an issue, then we fix it. They had their day one to really see how that meshed under the pressure of being at EWC, competing in the tournament. And I think they're going to be in a bit better of a spot today, in that regard at least.
And we have to ask the question, right? Virtus.pro are coming through another 2-0. However, Aurora have been tested from Nongshim and almost lost that best of 3, just about got out. And we saw the same showcasing right here with our previous, which was ag.al and Zeta. Do we think that teams that play more games and get tried and try to problem solve on the spot might have a better chance?
Yeah, I think they have definitely a better chance overall, but in terms of predictions for this game, I want to give Aurora 2-1. I think it's going to go the distance. I think Virtus.pro is a solid lineup, and they have a little bit more experience in that, but you can't count out the Chinese super team. They just have so many accolades, and I think that they're going to take this
That's
series.
kind of results-based analysis. You're like, yeah, they were in the final last year. Why not?
I'm actually going to go results-based analysis as well, because last series, right, was ag.al 2-0ing a team that maybe didn't give them a test. Virtus.pro yesterday 2-0'd a team that did not give them a real test. A reverse sweep. My predictions: Aurora Gaming taking game 1, Virtus.pro reverse sweeping, just like we saw.
You know what? I'm not gonna side with you.
You baited me.
I'm gonna go with the quote unquote underdogs in this particular prediction here. I feel like it's always cool to have a little bit of drama when you have many big voices and big veterans in the team. And I feel like Aurora, because they have that veterans in experience that can possibly pull it back together, it's be like, okay, let's sit down and figure out who's streaking, who's making top 4, or who's actually winning out.
Exactly. And they had time as well. You know, they dropped a game and they were talking about it. And even if one May's willing to recognize that's a weak point, that's something that they had 24 hours to think about and communicate. And I'm sure that's what they would have been spending their afternoon doing.
Absolutely. I think a team as disciplined as that absolutely is going to take the entirety of the rest of the day, figure out where their issues were, how to fix them. And that's how they've gotten to 16 TAC ground appearances, right? You don't just do that out of nowhere. It's discipline at the end of the day.
All right, then we have our players on stage currently. They're getting locked in and ready to play their second best of 3 here at EWC 2026. Crowan, Tamura, take it away.
We are about to get into game. Super excited to see how we're going to be setting up the beginning of this best of 3. We've seen a different set of variants across some of the different series. Is this going to be a high variance one, or are we going to be doing some stock standard TFT?
Yeah, because we saw Virtus.pro yesterday. NCC won kind of what I am saying, who I'm saying is the star of that roster, at least as it came to day number 1, really did love 2-cost rerolls, but there were multiple players who could play from that tempo style as well and succeed with it, especially around that Akali Jax, of course.
And that's something to be said about NCC1, to be able to stand out in such a stacked roster because we have so many TAC Crown appearances. Also, some of them are fresh, have been to this TAC Crown, the Space Gods. So they are right up there at their A game, and to be able to stand out in that is obviously saying something. But it was a clean 2-0 sweep. Now they're going up against the gods of TFT from the Chinese region. So this is going to be a lot harder, and it's all going to come down to this.
Absolutely. Even taking a look at their matchups from yesterday, Virtus.pro 2-0 Nemesis at one of the question mark teams. People didn't know exactly how strong they would be, how they would show up. Aurora Gaming also gets Nongshim, another team, right, from APAC, but also a lot of question marks. They didn't have too many results behind them. Nongshim took Aurora to the test, however, but they both, I think, with those results, Aurora Gaming, I think, have something to prove still.
Yeah, they both have something to prove. It just feels like it was a bit of a warm-up game, and so you can see some of the players getting ready, calming their nerves. We've seen different strategies relating to the keyboard. They're like the keycaps to move them around.
Actually.
We might be a little bit,
keys,
it might be a little bit too close to game, so maybe not playing with the keys just yet. As the players look laser focused as we are warming up to head into game.
Yeah, laser focus, you need that, right? You've prepped all your strategies, you know the game plan, it is time to execute. I think that is something we saw some teams fall short on yesterday, especially against Virtus.pro and Nemesis. Nemesis, it seemed like, had a solid game plan, so wasn't able to execute on that. Virtus.pro and Aurora Gaming, however, did prove that they were worthy of victory, but now they are toe-to-toe to get into game number 1. Who will win between Virtus.pro and Aurora Gaming?
Yeah, and we have Kale and Soraka as the gods. They're going to be offering just a little bit of consistency, the extra items that you can get there from the Kale or the HP from Soraka. We've seen time and time again in a 4v4 setting, just that little bit of HP can sometimes make the difference. So regardless of which route you're going to take, you want to make sure that you have access to all the resources so that you can pass them on to your teammates if you need to sacrifice a little bit of HP to them.
Absolutely, and we're going to see which players of each team take what line, right? Who is going to be the tempo-oriented player. That last series, we saw Tidal be like, hey, that's me, time and time again, every single game. 10 win streak into 5 win streak. Will there be a player from Virtus.pro or Aurora Gaming that are in that same position? They're all going to be comfortable with these spots, right, from just their solo TFT play, but playing that in a team environment is a whole new beast.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like a lot of the players from Aurora Gaming in the previous game were willing to take that econ. We saw it, there weren't too many of them that wanted to sit in that midfield. You saw if you could pick up the econ and play for a large loss streak, then they were willing to send multiple players down there because they're confident enough that when they transition in towards that middle to late game, they actually can pilot their HP transfers well. So you can have multiple players in the bottom who are playing for the win out, and the top players are just slowly bleeding away.
Absolutely. We did see the Stargazer was the mountain, so potentially seeing more Stargazer play like we did in the first game today.
Yeah, it was actually one of the few Stargazers that the players went, okay, this is something that I can play towards. We saw multiple players trying to play that Xayah line. Haven't seen too much Lulu on stream yet, so it seems like there are a few options to play towards Xayah. It does feel like it's heavily contested and gets denied quite frequently. I feel like we haven't seen that much Xayah success, mostly because when the players lean towards it, you have the opposition team holding so many extra copies, and if you don't get the Xayah 2 online, there's not really a great replacement, as we saw multiple people staying on Xayah 1.
Absolutely, because it's pretty telegraphed if you are not going the AP line. It's like, oh, you only have so many options if you are AD, so it's like the other team's going to be really scouting that, saying, if I see any Xayahs, any Corkis, I can hold those. Not much flexibility there, as opposed to the AP tree with Karma, Aurelion Sol, LeBlanc, Nami, all those options.
And the itemization's really specific, going towards that Kraken Slayer, and if you are playing around the Stargazers, you're letting the opposition team know from the get-go that you're leaning into that route.
Exactly. Pyke 2 actually being picked up there on that previous board. A couple upgrades here. Hwanmi with a Space Groove setup, and yesterday we saw Hwanmi be able to play every single playstyle, right? Play that middle of the pack, I'm going to support my team, play full loss, play that denial game plan, as well as win out in that 3-game series. Of course, the star-studded player Hwanmi, one of the GOATs of TFT, 7 attack round appearances, 2 wins. He's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT, and you'd expect nothing less they'd be able to transfer that into a 4-person environment, as he has such depth and range that he can take up. So it looks like we're going to be starting off with some silver augments across the board. Not too much variation, just a little bit of econ here and there. See some random emblems being picked up as well. Can give a little bit of direction. As we mentioned before, there we go. There is someone playing towards the Stargazer, and with the mountain, that's going to stack up quite quickly, as you're going to be able to pick those extra copies up.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting it early is so strong. And there's pretty generic items on the bench, right? There's gonna be going towards that tank style. You don't need to be slamming any of these real AD items yet, but of course, going to be perhaps playing around the Xayah. Lulu is an option that people can consider, however.
Definitely an option. You're gonna have to see which items 60second decides to pick up, which ones he's going to choose. As he is playing quite a weak board, I would imagine that he's gonna lose streak for quite some time. Then when he gets some neutrals, he can maybe get a couple of component item anvils. However, one thing is this does kind of push him into that direction, and I would imagine that unless he gets a very clear direction to play towards a Lulu, already the VP players are going to start to hold on to extra copies of Xayah as soon as they can.
Absolutely. There was one game yesterday, I believe it was Tidal, who got Lulu 3 on a Mountain Stargazer and did pilot it to a first place, so we know that assuming there's the good items for it, good direction, it is strong enough to take an entire lobby. Just gotta see if that situation is presented as well. Hwanmi is bored. On 2-3 with the Belveth 2 upgraded front line, now a challenger in with the Misfortune. It's so strong looking.
So strong, and it also builds up his econ because of the Primordian, and he's pushed all the way to level 5, and I do believe given his bench, he's still going to be able to make 10 gold, so pushing for that 5 streak most likely. Upgraded Belveth, he's going to not only be able to dish out lots of damage to the opposition team, but he's also going to be holding quite good econ for himself, so Hwanmi definitely not sitting at the middle of the pack this game.
Oh no, is going to be gunning for that top spot, same as NCC1, right? A player who did the same thing for virtus.pro yesterday.
Yeah. And we're going to have to see if anyone is going to be able to rival that. But with that opener, I don't really think that's going to be possible. Looks quite strong. Might have to wait until he can get some more Brawler frontline. It's just making use of a few upgraded units. For example, playing the Nasus at least still does get the Space Groove online. But a little bit of anti-synergy there with the Vanguard. Is going to have to pivot into something else. But very strong for stage 2.
Hey, we get some Reforger options with the Kale. Soraka offering a belt, of course.
Yep, and getting that extra Reforger could be quite helpful if you do want to pilot away from something like the Stargazer as you take in a random emblem. That being said though, given that we have seen the players gravitate towards the mountain when playing the Stargazer, I would imagine maybe not Reforging it, as we already have that clear direction and it seems quite meta.
Absolutely. One player per team generally going to be going for that style. Considering it's pretty strong, right? And you're going to have to fill into that flex slot, right? There's typically in the successful game has been 2 AP players, a tempo player, and then that, you know, mystery 4th thing, which could be Stargazer this game.
Yeah, definitely could be. As you see Milo here as playing around Arbiter here. So he's going to be stacking up those extra Leonas, as we can see on the left side of our screen. Already has the Zoe 2, is able to push levels now, despite the fact that we were taking a bit of a loss streak, just because we didn't have the right items to slam or the front line. But now that we're at this position, we've seen this time and time again. The players will stack up, get that Leona 3, slam items like the JG, and then they'll be able to play any AP flex.
This is very strong, especially around that Zoe 2. This is one of the best AP carriers in the early game, Melio being the other one. But that is going to be a tiebreaker. It gives you a more econ in another way. This gives you board power with printing Leonas, though, which is so strong and bridging you towards that, you know, through the early game to the mid game and even the late game. However, we see Leona 3s on these late game boards still.
Yeah, it's really just a complete package, because so many of these other traits or ways that you play your early game is to stack up your econ, whereas this is just the best of both worlds. You get your board strength and your econ, and you don't have to sacrifice your HP in the early game, which was, as we know, in a 4v4 setting is super, super crucial. It's another resource.
Absolutely, as we do see some stacking going on here. 3 Anima.
Yep, they got
Kian.
3 anima in, already 40 out of 100, and usually this is where you'd like to see the sides of Aurora Gaming doing a bit of denial here, because if Kian can get himself into a really strong position, having a guaranteed win-out player on the side of virtus.pro puts a lot of pressure off of the rest of his teammates.
Absolutely, especially considering just how many players are trending towards wanting to go that tempo play style, and if you are just full opening, full sacking, it's really, really risky. And we've seen time and time again, right, in game or in series number 1, right? Sometimes you just do not hit, you go bottom out in 8th place, and your team just does not have that win condition.
Yeah, and it looks like 60second actually couldn't sell his board despite the fact that he was playing for a 5 loss streak to try and deny Kian. And the reason is because he's got that stargazer, so he actually can't sell.
Right,
so
yeah,
really great read here from Kian to go, this is the one setup, this is the one game where I can actually play anima and no one's going to grief me.
100%. NCC1 and Juanmie, 2 players from both teams who have 5 streaked into neutrals here. Nat Pike, you know, coming from that early augment, gets a last whisper slam. Very indicative of direction there towards that AD line.
Yeah, and it's something that we don't see too frequently, but when you get something like a Pike too early, you kind of have to commit to that. We've seen a lot more favoritism towards the AP, but of course, if you can play for a 5 streak, you absolutely have to. Even if you don't cap as high and you're playing for top 2, you're going to have lots of HP to work with.
There is still the Reforger option as well, so we can just say, hey, I might bait everyone else into thinking I'm playing AD now, but actually I'm just going to be okay with RNGing the item. If it's another AD item, you know, oh well, unlucky, but it's more likely to be either, you know, tank or AP.
Yeah, and it just really depends on what other items the NCC1 ends up slamming. If you slam some generic frontline items and then you reforge and you get something else that's tank, you know, a lot of these generic tank items can actually stack up and it's probably fine. Yeah. Some of the backline items you don't really want to be seeing too many copies of, so that would be a little bit different. There you go, perfect example with the Warmog. So if he ever does reforge that last whisper, most frontline items will synergize with the Warmogs.
Absolutely. Over the course of the next stage, we'll see kind of what direction NCC does go towards. Juanmie on the right-hand side as well, we see both win streak players. Juanmie rolled down a fair bit, down to 30 gold, found some upgrades between Gwen, Belveth, Jinx 2 in the backline as well. Absolutely strong enough to defeat 62nd in that round. NCC going up against Lilu. Also Lilu level 5, so both players maintain their win streaks.
Yep, it's looking good across the board. You can see on the right side of our screen there, 6 win, 6 win, 6 loss, 6 loss. So we do head into a gold augment offering.
Slammin' plus, interesting option. Invader Zed, we haven't seen that yet, at least on the B stream. Now, this is pretty risky play style, right?
Yeah.
With Invader Zed, but if it's in a really good situation for it, can absolutely pop off.
Most definitely. Was also offered the Cosmic Restart with it already playing around the loss streak, and the Anima most likely not going to want to do that.
Hey.
No, there we go. Is going to actually opt in towards it and just take the early cash out. So this is a little bit different to where I thought that his game plan was going, but definitely a great way to cap out highly.
Absolutely. This is full investment into being that win-out player for Kian. Going to have a challenger emblem as well as that psionic.
Yep, so it can still be quite strong for the time being, but he's not really going to opt into investing into his roles. Instead, he's going to recognize that he can just sack a little bit longer. He'll get his latent forge. It's going to be coming shortly, and then that's when he's going to bounce back and power spike does have access to 2 more Reforgers, so he can kind of play around that as well. I think I saw a Stargazer there, so probably a little bit too late to invest into that. So my opting into Reforging, but still a lot of different direction. And maybe he can Reforge. It's tricky, right? Because do you want to Reforge early, get your direction, then pick your Ornn item? Or do you want to be able to Reforge your Ornn item in case you just get something horrible?
Definitely. There's arguments for both, absolutely. We did, however, see Hwanmie and NCC1 run into each other finally, but Hwanmie had 3 AD items slammed onto that Belveth, so we know that direction is pretty certain at this point. Ahau, Lissandra 3, that's the unit that we saw do pretty well yesterday when not paired with the Cho'Gath reroll, right? then it suffered.
Yeah, just taking the Constructor Champion there to guarantee some power spike into stage 3, having guaranteed board strength, and then it also technically counts as an Econ augment as well. Don't have to invest into rolling, you can carry that all the way until you get to your 4-cost 2 stars and feel quite happy about that. He'd ripped the Ornn item and unfortunately didn't have anything to synergize too well there with the Lissandra. However, generic frontline items are always acceptable if you just want to go that route as well.
Absolutely. Seeing NCC not play items here, giving Milo that win. Hopefully taking out a couple more units, though. Don't really want a 4-unit loss with only 6 units on board, but looks like that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and these are the sort of fights where you really want to be min-maxing to save HP when you're versing your own teammates, because it gets exponentially harder as you head later into the game, start to run out of removers, so we do get a choice of our gods here.
Absolutely. And I feel like I see that Soraka option a lot, and I'm like, it's like okay, but I'm never like excited to click on it, honestly.
Often seems like the players will lean towards that KO, get that guaranteed extra set of items, and then moving forward to the late game. Perfectly fine with sticking in that route. Soraka, the extra HP can be beneficial, especially if you think you're going to be quite low on it and you want to try and gain just 1 extra life. As we do get a nice POV here of Kian is going to start making some decisions about his board, or is he going to wait? No, he's going to rip it now.
Now rips it now, of course, gets some options.
Similar options, to be honest. They all have a similar identity, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Based around that backline, attack speed range. The 3 on the left there, all kind of, on hit attack speed casting, and then the fishbones as well. Looks like he was actually looking for something more frontline, given that he's already got quite a lot of backline options.
Yeah, gonna be taken.
Static Shiv picked up. So just a little bit of extra damage there. Definitely feels well with the identity of that AP line that he's going. And we can already see that he's got the Shojin there paired with the Dawn Call. So this is going to be on a caster that's continuously dealing damage. However, has the Static Shiv to pair, because we've seen that some of these AP flex boards, they can take an attack speed carry like LeBlanc or Vexed and then pair it with something like a Nami or caster.
Absolutely. Another caster there being played was that Lulu. Lulu 2 from a Stargazer board. Taking a look at 62nd here, of course. 2 Stargazer emblems, 3 actually. One on the Melio in the back line.
Oh.
We're going to be re-rolling a little bit too.
Re-rolling and has access to the Earth's Augment second there. So his entire board is going to be absolutely stacked up there with all the Stargazer emblems that are thrown around.
Oh yeah.
Also picking up the Dawn Call there with the Shojin. So this Lulu is going to become a menace, constantly casting.
Yeah, there's 6 Jacks, 6 Pantheons already for 62nd. No extra copies of Lulu, but that's okay. Lulu 2 is going to be perfectly fine. We can then, after finding upgraded frontline, start to really push levels.
Yeah, an upgraded frontline is going to be very important, especially as we don't have any item slam. Making the use of the components, just kind of spreading that out across the board, but doesn't want to commit to anything like the Even Shroud just because we're playing towards the AP line. Just waiting, holding out on those components, but having a Lulu 2 this early is definitely going to be strong enough to cruise through. So 62nd spot, despite being middle of the pack or relatively low HP, has now suddenly starting to look really, really strong.
And Kian, though, not looking super strong at this point, needs to find some salvation in this next round. Going to level up to 8, roll down all the gold. Isn't super rich, but it's going to have about 50 to 60 gold to work with.
Yeah, probably going to be 2 lives given that he is going to spike, but heading into stage 5 will most likely just be down to 1. He's going to be able to roll quite a lot of gold here, but sitting there with the Rogue emblem, I like the Shepherd pickup. It's quite nice with his items, the identity of playing around the AP flex, but honestly, we've seen this position before, and when you're low HP stuck on level 8 donkey rolling and can't get to 9, 9, this is a spot that looks like a bot 4.
Yeah, unless you get really lucky on the rolls here. LeBlanc is in the shot, but this is more of a Nami direction, of course. Was holding the Gwen for the Space Groove line. Where are the Namis going to be? The upgrades are on the front line. Upgrade on the Riven as well. We found a 4th Riven, a 5th Riven, but Nami, a 6th Riven, but Nami is nowhere to be seen.
That is devastating there for Kian. The advantage here sitting on 14 HP is he can afford to lose this round as long as it's only slightly, but he's completely out of gold, and he was very disciplined in sticking to the line that he knows is the only one that's going to work out. He's skipping multiple copies of other 4 costs that just don't really fit the board, but this spells disaster
what
here.
What do we do here? Play around the Riven 3 as your 1 out, right?
Yeah.
As itemizing 2 Riven 2s at this point, was able to take out Hwanmei in this round, of course. Hwanmei not hitting that power spike yet, re-rolling towards that Belveth.
He does have the Rogue, so it makes sense to be playing around Riven for the meantime. If you can hit that as a 3-star, it's definitely going to be an out. I'm sure the entirety of Aurora Gaming is going to be scouting that roll down and making sure that they're holding on to any copies if they are available. But not even having 1 copy of Nami hurts a lot.
Absolutely. Kian did find that win, but again, 14 HP is not safe territory. A lot of re-rolling happening this game. We see, for some reason, 7 poppies for NCC, but a big board transition happening as there is 75 gold to roll with to start this round. Pair of Tom Kenches. Pretty good start.
Kind of keeping multiple lines open here. Looked like he was very hard committed towards the Rammus. Did start to pick up some Master Yi copies, but no, going to be sold out quite quickly. This is a pretty stock standard line that we've seen quite frequently. Not, I want to say, the best performing, but definitely something if you need a safe top 4 is to play around this meeple.
The players' rolldowns are not being kind to them, it seems like. They're being offered a lot of the units that were like, yeah, I did want that, but not 6 copies of that one.
Of the same one.
Right.
The wave theory.
Absolutely. Finding 1 copy of Porky, at least, for NCC's board. Better than finding 0 Namis.
Yeah, and he's actually not slamming too many of his items here. He's going up against Maris, but his board looks really weak. I'm surprised he's not investing more into this Corki.
Yeah, this is an 8-0 loss.
It's a really bad loss, and I don't know what the communication was there where Maris said, please let me win this one, I really need it. Didn't really seem to be
all right, hands off the keyboard. You're going to win, don't worry.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate loss there, to say the least, as Maris actually has quite a nice board there, making use of this Misfortune as a 2-star, very strong stabilization unit before you can get to some of those 4 costs. Synergizes quite well there with the Akali. We've seen this so much across both days, where the Akali going fast 8, as long as you have the right setup and the multiple Novas online, then she's going to be performing much higher than a 2-star.
Absolutely, and the MF is a really good item carrier for that Kindred as well. When you do get to level 8, find that Kindred, put 5 Nova in. This is a solid top 4 board, right? It's really hard to full win out unless you get to level 10 like we saw in last series. But
John's managed to hit. He's
okay.
The back
Where did that
line.
come from?
Yeah, it looked like he had no gold left to work with, but sitting on 15 gold now has managed to hit the Nami too. And with these items, has picked up a sniper there for his Riven with the RFC. That's an interesting combination. We've seen in previous sets some of these range units utilizing the RFC to really be a problem. Not as common here, but now has managed to stabilize, and it's going to be all eyes on Aurora to see if they can answer back to that.
Absolutely. That Morgana, wow, so much HP there in the front line for Maris. But getting our 3rd choice here, going to be permanently increasing the health of a champion in your front line, of course, versus a defensive component for your front line, of course, as well. So it's just what direction you want to go.
Yeah, especially if you already want the Kale boon, but you've taken 2 of them so far, then you're perfectly fine to pick that up, that extra blessing there from the Soraka. As we see, other than this board, most of the meta is choosing 1 solid frontliner to take all of your items and then be the main star of the show. Versus if you play this AP Flex board where you can have multiple carries, just throw your mana items on towards your Nunu, and that's going to be perfectly fine. Does pick up the best friends. Does that mean that he missed it for a turn?
I guess so.
Yeah, it looked like it. It would be unlikely that he'd swap it back into a poor formation, but, you know, that's the advantage of playing as a team of 4. I'm sure someone on his team might have caught that.
Right, absolutely. Or was sacking for a teammate.
That's true as well. Yes.
So it could have been either option. That Riven over there on the other side with the rapid fire, the sniper emblem as well as a Morello's, that's the 3 weirdest combination of items you're probably going to see on a Riven as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks terrifying to be fair, but she has that beast. She has that blink straight
God.
to it. Kind of reminds me of a Warwick when, you know, you blink onto someone, they try and get away, but no, he's right back on you. That seems to be Riven's identity for this game.
Love it.
Looks quite good. Keeps her safe for the meantime. Unfortunately, a bit of anti-synergy because she will go straight in and not get any of those range bonuses. But, you know, it still looks quite powerful. And there's so many other stars of the show there as we have so many items there for Kian.
Absolutely. Wow, this Rammus in the front line looks like a beast, but it was just a quirky one in the back line as well. And that's really the story. A lot of these A&D lines, we see them get stuck on a Xayah 1 or a Corki 1. Or these IP players, they just hit. Wait, Blitzcrank?
Looks like we're going to have a ranged Blitzcrank. So Blitzcrank has a bit of an interesting identity this set because he does have that revive mechanic. So a lot of the times players will just throw random items on him. The Sunfire, the Spark, a TG.
Right.
He'll stay at the front line and he'll stay alive for a long time. However, he can actually do a lot of damage with items like this.
Yeah, Blitzcrank was the sole unit left alive at the end of last series to actually get the win for ag.al because of that revive, right? But Blitzcrank going to be in a much safer position this time around for Kian. Look at that attack speed.
Oh my goodness, he's going crazy with it. And he has the Morello as well, so as long as he's attacking the same unit that the Nami and the backline are going on towards, yeah, this is looking really solid. I think we counted Kian out. He was looking worse for wear, but now has managed to pilot himself forward. And recognizing that the Blitzcrank 1 is better than the Rivens, quite sad because we were actually thinking about Riven 3 at one point, but he's piloted it well.
No, piloted it super well. I mean, the Nami 2 coming out of kind of nowhere, right? Getting a little bit of extra econ to find that from the augment. But Kian, I absolutely agree with you, Tamura, in a much better spot than we perhaps portrayed him in. The thing is now, with all these players getting lower and lower in HP, Hwanmia in 4th place at 27, to Lilu 26, then it gets down towards the bottom to Ahau at 11, 1 life. Kian, 1 life as well. Ahau, 6 loss streak though, in danger.
Yeah, definitely in danger. We're looking across the board. We did look at 60 seconds POV before and saw that we recognized his spot actually looks quite nice. Once he started to get his stuff online with the Jax 3 as well, those are the perfect item combinations that you want. Scales with the extra AP from the Crown Guard there. The double gargoyles means that every time he procs a shield, that shield is just going to hurt so much more for the opposition team as they try and pierce through it. And when you have a champion like Lulu with the Dawn Core, going to be able to continuously cast, and that Jax is going to be able to stay alive while she starts to rain havoc.
Yeah, for 6 seconds there was 1 Melio away from Melio 3, 3 Lulus away from Lulu 3, but both players on potential elimination point here. Ahau on the right with that LeBlanc and Nami actually playing both of those carries, going up against Maris. The Nunu gets a very early cast. Kindred in the back is only a 1-star. Akali is going to go down pretty early. Looks like a win for Ahau there. A win, of course, on the left-hand side for Kian as well. Both players hang on.
Just that 1-star Kindred, not doing enough damage on the side of Maris. Hwanmi was a player who was looking for that 5 streak in the beginning of the game, was looking super strong, was tempoing up, but didn't really have any direction to get to a point where he was going to play for those top 2 finishes. And Hwanmi kind of doing his job to stay alive for as long as possible, but now look at the HP totals for all of them except for 60 Second. 60 Second can already play for a first place. We know this from his board setup, that it is something that has that sort of potential, but who out of the rest of Aurora Gaming can hold on and finish in the top 4 with him?
Dodging 7th and 8th is going to be huge just because of the HP totals, right? If Aurora Gaming goes out, even like in 8th and 6th, it's going to be so hard for the other player between Hanmei, Lilu, and Ahau to get into that top 3 situation.
Yeah, and it looks like, 60 Second actually has the potential to knock out Kian now, but doesn't have the Lulu 3 online, is close to getting Milio 3, so this could have been the round where he could have taken out one of and really swung the tempo of the game. That being said, though, this Jax is going to be hard to kill. It is on the sides, the Gargoyle's not getting as much value. On the right side, we do see Ahau is looking quite close and might get knocked out here by Milo.
LeBlanc, however, Aurelion Soul can it cast? No. Ahau hangs on. And on the left-hand side, Kian is going to hang on as well, just barely. And like you're talking about, if one of those upgrades had come through, especially that Melio being 1 away, it would have been the difference.
It looks like a Guardian Angel is looking out for everyone on both sides.
Yeah, I know.
Here.
1 HP, Hwanmia now.
So close. Just a little bit more. A few upgrades here and there, and it would have been the end. But I would have to predict that this next round that we're heading into, we're going to start to see some eliminations.
On this Hwanmia board, we didn't get a chance to look at it super closely for this game, but it is Jinx 3 with 3 items, Belva 3 only 2 items. items. The Kindred, however, looking pretty strong.
Very stylish hats there on towards the Jinx. She's managed to get a couple of kills.
That's a couple.
Yeah, but unfortunately on the 4 loss has definitely knocked a few out. Oh, is going up against the Gargoyles there on towards the Leona. So everyone on the backside here of Hwanmi is going to be dealing with the Leona. Can you take it down?
Probably not. The Soraka's Miracle, right, going to be healing it up a ton.
One more cast there from the Rex side, but I don't know if it's going to be enough as we are getting the revive from the Blitzcrank, and it looks like the AoE from the Kindred, one more down round, has taken everyone out, but can she do enough damage? She can.
Yes.
The scaling is so close. Is anyone going to get knocked out? NCC is knocked out.
Oh my gosh. This has been some of the closest in HP. Lilu is going to fall as well. However, NCC is in 8th and Lilu is in 7th.
That's absolutely huge from Lilo to be able to make it into 7th place there. It's going to take a lot of pressure off the rest of Aurora Gaming. Hwanmi holding on with just 1 HP. Very interesting, unique board, and was able to do just enough damage, but really those fights could have gone either way.
Absolutely could have gone either way. They were so close for a lot of this stage 5. Hwanmi now finding another item, that Kraken Slayer for the Belveth. Kian now level 9, managed to get here when we thought there was no way.
And he's also got a 2-star Blitzcrank, that funny looking ranged melee unit that we've seen passed around. And he's going to be going up against ag.al. So this is going to be the fight to watch on the left side of our screen. We're definitely going to be getting an elimination. In 60-second versus Hwanmi.
Absolutely. Hwanmi looking rather weak on that side. Melio 3 for 60-second has been found. On the left-hand side, Kian wins that round, takes out the opposition there for ag.al. Hwanmi looks like it'll win against 60-second as well, pretty convincingly.
I think great communication there on the side of Aurora Gaming, as I do believe that some of the front line there was not actually protecting 60-second. So there's a little bit of wrapping because got through the Jax, and then after that was able to go straight towards the back line. So there's definitely a bit of communication there with 60-second and Hwanmi to give him that extra win, as he was only on 1 life.
Just one more round and Aurora could fall, actually. Hwanmi at 1 HP. Kian also single digits, but 7 wins in a row. This board has absolutely stabilized, and for 60-second, Milo and Maris probably have 2 lives left.
Yeah, I think we kind of counted out Kian because he looked like he was stuck on level 8, but once you get all these extra resources from something like the Cosmic Restart, if you can eventually get to level 9, that's when your board just caps higher. So we are going
inside. That's the fight to watch.
Going up against Hwanmi. Has taken out the front line, and it looks like it's going to be enough, but the Blitzcrank there is tanking on for a long time. And you can't get rid of that Blitzcrank. It's going to have multiple lives. It's going to come back with so much damage. Hwanmi knocked out by Kian.
Yeah, I got to see the HP totals. I don't think it's going to be anyone able to be knocked into the bottom 4. And that means 3 members of Aurora Gaming out. Yes, it is virtus.pro take game number 1 versus Aurora Gaming, that star-studded roster. What a start. What a statement.
Yeah, very, very solid performance across the board. We did kind of see that in the middle side of the game, that we thought that 60-second position was enough to try and play for those top 2 placements. However, just the HP totals across the board just meant that virtus.pro had enough HP to lead it out.
I should have listened to my analysts. I should have listened to the predictions. virtus.pro are coming in as the clear favorites, as predicted right here, with 3 of their players reaching that top 4. 60-second, the last remainder of Aurora. Even if he wins, they don't make up the points. Gentlemen, what went wrong for Aurora here?
The clutch factor of Kian is one big thing tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say the clutch factor, but he was, we thought he was out, right? I would argue that in the middle stage of the game, we actually thought that Aurora was in a good position. So, if small things changed, it definitely could have gone their way. So I don't think that they can feel too bad about their performance as a whole, because if you put yourselves in those positions where you can eventually, convert, then they can bring that back to the second game and turn that around.
And let's start with Kian, because I feel like he was the headliner for this particular one. His reforge and pivot of the entire game was incredible. He went from Shiv and Shepherd emblem to Sniper +1, rapid fire straight into Groovers, all in one turn when he had 50,000 items level 8 rolling down on 1 life.
Yeah, I think it was the discipline as well. We saw that there was multiple copies of the Riven picked up, and we were worried.
6 Rivens.
Exactly. 6 Rivens, and you go, that's not really what I need. And you thought, okay, maybe he can play for the Riven 3. And if he'd done that, we would have gone, okay, well, he kind of got bailed out there. But no, incredible individual player there, and just swapped it around. Eventually got to the Blitzcrank 1, and then made it all the way to the level 9.
Playing the strongest board, even when you don't hit, is such an important thing to do during your transition phase. A lot of players will oftentimes get stuck and be like, oh, I didn't hit what I want. What do I do now? And take big losses. Kion on 4 HP, if Kion just lost by a couple more units in any of those rounds, it would have been completely a different direction Aurora could have taken it.
Yeah, as you can see here, part of the pivot there is the Riven 2-star there on the replay. And then now on the left side of the screen, we can see the 1-star Blitzcrank. So Kion just moving all over the place, and then eventually made it to level 9 and had one of the strongest boards across there.
Cheater! That's a Blitzcrank that's hitting from all the way from the back line, and it can have so much impact, right? Because that knock-up from the Blitzcrank is what makes the champion so potent, throwing enemy tanks straight into the backline, doing the extra damage, and especially when you're not threatened on your Blitzcrank, it makes it that much more scary. Now I want to pivot over a little bit to Aurora overall, because we saw a bunch of their players lean towards unorthodox rerolls that we haven't seen a lot. Obviously, Juanme had to pivot towards the Velvet Jinx from the Caretakers, but we also saw a Lulu coming through from 60 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lulu, it was really a Jax Pantheon reroll at the start there, and then got into Emilio as well. But how with that Lissandra 3, we've seen that do okay to get players into that level 8, level 9 situations. Just really wasn't the case for Ahau there. Juan Mia as well looked rather weak, even with all those 3 stars tomorrow.
I think that's what happens when you kind of push the tempo at the start. So Juan Mia was able to play for that 5 streak at the beginning, was pushing levels, still had decent econ, but when you don't play super greedy and you play to just, preserve as much HP as possible, it's your job later to sacrifice that, and it means that unfortunately you're going to be the player who's going to end up in the bot form.
That's so unlike Juanme.
Yeah.
That is so unlike Juanme.
It's a team player.
Well, let's see if Aurora can actually come back in our game number 2 in our second best of 3 of the day. We're going to go into a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an LA airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House blow the house down.
Game number 1 of Virtus.pro versus Aurora Gaming in the books, and Virtus.pro take the lead 1-0. I'm Crowan with Tamura again as we get on into game number 2 shortly. Tamura, that game, a statement from Virtus.pro.
A statement from Virtus.pro on the back of Kian, who we counted out from the roll down. We thought, you know, unfortunate just the way that his initial roll down went, but he was so creative, so vigilant, deciding, you know, this is my best board that I can play around now, and I am looking in a dire situation, but instead, I'm going to stay on 4 HP, I'm not going to lose another round, and I'm going to start bleeding out Aurora Gaming, and then 3 of them fell in the bot 4.
Yeah, it was so close. There's 5 players on like 12 HP or below. Such a close game. And if you look at the endgame score screen, right? Oh, 3 Aurora went out in the bottom 4, right? You're like, oh, it wasn't really close. But it really does not tell the whole story of that game.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you need to be watching it firsthand, because the fights were looking so close. There was so many micro decisions that really just made it go in the way of Virtus.pro. There's such a stacked roster across the line, and we've seen this has kind of been their narrative, is that, you know, they're a team that's been together for quite some time, multiple TAC Crown appearances, and now that they're back together for EWC, they've had so much preparation, and it's really starting to show here.
Absolutely, literally double the TAC Crown appearances from Aurora Gaming compared to Virtus.pro, but that doesn't matter. It's a 4v4 format, so how did these players really mesh together? We did hear yesterday from Juanmia, there's a lot of big voices in that Aurora squad. I did mention the fact that, hey, they're aware of the problem, can they fix it? And it doesn't look like it was exactly the case there. Maybe a little bit too much a priority to reroll. The formula seemed to be, you know, a couple AP flex, a tempo player, maybe a reroll, or maybe something else, but they completely varied away from that, and it did not work out for them.
It also just seemed like they had a different game strategy that game. We saw it in the previous series yesterday that seemed like multiple of them were playing that more greedy route, where they would open fort, they would take something like calculated loss, and you go, wait, hold on, that Aurora player could win out. Wait, no, this one could as well. It seemed like the opposite just
It really did, yeah. Less greedy. I mean, I get you're in the spots for those things, right? Especially 60-second Stargazers, like, hey, I'm in Stargazer from early game. It is going to be the mountain. I can get a lot of these emblems on. It's going to be strong. Aha is like, hey, I can get list 3 pretty early. That's decent enough usually to get me into the late game. It unfortunately wasn't this time. And Juanmia, of course, trying to re-roll there, and it really just bled out very quickly when it got to that late game.
And it also feels bad for a player like 60-second when in the middle of the game recognize, okay, my spot is really good, guys. You just got to hold it together, maintain as much HP as possible, and I will try and be the star player. But then to make it into the top 4 and then not even really see how the rest of the game unfolded because 3 of your players have already been knocked out, and that definitely feels quite bad. However, that's just one of the games. TFT has a lot of variants, a lot of different things that they're going to have to utilize their strategies against, and now this is a complete reset. Can they bounce back?
Absolutely. It is going to be backs against the wall for Aurora Gaming. Really have to focus up, and these both teams have players at the TAC Crown, the most recent one, so they weren't hard prepping 4v4 like maybe some of these other squads, and that could come into play there especially.
Yeah, some of these other teams who weren't at the recent TAC rounds will have heaps and heaps of preparation time. Virtus.pro did have half of their roster at the current TAC round, so they've had that. However, I would argue that because they are a returning team, they were the runners-up last year and they've kept the same lineup, is that having that little bit of time away isn't as impactful for them.
That's true. They already have that experience from the previous year. Aurora Gaming, of course, not having exact, you know, meshing as a full team in that same way. I don't know. Virtus.pro, it was their road to redemption for this weekend of games. They're looking strong if they can take out Aurora Gaming, looking even stronger if they can do it in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, if they can do it in a 2-0 fashion, the fact that they got here being the 3rd seed from the global qualifiers, that's got to kind of be written off. If they can go 2-0 against someone in groups, okay,
yeah, disregard that.
That's right. But if they can go 2-0 against Aurora Gaming as well, that is something to mention.
Absolutely. Able to make it work against every single caliber of team, every region as well, especially the strongest region, even just objectively data-wise, right? China absolutely dominated in day number 1. Looking to be again on the back foot here in game number 2, in day 2 of EWC 2026. Players getting ready for the lobby.
Got to be hard, just kind of waiting it out. They know they're going to be starting at any moment, doing anything they can to calm their nerves. Doesn't look like too much communication is going on now. As I say that,
a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit, because we don't need to rattle our brains just yet. We need to focus, maybe meditate, just think about what we can do better moving forward. Virtus.pro carrying that momentum. Definitely got to be feeling good about this one.
Yeah, something to mention as well, talking about how maybe these teams didn't get as much 4v4 practice as they would have liked leading to this event, means you're going to be prepared for a lot fewer situations. There are going to be situations that come up that you're just unfamiliar with, and how do you approach that, right? I think players will default to just what they know individually, but it's how you play as a team, of course, that's going to make the difference. We get into game number 2, Virtus.pro versus Aurora Gaming.
We have Kale and Yasuo. We've seen a few people pick up the options of the Yasuo Hex in a 4v4 setting. Can be a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that you do need to be constantly changing up your positioning. So if it's something generic like a front line, you can maintain that same side, might be okay. But having all of your backline carries on one side can be quite punishing.
Absolutely. The star of game number 1, Kian. Absolute mad lad, able to take that Blitz Crank 2 with rapid fire sniper and Morellos all the way as far as he needed. Maybe not first place, right? But we didn't even get to see.
Yeah,
if that would have been it. Honestly, it
most
could have.
likely probably
actually would have won out. Yeah,
for
fully.
Sure. Picking up
Fountain.
The Fountain constellation. So not as high a priority. We've seen the Mountain have quite a lot of success, I think, actually across the days.
Right. Fountain's okay.
Yeah. Didn't pick up towards the Xayah in the last game, but definitely wasn't necessary. As we see, Kian is given the 3-cost Victor there. Not a unit that we've seen have a lot of play. I think Tidal actually did play towards the 3-star Victor, but
yeah,
a bit rarer of a line, I would say.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well either. It was like okay in that mid game, but then when it compared to all these late game capped boards, it really just was not able to hang at that point. 62nd, a ton of gold here. Dark Star options already making Econ the richest player in the game. For sure.
Yeah, so if you can pick up some more brawlers there and pair with this opener, definitely going to have something that's quite strong in the early and mid game. But we've seen a lot of these players lean away from the Dark Star line. They go, okay, you know, might be my strongest board just in stage 2, but I don't want to get suckered into playing towards that Kai'Sa. We saw vertical Dark Star in previous patches work out quite well, but the players are quite experienced. They know that it's definitely not the line they want to go for.
Yeah, there was one Dark Star player yesterday who actually did able to get a lobby win.
Instant pick up there from Lilo. Just wants the emblems.
Yeah, we get some decent ones too, especially Space Groove. We talked a lot about players going to be going towards that Nami line, able to get 7 Space Groove. Pretty strong there.
Yep. Can go in multiple directions, especially if you pick it up first. The rest of your team knows where you're going to be going. That's always handy. So we do see a little bit more decisions being made here as multiple econ options available. And we also have Kian. We know he can dance around these emblems. He's very, very talented in that regard. Actually piloted the Rogue for a little bit, but instead ended up moving it around. Does have access to the Animal, although that's something that's harder to pilot.
Yeah, there's the Briar, of course, available for that Anima as well. Doesn't have a third one, however. He's gonna reforge them. Oh, Meeple and Challenger.
Okay, there we go. That's something that they can work with. The Meeple with the Bastion as well. Okay, so this is giving him a lot of direction.
Absolutely. They're gonna be carrying it on a Pike for now and slamming early game aggressively, right, on these items with that guard breaker. Pike, a solid unit. We've seen players play around it to a decent amount of success.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we saw with the Last Whisper on a 2-star before, being able to streak quite strongly. And then look at this Pike doing so much work there.
There we go.
Already has 3 items there on 2-1 as he's going to be getting those extra stats. So yes, most likely leaning in towards the Corky Riven setup there.
Here's the Anima.
Yeah. Oh, we do have an Anima player.
Love to see it. NCC going to be playing that big, risky play style there, not summon any items either. Gonna try to get that big cash out. Players can't really get the big cash out though. It's like you get, 100, 200 maybe, and then you gotta be like, okay, yeah, we gotta pivot now.
Yeah, it really just depends on how the griefing is going to go on the side of Aurora Gaming. Most likely is going to have to be designated someone. You can see there, Juanmi and 62nd both took a loss in the first round. I would say there's a good chance, Lilo as well, that one of them is going to say, okay, my spot is the worst in terms of the units that I already have. I will be the player that will sell my entire board if I have to, because it is necessary. Does have 3 units there for the Anima, so you can still hold on to maybe 2 copies, but they have to be quite weak, and you're not allowed to hold on to any other copies as you need to guarantee that you snap the streak.
Yeah, a lot of players going for those emblem options for the augment as well. Do want to point out Juanmia, who took Forged in the Strength, gets an artifact now, but when you drop below 30 HP, you get 3 more, so Juanmia probably going to go for a bit of a loss streak. And again, this is a spot he's very comfortable with, did that a lot in TAC Crown. And so if anyone's going to do it to that level of success, having that many items coming through as well from that prismatic tier augment and strength, it could be him.
Yeah, we talked about how in TFT, sometimes you need to have players doing different strategies. Someone's going to be the lost streaker, someone's going to be the middleman. However, if you are both given prismatic options which give you chances to be either side, then it can be good to designate someone to be leaning towards one route. We do see that Juanmi is going to play, I think, Primordium here, so he's going to be stacking up a little bit of extra econ. Depending if he had NCC in his pool, as snapping the streak for the anima is going to be quite important. Moving things around last second just to not give out any information that they don't want to.
Absolutely. Information denial and information gathering, very important in 4v4 format. And a lot of information has been given from Milo there with the Last Whisper Infinity Edge Slam.
Yeah, most definitely playing towards that AD line. We've already seen that the Ram's going to be picked up. Maybe a little bit of extra direction here as we do get a look at some options. Some extra HP there for the Yasuo Hex, otherwise a tier if you are already playing towards the standard AP lines. Yeah. Although tier as well can be quite beneficial to those casters at the front line, those tanks that want to be casting multiple times.
Absolutely. Both perhaps maybe some tank options there. It's a little bit awkward for the Yasuo slamming these hexes early because you're not really going to be oftentimes buffing up a unit that you're keeping for the entirety of the game. A little bit of wasted value, it seems like, at that point.
That being said, though, Milo disagrees and is going to be going with the Yasuo. We'll see where he wants to place it. If
maybe just hold it? No, okay. I guess there's no reason to hold it, right? You're gonna be stacking up, even if it's like 3 rounds of that Poppy, it's still, 3 rounds worth of value. It's something.
Yeah, we'll start stacking it up, and then also with the gargoyles that synergizes so well because the extra resistance was scaled multiplicatively there with the extra HP, and is going to be going to that stock standard AD. So if we play towards the Rammus, then it definitely makes a lot of sense to keep a unit that is most likely going to make the endgame board.
Absolutely. Get some time breakers on the board as well with that emblem. Emilio, Shojin, plus that Jeweled Gauntlet, of course, wants to be a Nami a bit later. See if that's actually going to be able to be found. Shepherd emblem as well there.
Yeah, I'm seeing a bit of contention across the pools, which definitely makes sense as you have players denying, as you have players on virtus.pro and Aurora fighting for lines like the Rammus. You can see both of them are fighting towards the Nami. This is what you'd expect to see from 2 of the best teams that we've seen so far at the EWC, as the worst thing that you can do is to test your own teammates.
Oh, absolutely.
But it makes sense to play defense, although it usually ends up in the situation where once one of the teammates has hit their 2-star forecast, it's a go. Everyone on that team is going to be holding on to additional copies, and someone gets left behind.
Absolutely. As soon as you're like, hey, I hit, all right, start going for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Start going for the denials. And we've seen in the last series, there was a high priority on the dial of units. And I think just as the tournament progresses, players are going to be more familiar with those specific situations and just do it more frequently.
Yeah, it looks like NCC1 has actually decided to go for the Yasuo as well. Could make his board stronger there with the extra HP, but instead has to play weakest board because he is scaling that anima cash out. Now, it looks like on the side of Aurora that no one's decided to go full griefer and try and deny it. So that will be interesting to see, because we did see before that Kian had that option to play towards the anima and go for a massive cash out, but instead decided to go for the instant cash out and then pivot entirely to the cosmic restart. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if NCC1 is given the same opportunity or if he's going to try and push it even higher.
I mean, we saw that opportunity work out real well in the last game, and it's going to be, yep, a little bit of a cash out there. So and I think that makes a lot of sense in 4v4, right? You take what little you can get. If you greed out, it's probably not going to work when 4 players are staring at you like, hey, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And if you are thinking about it in that sense, it's a kind of, goes back and forth, the mind games that work there, because then it allows both the other teammates, you can see Juanmei, to play for a lost streak and hold on to units like the Primordium, not saying, okay, I have to sell my board and make my game state weaker, if we know that VP is just going to say, no, just take a small cash out, and there's going to be wasted if Juanmei was to sell his entire board.
Absolutely. 2 lost streakers on the side of Aurora Gaming this time around, 62nd and Juanmia. Good thing they didn't run to each other and grief that streak. No one full win streaking, however, this game is a little interesting. We generally have seen that in EWC so far.
I want to take it back. I think I missed something actually. Was NCC1's streak was snapped off camera, which is probably why he decided not to go that full route. So 2 times in a row now, Virtus.pro have had players in this best of 3 series that have played the anima line, but not been able to take it the distance and push it all the way forward to a mega cash out. So both 60second and Juanmi getting very lucky that they are on the same team and they were both able to get a 5 loss streak, and they were able to destroy the hopes of Virtus.pro having a giga cash out.
Absolutely. No giga cash out. It's going to be boding well for the other team. ag.al here with the super tanky Maokai, actually. That's already 3 items coming through because of buried treasures, right? Just getting a ton of components, and it's really good that they're tank components. Like, I think early game value is generally going to be more prioritized on those frontliners than backliners.
Yeah, especially if you have something like a red buff and on a Caitlyn 2-star, you're going to have enough damage. It's going to be consistently dealing out. So as long as the front line won't fall, then that's going to be perfectly fine. If we do get a look at a few players across the board, we're going to get a little bit of a restart into an Ornn 2 and an MF2. I mean, that's perfect. That's all you need.
Yeah, this Ornn 2, and it's going to be stacking up that HP, right? That Yasuo Hex is going to be putting in work for NCC here. No traits online, besides the Space Groove 1, of course. But, yep. Just gonna be playing around those units, and they're strong individually, so it's okay.
Yeah, and also didn't really have the strongest supports anyway, so that restart's not really going to be punishing him for units that he already invested in. Looks like the Ornn 2 might be the strongest once we get Bastion 2 online. Isn't going to opt into rolling because he recognizes that he is strong enough, but actually would prefer to start stacking up the HP on the Morgana. Makes sense. Morgana fits onto pretty much any board just because she is built different and will just work with anyone. But those items on the MF are going to be so powerful, and this is going to be a very strong board. So NCC1 kind of looked like the player who's going to be going for the win out to now, despite the fact that he's already lost a lot of HP, I'm predicting that he's going to get to the end game, the mid game, and he's going to actually be the one with the HP advantage to start sacrificing in stage 5.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense, and we know from those item slams, it's Screaming LeBlanc there, of course, with Rageblade, and Gunblade. Milo, 5 wins as well, playing around... AP line there, but ag.al here, got 2 out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere. It does have some nice items there towards the Akali if you wanted to go that route. We've seen the Stridebreaker as well as the Deathblade obviously being high priority. got 2 being your item carry holder in stage 3 is quite rare, just because you don't usually have access to this 2-star quite so early, but definitely makes a lot of sense. It looks very powerful with this setup. This Maokai is not dying anytime soon. So many items available here.
Yeah, even just a 1 star, right, from that Maokai is still very strong. Sunfire gonna be the Ornn item generated here. And it's a backline Kai'Sa 2-star. Again, has still that Last Whisper and Infinity Edge. That AD line could absolutely become a Corki just a bit later.
Yeah, where are all these 3-cost 2-stars coming from? It seems like they're just all across the board.
It really does, but Kai'Sa not able to win out this one. It appears got just a little bit too beefy. A big win for ag.al there.
Yeah, manages to hold on to his streak. The likes of Virtus.pro's Milo is going to be knocked down from that as we do get into the second set of God Offerings. A chain there from Mikhail.
Yeah, another Hex, of course. It's the Mana Generation Hex for Yasuo this time. Pretty good for a lot of AP lines, which you know players are prioritizing.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that would definitely benefit from it. Some of the AP lines that, as you mentioned before, were leaning towards the LeBlanc, could maybe play towards the Vex. Might not be benefiting from it as much. That being said though, if you already have opted in towards the Yasuo, sometimes it can be beneficial to pick up more of that, so you can eventually take that Yasuo boon at the end of the game and then get that extra boost to the hexes that you're already utilizing.
Absolutely, it's going to be huge once we get to that point in the game. 60second, one of the players who was lost streaking pretty heavily alongside Juanmi, has now found a Shen.
We've seen this before as well. You play around the 3 Anima and the 3 Primordia, and that's just getting the best of both worlds. You get the extra units for the Econ. You can start to stack up some of those cash outs. Probably not going to be in a position to go for a really long one, given that it's later into the game. However, we know that these players love just to get a little bit of a cap up. Any small boost to their Econ matters. Willing to sacrifice a little bit of HP, because as long as you're able to play for a top 4 from your position, your players on your team can give you that extra HP.
Absolutely. Here, 60second going to be taking a loss versus Maris. Even with the just Emilio 1, right? It's able to do more than plenty here. Up against seeing NCC versus Milo. NCC taking that win We're going to be getting to the point here soon tomorrow where level 8s are going to be coming through and the roll downs are going to really tell the story here.
Yeah, the roll downs are definitely coming soon, which is why we saw that cash out there, just picking up the extra gold there from the Alawi. Speaking of roll downs, we do have Kian rolling down
deep.
Yeah, he wants that Akali too very badly.
Where is it?
Isn't going to settle for something like the Belveth, is willing to hold on to as many 2 costs. There we go, finally. The last roll we got there. And as I mentioned before, this specific setup of items is what you want to see. Open sword there, plenty other options that he can go to finish off what he wants. For the double gargoyles onto the Jax, that's something that we've seen many times before.
Yeah, double gargoyles, and is going to be more powerful than usual with the 4 Bastion actually, the 2 Bastion emblems, Challenger as well to benefit that backline. Kian did have to roll a lot more than he would have liked, right? Is going to have a hard time recovering economy-wise. Had a couple extra copies of Jax, had 1 extra copy of Akali, but as soon as you kind of go that direction from behind, you're going to get denied and you're not going to be able to get to those 3 stars. But the tempo, right? You're behind pace.
Yeah, definitely behind pace, but if you look on the right side of our screen there, all the HP totals there for virtus.pro definitely looking quite comfortable. So despite the fact that he had to use a lot of extra econ that he might not have wanted, the storyline there for virtus.pro is actually looking quite promising. And look, if Kian says, okay, I'm only 74 HP, I'm not going to hit 3-star Akali this game, I'm just going to push levels and try and stay alive for as long as possible, I would say that Kian is definitely in a position where he could maybe play for 6th, and then he's done his job.
Right, exactly. Speaking of Hwami, done his job getting 30 HP and getting those triple artifacts here. So we got the mittens, the flicker blades, void gauntlet, of course, as well.
Looks like he might have to sacrifice 1 more. His board, he doesn't have enough money to level up and roll down. He's going to make his strongest board that he can now. So ideally, Hwami goes up against someone quite weak or maybe someone that can sacrifice HP. A little bit awkward there because Aoha's still sitting on a 7 win streak. So this is about the time that you would hope to sacrifice some of that HP to your teammates. But if they need Aoha to be the win-out player, he needs every bit of gold he can.
Yeah, I think players or teams typically will just say, hey, Aoha, you got to sacrifice this streak, right? And Hwami does run into Lilu, however, and is going to have a lot of items on the bench, so Hwame's going to get rewarded there.
Yeah, definitely. 53 HP, you know, it's not a crazy amount sitting at 4-1, but the fact that Hwame's sitting on 26 HP means that if he can sacrifice and wait until Hwame does his 4-2 roll down, this is looking really, really well done here from the side of Aurora Gaming.
Almost perfect.
2 unit loss, yeah. About as close as you can get from having a perfect loss there. Just 2 units, not going to be much damage at all. And now Hwame is sitting on a guaranteed 2 lives as we do head into stage 5 afterwards.
Yeah, and Lilu actually was slamming items mid-round, assessing that board strength in real time.
2 world champions. That is what you would expect from them when they're going up against each other on their own team.
100% there. This sometimes is a game of inches, just 1 or 2 HP. That's what won last game, and it could be the difference this game as well. If Lilu ekes out just 1 more placement, it could be from that plate right there.
And Hwami has done his roll down now, and he's hitting exactly what he needed. The Rammus 2-star there with the perfect items. Corki 2 at the back line. He just needs 1 more carry to be able to utilize some of those extra Ornn items. He's going to keep rolling down a little bit more. I mean, that's all you really need to hit from now. It's 4-2. He's going to keep rolling just in case that someone's going to be denying anything else. But in terms of his board, is looking quite beneficial. And 1 final roll comes in, gets his best friend value. NCC on the other side has managed to do his roll down as well, and his board is looking strong on a 5-win streak.
Yeah, we do have Karma being the only carry.
A little bit odd on the items there for the Karma, though.
That's a strange looking LeBlanc, isn't it, Tamura?
Definitely. I mean, maybe he can pivot off soon. He does have a 5-win streak, so he is quite powerful. That Morgana's been stacking up for quite some time, as we did see with the restart mission, managed to get the early Morgana, stacking up the extra HP. But, you know, eventually he will be able to move over. And yeah, when you go up against someone like Maris, who has the items on the unit that they actually were looking for, it's going to be a lot more powerful.
Absolutely. Not even 1 copy of LeBlanc there is feeling pretty bad. The front line is okay, though, and hey, even better now with that Alawi upgrade, but on 0 gold, hey, 1 copy, actually, 1 copy. Maybe the savior.
Yeah, I did want to see 60 seconds POV. This is exactly when you need that turnaround. It's going to be a little bit awkward because Hwami is sitting on 2 HP, so 60 second, when eventually we'll have to go up against his teammate, we'll have to hopefully have a stronger board, but talking about stronger boards, this is a very powerful fast 9 board that we've seen many times before.
a good pivot with the gold that 60 Second had, of course, is sitting on a pair of Graves and Vex, but all the items are where they should be, right? Continuing to slam against NCC here.
And has gone off back to a LeBlanc 1-star, so the Karma's still there, but doesn't have the items. Makes sense. Vex 1-star versus LeBlanc 1-star is going to be the story of the show. Frontline Shen has some really nice items there, actually, so even though the Nunu is going to go down, the Shen is going to be able to stay alive.
LeBlanc died to the Vex cast as well. No damage left for NCC.
That's what happens when you have an AoE backliner and you've only got a 1-star and your backline just doesn't have enough HP, so that splash, that AoE is going to be able to take you out.
Just falls over.
Looking a lot better there for Aurora.
Okay, we got the stun hex, right? The first time you deal damage, you're going to get stunned for 1.75 seconds from that Yasuo hex. Pretty solid. Kale, of course, continuing to give those items.
It really just depends on whether or not the players want to lean towards picking up that Yasuo boon to make those hexes stronger, because we did see some of the players going, oh yeah, maybe I'll pick up the first one, but mana gen, nah, don't really need it, so I'm going to pick up some extra items from Kale, and now they have to make that decision because they've chosen one on either side.
Absolutely, we do see the Graves upgrades, of course, coming through. With it being 2-starred, that is fantastic, and a Thieves Gloves. Okay, I mean AP Graves, sure.
It'll be enough for now.
Vex 2 as well.
Okay, so 60 Second actually did decide to go for that final Yasuo hex, but it's still going to be getting the Kale boon towards the end of the game, sitting on 16 HP with the Fiora on board. Actually, with this strong board, we could be seeing a stage 5 where 2 of the players, Hwanmi and 60 Second on Aurora, have 2 lives.
Absolutely. They have done a perfect job, seemingly, at stabilizing virtus.pro towards the top right now, but in just a few rounds, that can change and flip it on its head. Milo versus Maris here, both virtus.pro members, fonding 2-star copies of their carries. No Riven 2 for Maris, though, but looks like it perhaps doesn't matter. That Nami damage is just too crazy, while Morgana never dies.
Yeah, the Milo at the front line there had the Bramble, so going up against a matchup of Nami, definitely going to be Bubble's going to be popping and absolutely piercing through. Not enough resistances there, so you do start to see the HP totals shift. We have highlighted Aurora Gaming's positions, how many of them are looking quite good across the board in terms of the HP preservation. Kian is still looking very, very favorable at the top, so VP in a similar situation to before, where we thought that Aurora could take game 1, but instead they just didn't have enough HP to work with.
Absolutely, and a lot of the members towards the bottom, actually the bottom 3 for Aurora, they do look pretty strong. Lilu, I think, is looking the weakest of the 3 because that front line is not upgraded. We got fantastic damage dealers, but they need to have time to deal that damage.
Exactly, and we mentioned before with Lilo versus Hwanmi that they managed to give HP to Hwanmi whilst Lilo not taking too much damage, and crucially, he's now on 21 HP, which in the end of stage 4 or early stage 5 is definitely going to be 2 lives, given that his board is decent enough. A bit awkward because he is the AP flex board, but might not be strong enough. He's going up against NCC1, whose Morgana is very, very powerful. The LeBlanc one is going to be enough. Doesn't die to AoE, but Lilu still on 1 life.
Not a bad loss there, is probably 1 life, and all of Aurora Gaming actually in the bottom 4 now with Ahau on a 5 loss streak. 60 Second and Hwanmi, they both really have to win out. Both other players, I mean, they might not be strong enough.
Might not be strong enough indeed. I think it's going to be up to Auha to see where he can place, because even if Lilo sitting on 11 HP does eventually get knocked out, I would argue that 60 Second has managed to get the Graves 2 online quite early, and already sitting at 9 HP thanks to the Fiora there is going to continue to get stronger and stronger, and this is pretty much the standard fast line board that you would expect. Hwanmi sitting on a 5 win streak, so they showed potential, but their boards on average, the 2 of them, are actually a lot stronger, but Auha sitting on a 5 loss streak at 32 HP heading into stage 5. I don't know if he's going to have enough HP to deal with the likes of NCC1.
Did just hit a Kindred 2 for Ahau, so a little bit better there, but I'm kind of with you. I'm very concerned for the HP we'll actually be able to have. No one on virtus.pro is really solidified as a streak, though. It's just loss, win, loss, win. However, there's still just a big HP gap to have to get through.
Yeah, it seems like it's the same story as the first game that we just witnessed with virtus.pro having that extra HP, although one thing I would argue is that this time Aurora Gaming actually looks like they have players who can play for first, so definitely an improvement, and I think this is looking a lot closer. It's really going to come down to the matchmaking here, as we do see 60 Seconds going up against Milo. That is perfect, that's exactly what you want to see. If he can actually take out the win, Graves is going to be the tank for just a little bit longer, and there's no Gunblade or healing onto him, so he's going to stay alive just just long enough.
Lulu falls.
Maybe a little bit better items that would have been, been able to do more there with the Graves. I think this is okay for Aurora. Hwanmi dropping a life there, that's not great.
Concerning. Very concerning. In fact, Lilu did his job sacrificing HP in a really good way, but it ended up not mattering, unfortunately, because goes 8th anyway. Hwanmi, the player that Lilu sacrificed HP for, now dropping dangerously low towards that 7th place. 62nd may be the only hope left, but one player, you need more than that.
Yeah, NCC1 sitting still on only LeBlanc 1, so if he has some poor matchups, definitely could be getting knocked out soon. We'll have to wait and see who they're going to go up against. So DC Hwanmi's board there with the Riven is looking quite powerful. Oh, is going to be going up against 62nd. Have they timed this right? Have they managed to allow 62nd to sacrifice his board just enough, because he is able to beat, he is able to lose out against Hwanmi, and the fight is looking actually quite good there for Hwanmi, despite the fact that 62nd's board is a lot more powerful. And this is perfect play there from Aurora. As long as 62nd lives, that's exactly what they needed.
They will live. They're playing to their win condition. Of course, NCC taking a loss, and this is where the HP totals start to get a little bit closer. Aurora Gaming, they are behind, but they are playing from the spot absolutely perfectly as to what they need to do.
Absolutely perfectly. Hwanmi on 10 HP. It's very, very scary. Both of them now are going to be on 1 life. We saw before they were able to position it well, where Hwanmi was able to take a previous round and then give back, and 62nd doing just the same, as we do get a look at 62nd with one of the strongest boards you can produce in TFT. Look at that Fiora item.
Yeah, that is a crazy TG roll. Fiora did just get upgraded as well, going into ag.al. So, another teammate on teammate violence there happening. On the left-hand side, NCC going also up against a teammate with Maris. Can NCC hang on here? The board is just falling rapidly. The Nami damage is looking like it is too much. The front line falls. Trying to hang on, but no, it is going to be NCC taking a loss there. But on the right-hand side, 62nd hangs on.
Now, the question is, was that intentional? Did they want to just let NCC1 go because they recognized that he wasn't even on LeBlanc pair, right? So there was no way that he was going to be able to take out the likes of Aurora Gaming. So now that they've done this, look at the HP totals there for Maris and Kian. Quite healthy up there. They can play it and spin it in a way that make it so that if the matchmaking continues, eventually these players that are on 1 life from Aurora Gaming, they're going to have to verse each other.
They will at some point. The matter is just when that will happen. Milo and 62nd on our screen here. Not much more they can do to improve their boards, right? Both 0 gold. They look strong. See what the matchups are going to be. However, it is 62nd versus Milo. This is an important match tomorrow.
Yep, and you can look at the Fiora has managed to roll the Steric Stage there, so the TG is really working out. The Shen actually has a bit of AP scaling, so it's going to be quite beneficial. Nunu's going to get 1 big cast off here. We'll see how many units they can hit. Looks like the backline of the Corki is going to be perfectly fine, not stunned at all. He's dealing out as much damage as possible. The Rammus with the Bramble is going to eventually get taken down, and there's just too much frontline there. The Vex can now attack the backline, and this is what we expected. 60 board, very powerful, but the loss is not enough.
Don't think so. Dodging out on that damage for now. Yeah, drops to 4 HP. 62nd and Hwanmi, though, they're going on a bit of a win streak. Blitzcrank 2 upgrade for 62nd as well. Wow, dangerously low. This really just comes down to matchmaking. Who is facing who?
Yeah, and virtus.pro making the executive decision to let some of their teammates go. However, it's starting to work out because now it's getting dangerously close for Aurora Gaming. We saw that Aurora does have the likes of 62nd with a board that has the potential to win out. This Fiora, again, just rolling the best items for her. She always has something. Look at that Blitzcrank. The Blitzcrank's got perfect items as well. This is going to be very, very powerful going up against... Oh no, is he versing...
Versing Hwanmi.
Okay, it's just going to be whoever's the strongest there, but someone on Aurora is getting knocked out.
Absolutely. Someone on Aurora. So virtus.pro, right? Where are they going to land? I think the game will still continue after this round, but I have to see where the HP totals land.
Yeah, and Maris has so much HP that I think that he was able to sacrifice. It looked dangerously close, but I guess you could say calculated. Hwanmi is going to fall, but Maris, sitting on 42 HP, is able to sacrifice and give up a little bit of HP there.
Ooh, this is close. This is very, very close looking. 62nd only on 10, though. ag.al on 4. They're gonna need a first place Aurora and then a third place as well.
So a 1-3 needs to come out here, which is perfectly fine because if you have Maris's HP, that enables VP to go all the way to second place. If Aurora are playing under the win condition that they need that 1-3 placement, we already know that 60 seconds board is phenomenal. If the TGs keep rolling his way, that he can definitely play for first place, it's really going to be up to ag.al. Can he eke out a third?
Yeah, definitely curious as to what ag.al can do with that 5360 gold now, right? Spending all of that leveling up. Same with Milo here as well. Yan and ag.al we see leveling up to 9. Or an upgrade coming through for Kian. Same with the Kindred upgrade.
Big hits there for Kian. I mean, this is one of those boards that if you can't hit early, you're going to be having to push levels and still playing around those standard 2 cost lines. So Kian's board, definitely quite powerful. All eyes on ag.al here. Who does he get matched up against and can he take him out? It's a ghost.
Okay.
This could have been perfect. A little bit scary though, depending on how it was going.
Kian versus Milo on the left. One of them is going to fall.
One of them is going to fall. It all comes down to 60 seconds. Did he make his board weak enough into a position that ag.al is able to take it down? It's looking terrifyingly close. Someone on VP is going to be getting knocked out regardless, but it's whether or not this Kindred on the side of ag.al has enough damage. And oh, I think it's going to be a team kill from a ghost.
Right. Oh no, the Kindred. Oh, team kill from the ghost, actually. That could be it. Let's see where it ends up. And Kian falls, but ag.al falls in 5th. It is over. Virtus.pro take out Aurora Gaming 2-0.
Can hear them behind us. Absolutely.
They're hyped.
They are so hyped behind us. Ecstatic with their performance. Dominant performance. I mean, this is... I didn't expect this. A 2-0 victory there for Virtus.pro. Very, very dominant performance. I do think that on the side of Aurora Gaming, they looked a lot better this game. They had multiple players who potentially could have played for those top 2 positions, but it seems to be a HP issue.
It really does, and I think Aurora Gaming did show they know how to preserve HP when it comes to facing each other, but preserving HP overall, the entire story of the lobby, it's just a little bit too far that they have fallen. They had a lot of good spots. If they had maybe, 10 HP more, would have been a different story. But Virtus.pro really came out saying that, yeah, we took down Nemesis 2-0 yesterday. It wasn't because Nemesis were just weak. It's because we're actually really strong. Proving that.
Also the resilience from some of the sides of Virtus.pro where they had multiple players, Kian and NCC1, showing that they'd like to play around that loss streak strategy there with the Anima. And despite the fact that Aurora tried to answer that with 60 seconds and Hwanmi saying, okay, I'm going to play a really weak board. I'm going to play 5 loss streak here and snap your streak. Virtus.pro said, oh, it's okay. You can do that. I'll take a smaller cash out. Instead, I'm just going to beat you with a HP advantage.
Absolutely. That is all you need at the end of the day. We talked about at the beginning, the road to redemption is what Virtus.pro were on, and they are sprinting down that road. It seems very hungry to get that first place that they were so close to last year.
Yeah, and we asked it before the game started, was their day one just an easy 2-0 victory for them, going up against a weaker team? However, we thought this is where they're going to get tested, and I would argue that this series, despite the fact that it was 2-0 on paper as well,
they were tested.
Exactly. It looked a lot closer, and some of those fights really just mattered at the very end, but now they've shown it. Now they've proven themselves as they make their way all the way forward into the next day. They have a 2-0 victory, They are the team to fear.
Absolutely, but looking on the other side too with Aurora Gaming, gotta start asking the questions, right? What is this roster doing wrong, perhaps? We heard from Hwanmi yesterday, a little bit of communication maybe, not necessarily going to be optimized there.
Yeah, because the individual play actually looks quite good. They had a lot of good spots in the second match as we get to see some of the replay. Some of these boards looked phenomenal. It just seemed like towards the middle of stage 5, there weren't many options given they were all 2 lives or 1 life.
Absolutely. Aurora Gaming, they had their faults yesterday too, got 1 win taken off of them by Nongshim. They did win the series, however, but getting to it by Virtus.pro. Barry was talking about it a lot with the Chinese super team, right? They have a lot of accolades between them. They got Hwanmi, they got Lilu, 2 world champions.
But also, the stacked lineup of Virtus.pro have been together for so long, and this is a clear example. You can see this replay here. On the outside looking in, it looks quite bad. Oh no, before Maris taking out his teammate, but they recognize it doesn't matter because Aurora have such little HP to work with that Virtus.pro's macro gameplay from a 4v4 perspective was on point.
Yeah, ag.al actually trapped the Akali in the corner there. Maybe thought he was going to be facing a teammate in that round. Maybe still is, actually.
Yeah,
but it's just those little micro positioning things, right, that really make the difference, separating a good TFT player from a great TFT player.
Yeah, and even if Aurora wants to try and argue the accolades of being the stronger individuals, Virtus.pro showing up here on the global stage, the EWC 4v4 tournament, that look at these guys when they work together. There we go, there's the high fives.
Yep.
The team play is phenomenal.
Team play in TFT, team play in real life as well, of course. What a phenomenal performance. And this really looking forward towards the playoff bracket. Virtus.pro looking super strong. They get to chill now, right? They've 2-0'd. They get to now watch the rest of the competition, really solidify the small weaknesses they did have, because they did have some, but not too many. I think they're feeling pretty good.
They're definitely going to be feeling good, and because it took them longer to get here, they had such a long road before to be able to play all those extra games. Now they get to relax and actually aren't the ones that have to play more games.
No, it's honestly, as well, we were talking about, hey, if you played more games, maybe a little bit more warmed up. We said that about Aurora Gaming coming to the series, right? Maybe they just had a little bit more, but weren't able to do it. Got 2-0'd by Virtus.pro. So let's head to an interview with Virtus.pro and with Trouble to see exactly how that happened.
Thank you guys so much. Amazing cast. Like, congratulations. I'm here with Milo and Alicia, who's going to be translating for us. Congratulations. You guys have made playoffs. 2-0 yesterday, 2-0 today. How strong are you?
Chúc mừng em, đội của mình đã đi đến vòng tiếp theo của cái chương trình này. Thì hiện tại bây giờ là ngày hôm qua mình đã là 2-0, hôm nay mình cũng 2-0, thì hiện tại bây giờ mình cảm thấy sức mạnh của mình, cái đội tuyển của mình như thế nào?
Thực ra thì từ trước khi mà qua tới Pháp thì bọn em nghĩ bọn em trên thua khá là nhiều, nên là cái kết quả hai team 2-0 này thì cũng hơi bất ngờ một tí. Kiểu như em không, cái này là cá nhân em nhá, em không nghĩ là các đội yếu thế.
Honestly, for us, before we came to Paris, we did not have the confidence. But today, since the result has been so well, we are really surprised. We didn't know that we would have such a weak competitor.
Wow. Okay, so Aurora is one of the biggest teams that we have here in EWC 2026, with Juan Mien, big names, tacticians' crowns behind them. What was the preparation playing against them today?
Hiện tại bây giờ mình đã đánh bại đội tuyển Aurora, là một trong những đội tuyển lớn trong cái EWC năm nay. Cùng với đội trưởng là Huân My đã có một cái vương miện chiến thuật năm nay. Thì mình đã có những chiến thuật nào khi mà mình đấu với họ ngày hôm nay?
Em nghĩ về phía Aurora thì chỉ có mỗi Huân My mạnh thôi, còn những người còn lại thì cũng bình thường. Nên là bọn em chỉ cần việc đánh 3 nhà vào top là win rồi.
For us, we only appreciate Huân My, that is the stronger player. The rest is just manageable for us. So we just focusing on all of us going to the top 4. That is enough.
Oh, wow. And that was actually the case. You guys did so well on that one. Now, of course, I want to speak a little bit about the Vietnamese fan base, because you guys have a lot of people cheering for you. So what does that mean to you to have such a large fan base behind you?
Bây giờ mình nói đến những người hâm mộ của mình đến từ Việt Nam, thì mình đang có những người hâm mộ rất là cổ vũ cho mình. Thì điều đó có ý nghĩa với mình như thế nào?
Em thấy rất là vui khi mà có những người hâm mộ cổ vũ. Em cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã cổ vũ và theo dõi hành trình của bọn em.
Yeah, we're absolutely very happy that we have such a big fan base, and I would like to say thank you to them. That make us have a hyped up, and then we can win today.
Absolutely, Vietnam is always incredible at supporting their teams. My last question right here is, now you've made playoffs. Weibo is on their way there. That was the final in 2025. Do you think that if you face them again, you'll take them down this time?
Hiện tại sắp tới mình sẽ đi đến vòng đấu loại thì mình sẽ gặp lại Weibo là đối thủ của mình vào năm ngoái ở trận chung kết. Thì hiện tại bây giờ mình có chiến thuật gì, mình suy nghĩ gì khi mình sẽ gặp lại Weibo và mình nghĩ là mình có thắng hay không?
Về chiến thuật thì em cũng không rõ, nhưng mà về tinh thần thì chắc chắn là bọn em rất là muốn để đánh bại Weibo rồi đó.
We are not sure about the tactic we're gonna face them, but we are really definitely want to win them this time.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to see you guys in playoffs. Congratulations again, Milo. Thank you so much, Alicia, for the interview. We're going to go into a very quick break and we'll be back with the next best of 3.
Welcome to Hydration Station here at EWC for Teamfight Tactics. We have two Mouse players right here, and the rules are as follows. If you answer a correct question, you can drink a cup and prevent yourself from dehydrating in this Paris heat wave. The first one to drink all 5 of their cups answering the correct question will be the winner. Here we go. Which champion has appeared in TFT for the most sets, including mid-sets?
Ash, I think, yeah.
None of you can drink. The answer is actually Jinx, including mid-set. She's been around in 18 different sets. Second question, which team was the runner-up in EWC 2024?
T1.
Okay, you both got it on the same time. Great answer, boys. Which player at this EWC has the most wins in EWC TFT?
K3 Soju.
Nope, that's incorrect.
Wanmi.
You're both wrong. The answer is actually Bintum. He has had the most wins.
Makes sense.
What item can you make by combining 2 spatulas?
Tactician Strong.
Correct. You may drink. What is the name of set 18?
Enchanted Whites.
Correct again. Wed Jungler. Wow, huge lead already. How many champions are available in this set, set 17? This is a tough one.
I'm guessing 60.
That's incorrect.
76.
The floor is yours. Also incorrect. Unfortunately, the answer is 63 champions. All right, you guys need some help, so let's go for an easy one. Who currently holds the most tacticians crowns at this event? Okay, you already got it. You already got it. You knew it before I even answered. What is your avatar called officially in Teamfight Tactics?
Little Legend.
Correct again. Wow. All right, now we have a tie. Things are starting to heat up here. How many champions do you need to make a 3-star copy?
9.
You got it, correct. Now we're down to the last question here. Wet Jungler slightly in the lead. What is Misfortune's origin for this set specifically?
I'm Goddess.
You have answered the correct one. So now we have a tie, 4-4. Which team was the first seed out of CN for this EWC?
Aurora?
That's incorrect. The floor is yours.
Team Vision.
Yes, Wet Jungler wins it. Congratulations. Stay hydrated. For our lightning bonus round, we're gonna have the Boss Cup. Are you ready, guys?
Yes. Yes, we are.
You're gonna get 3 guesses at this because it's so difficult. Which player at this EWC event has the best career AVP?
Ironbog?
No, not Ironbog.
K3 Soju?
No, but I'll give you a hint. It's one of the players you're about to face really, really soon.
Li Tuchuan?
Correct! Congratulations, Wet Jungler. Li Tuchuan has been the AVP leader since set 11, a very elite player. Wet Jungler has clearly done his homework to scout the opposing team. Well done, well done. And that's been Hydration Station at TFT.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk.
Welcome back to Esports World Cup 2026. We're on day 2. We're just about to start our second, I was about to say, series of the day, which is going to be our first elimination series on Stream B. I'm Troubling and I'll be your host over on Stream B. And I'm here with Barry and Tamura to break down a very, very crucial series.
It certainly is. We're coming in here with the 2 losers from day 1. So we have Maus, up against JDG. One of them will be going home today. We're in the elimination stage. We're going to be seeing the key crushes of one of these squads. The first seed coming out of EMEA and the second seed out of China. It's a banger matchup.
And that's where things get interesting when they are on their last life in the elimination stage. You know, we saw before they can go, okay, it's okay. You have 24 hours. You can go home, reset, rethink your strategies. Not anymore.
And we heard there was a little bit of heat in the Mouse squad, but you know, coming from EMEA, there's always this passion, this fire to do well. So hopefully that has fueled them from their very first game, which was against ag.al, who proved to be a super team so far. They lost to them 0-2. Didn't seem like they put much of a fight.
No, they got stomped.
Hey, I'll try to be nice.
I'm the EMEA representative. I'm bigging up this team. I had them winning that series, but unfortunately they got dealt a really hard game. It felt like they were up against it the entire time. As you said, we see them coming in here. They've not had the cleanest comms so far. I'm hoping today they're able to put that behind them because they need. This is it.
And I was also sold. They had that nice little preview video from Kavixet. It looked really strong, but they kind of swayed me. I was going to vote against them, but I thought, okay, no, their team dynamic actually seemed good, Barry.
Yeah, it seemed like, okay, they said Travis is our shot caller.
Yep.
They'd established that early. But as soon as things start going wrong, suddenly if you have big personalities, they might say, okay, well, we lost this series, so even though you're the leader, maybe I should step forward. But they need to get everything in order today, put that behind them.
And they haven't had a long time to do this. They only have less than 24 hours to move past whatever arguments were made and figure out a strategy for today. This will be their last possible best of 3. If they lose here, they're out. If they lose here, the key gets crushed by no other than JDG. And we heard from Dehua yesterday from Godlike that JDG is one of his favorite teams because they seem super strong coming from China. However, they did fumble and get reverse swept by Zeta yesterday.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I think everyone thought JDG coming in was actually maybe the Chinese strongest roster. Losing 2-1 to Zeta, though, it did go all the way to like the last fight of a third game, so very close. Zeta today showed that they are a tough opponent to come up against. So JDG have definitely been tested a bit more.
Yeah, definitely been tested, as we can see them walking onto stage now, but they have the likes of Hong Lian, who has 3 EWC experiences now and multiple TAC rounds across the board. So JDG is a stacked lineup, and I think that now that they've got their backs against the wall, when going up against Maus, they're going to bring their A game, and it's going to be strong.
Yeah, every player on this roster has been to Tactician's Crown, so just in terms of a balanced squad, Hong Lian definitely the start, but no dominant voice, I feel, in this particular lineup.
All right, and as we're talking about JDG, obviously they had their whole way here, sort of pushed down the lower bracket by Zeta, as we mentioned, as we're looking at the hero results right now. And let's have a look at the bracket in general after, just to see how those teams have formed so far and what the road has looked like. Because JDG coming in as the favorite, as you mentioned, from China, even though they're not as star-stacked as other teams, they're in the lower bracket, and this is serious.
And that's what happens when you have these sorts of matchmaking, because they go up against the likes of Zeta Division, a very dominant Japanese org, and unfortunately dropping their series 2-1 today. They're just so dominant, so it makes sense that the overdogs there from China were actually knocked out.
And it might get even worse. Even if they can make it past Mouse, or if Mouse can make it past JDG, Aurora is waiting for the next best of 3.
Yeah, the decider match for whoever makes it through today is going to be even more difficult. Aurora coming up, so the route to playoffs for either of these sides, very difficult. Maus, if they go all the way, they're going to have to go past 3 CN squads, which is as hard as it gets in 4v4.
That practice is going to be incredible, right?
After that, I'm sure they just win out.
They'll just win out.
So just keep going. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
That's right, especially when you're having through the lower bracket rounds, you're going to become a legend, right? You lose the first one, no one believes in you, you just make, you know, like that comes from G2 in League of Legends, you know? We're kind of used to it. Let's have a look at the predictions right here, because people believe in EMEA. You don't believe in EMEA. You don't believe in EMEA.
He's on that side of the desk.
No. Come here. Why do you not believe in EMEA?
I've just seen from the results, it just wasn't looking too good. It wasn't just the raw result on paper, but if we looked at the game plan, we were about halfway into the cast and we went, oh, I don't know if Mouse can do anything from this point. So they're going to have to prove me wrong, and I'm looking forward to it.
Sell it to me.
I think when you've got Wet Juggler, a runner-up in a Tactician's Crown, I think it's time for the likes of him to pull rank here and kind of put down that statement performance. He was here last year with Mouse. He's got the experience at EWC. I'm confident this squad's going to be able to put yesterday's game behind them. It's star-studded for a reason out of EMEA. They won the EMEA qualifier. There's obviously something, they just need to refine that form.
And you have to think that we have so many incredible players in the EMEA circuit in general, that the fact that these 4 have come out of it victorious, the fact that Mouse are going back to back with Wet Jungler to lead that team, it really truly means something. And I really hope that Travis as a leader pulls up and just sort of gives a little bit more guidance to the squad. What are we expecting to see here in terms of like predictions in the series? What do you think the score will be?
I'm gonna go out and say 2-0. I think I've done 2-1 predictions for all previous
you've done us
ones.
dirty.
Yeah,
Twice.
2-0 for JDG. So I'll give something Barry to counter with because I know he will.
2-1 to Mowers. I think it's going the distance here. I'm going to believe a little bit of blind copium in Mowers, but as we said, number 1 seed for a reason. But I think we're going the distance.
Last chance right here for the EMEA team, Mouse, going up against a powerhouse from China. Last chance from both of these teams, holding on to the keys for dear life. Whoever loses here is out. Whoever loses here gets their key on your screens crushed. Barry, Tamora, take us through the best of 3.
We are entering in, and I did put my card, I cast my doubts against Mouse, but for their sake, I would love to see them show up with some great TFT.
For the West as well. We've been struggling collectively.
As a whole, but also to do with the portals. I think in terms of the emblems that we saw in their series where they did get swept, in both games, there was so many emblems at play, and it really felt like Mouse was on their back foot from the beginning, and there was not much they could do. This game might be different.
Yeah, you want to go into a series and feel like you have some agency. And yesterday, especially in that second game, it felt like there was not an awful lot they could do. The first game, I think, line selection was poor, execution equally as bad. But game 2 felt like just from 2-1, it's so difficult to turn it around.
They also had a lot of tempo. I think they had worse emblems in the second game of their series. However, we saw their HP was actually quite strong. So this is a roster that knows how to play tempo throughout the early and mid game, and they almost converted. It was definitely a lot closer in the second one. So on paper, a 2-0 looks quite poor. But had they managed to swing that around, I think they definitely could have contested a little bit more. That being said, they are going up against JDG now.
Yeah, they are going up against JDG. As we touched on, we do get into our first game here for Series 3. We have Varus against Kale. So no emblem shenanigans, no Evelyn that can really also spiral your game bad out of control. See Morgana loading here though, Tabura, sorry.
Yeah, so no guarantee on the emblems, but Morgana is going to be which our augments. We are heading into a triple prismatic.
Yeah, triple prismatic instantly throws a spanner in the works. Travis getting the double Diana drop, which is better 3 costs you can get.
Not something you see every day, the Diana reroll. I think we had maybe 1 or 2 patches in this set where pit players figured out, if you itemize
you need
her
a lot
well,
of artifacts.
Yeah, you need so much to make her work. The melee carries are always tricky because they're either unkillable and wipe out the board, as we see with something like the Akali. It's defended there by the Jax, but the Diana can take a little while as well. Looks like we are going to be getting the Altar, something that definitely could be picked up and considered with the Stargazer if we're given some direction. However, not a hot commodity at the moment.
Yeah, and just to clarify, if you haven't seen the series yesterday, we do have Lotus for JDG is Hong Lian, so it is a veteran name, but he's been here twice before, EWC 24 and 25 with Weibo and Wolves. And you might be thinking, oh, those are the teams that won EWC, so this guy's won it twice. No, he was on the wrong way around. So close to picking the right squad, but unfortunately swapping around here a third time with a different CNOG.
And with a different CNOG, this is a team that, despite dropping their first series, is one that is looking like they can go the distance. So maybe the story will rewrite itself and Hong Lian will be able to continue it forward, as he is a veteran in the scene, has been to multiple TAC crowns, is a very, very strong competitor. We'll have to wait and see how this goes, as we do get a look at Travis still sitting on those Dianas.
Yeah, hasn't opted to sell them. I think we touched on earlier in the day that maybe you sell for econ, make 10 more often in individual TFT, but we actually see players much more likely to hold their units, to leave their lines open in 4v4. As we do know, it's triple prismatic. Emblems are now coming through for Kabixen here, Arbiter, Stargazer, and Challenger. See exactly if he does opt to keep any of these around. Arbiter is certainly a good option in the early game, at the very least.
Yeah, so we weren't guaranteed any emblems when we first loaded into games. You can see their Briar on the right side of the screen from the Builder Bud, most likely picked up. That can be quite beneficial to just build up your econ, because you'll be strong, you're going to be tempoing, as well as playing around the Primordials. You're going to be able to generate even more econ from that regard. But when it comes to a triple prismatic lobby, we've seen this being almost an insta-click. The trait tree is something that players go, okay, if I can pick this up and it works in my spot, I'm going to take the gamble, because more times than not, I'm going to be able to convert it into something that's beneficial.
Yeah, if it's like one prismatic, you might be, okay, I'm down quite a lot of combat power, but you know later down the line, whether it's econ or combat power you're lacking, you can absolutely guarantee bailed out, and this just, as you touched on, gives you so much direction. And I think this Mouse squad definitely lent into Travis being the team leader. I think off the back of having the strongest season, you might look across this squad and think, okay, Jungler's maybe the star man, Kabixon an equal voice. He was a coach last year, so why not have him as the lead? But anybody that hasn't been watching Amir this season, or the past few years even, Travis has definitely been the most consistent TPC player, and that's the horse they've chose to back.
And consistency is key. That's what you're going to want to see, as you're going to have for your leader, someone who's able to stay calm under pressure. Sure, you can have someone who has a dominant run in one small tournament, but if they're not able to ground themselves, it's going to be more unlikely that in a stressful situation, when they have so many different options, so many different emblems to work with, that it's hard to figure it out.
We have a pretty good combination here, Tamiro.
Oh, this has definitely worked out well. I mean, the promoting it earlier means that once you get the 3 online, you're going to be able to stack up that extra resources. Then going towards the Marauder and the Nova. We've seen quite a few Marauder-Nova combinations here.
Yeah, we certainly have. This combination, so good. As you've touched on, it allows you to play the 3 Primordium piece without needing to run all 3 units, which is nice. Can definitely play around the likes of Akali, which we know every team is going to be leading at least one player towards. We do see Build-A-Bot on the other side that was picked up as well. So a few players leaning towards tempo, other players thinking about maybe being their loose streak options, as we always expect to see.
Yeah, we can get a look at Kezi, who's managed to hit the Leona 2-star, a unit which is picked up very, very frequently when playing towards the Arbiter line. This is because if you activate that Arbiter that gives you extra copies of the Leona, then you're able to get multiple. I think we got a blink second look at Kabixon, who also had the same setup. So depending on where he wants to go, could opt into that line, because there's just so much consistency. Technically extra econ if you want it, or board strength. And if you have board strength, that's going to convert into econ and HP.
And having the comeback story as well just allows you to be the loose streak player if you need to, and you're going to get your power down the line. You did see a flash up of the augment. Wet Jungler is on the worth the wait, and you got Milio, so definitely better you can hit, but you can certainly play around Milio in quite a few lines. We've seen the Stargazer variant. If he doesn't want to reroll, which I imagine will worth the wait, maybe he won't, he can still use Milio as a tempo AP flex carry and build many boards around.
And there's the extra Leona we can see, so confirm that he didn't just natural it, but definitely got extra copies there from the Arbiter. We do get a look as an extra Reforgers offered there from Kale could be very, very beneficial for some of these players who don't like their emblems.
Yeah, I think you touched on Trait Tree being so favored anyway. Didn't even consider that when it's Kale, it's even more likely you're thinking, okay, even if I get completely screwed on my options here, the chances of a Reforger are very, very high, and a lot of players will be picking that up. Varus can either just give you a little bit of tempo or potentially a reroll option lined up, but I think in Triple Prismatic, some of these low-cost reroll compositions, they just don't hold weight in the late game.
Especially when the Prismatics enable you to get to level 8 so much quicker. It's because you think when you hit your reroll, you hit your 1-cost 3-star, and you think, okay, I'm now going to be strong for the next intermediate set of the stages. And you go, hold on, it's 3-6, it's 3-7, and people are already rolling down for their 4-cost. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep up. So that's just something that some of these players are considering. And then if you want even more tempo, you can take some augments like Worth the Wait. You can see the Milios are raining in. This is guaranteed power spike.
Yeah, certainly is. We talked about AP Flex being a good option. This is a different way you can play it. I imagine still would likely be playing around the standard Stargazer core, because the likes of Nunu are just so powerful. Even if you just end up running it as a 3-piece to pair alongside it. Could even, of course, just end up with Corky Riven, and you have this secondary carry in a Milio 3-star, which you could have as your Morello provider, for example. So a few ways he can take this, leaves himself very flexible, and just having Timebreaker early always very important.
Now, we know that players like to play tempo when they are in a 4v4 environment. This allows them to get extra money, extra HP that they can leverage and give off to their own teammates. We can see 2 players there on opposing sides, Org and Lotus or Honglian, are trying to get to that stage where they can maximize that. But on the reverse side, we actually saw, I think it was Travis who might have had Pandoras. Now, this is a big gamble because Pandoras as a Prismatic, if you don't like your Radiant that you get, it takes a while and you don't know when it's coming.
Yeah, certainly does. As you point out, you could be rolling it for a long time. Sometimes you have to pull the trigger on something that's fine, but it's because you can't just leave it rolling forever. I think for stage 2, it's definitely okay. With it being triple prismatic, you don't want to be rolling that item indefinitely. As you touched on, both teams trying to have a win streaker and a loss streaker with Tucci and Travis as trying to keep their 5 losses alive, Org and Lotus on the flip side. Very, very important to have players healthy enough to save your teammates in the late game if you need to. Going up against Jungler, who, yes, he's got Worth With Milio, which will be coming through 3-star very soon, but also a Maokai 2, just natural. So it does kind of solve his frontline issue. Is going to be lacking on Econ a little bit, but it's triple prismatic, so that's not going to be a problem down the line.
Something that you can hold for quite some time. Looks like Og's going to be the only one who managed to get the 5 win streak. However, both Travis and Tucci managed to get the 5 loss, so going to be feeling quite good in that regard. You have 2 players there on the 4 win streak and 4 loss streak, so still quite a lot of streaking to be done, and the fact that they've managed to maintain it heading into neutrals means that depending on how their stage 3 goes, they could actually continue that moving forward, although the highest priority is definitely on getting the highest value one going into neutrals, which is that extra break point.
Yeah, as you've said, keeping that streak going, being able to make your Econ thresholds, to keep yourself nice tempo-wise ahead of the lobby. Org here with the Primordial 4-piece in for the time being, just because nothing else he may as well run. Slowly starting to put together, as you've said, a nice streak while also having the Drift Econ coming.
Yeah, and I was actually going towards the Briar 3 as well, just because they're naturaled so many copies and the Primordial is going to potentially give him more. But another easier way to get that is the Build-A-Bud Constructs Champion on the start. You just upgrade it right there, and of course this is going to be giving you a very, very strong frontline. Now, this is interesting to see though, however, with the Rageblade Slam, doesn't actually lock him into an AD line here.
I imagine they saw Briar load in and think there's a lot better we could have hit there. Just tempo, if you want to get out of it in the late game, if it saves us enough HP, it will do its job. And I think getting stuck on this Briar, if you naturaled it from Primordial, we often see players sell it regardless. I imagine similarly, maybe even with Build-A-Bud, might feel a little strange to give up your Prismatic Augment, but if it saves you a bunch of HP, allows you to print gold from Primordial, then if you end up just playing standard, go all the way to level 9, play around Vex or something, it's done its job.
Yep, and as we know, we are going to be getting more Prismatics here. Looks like Og was actually rewarded for holding onto the Briars. You can see it in the top of our screen there. Managed to pick up the Briar 3-star as well. Now, this is where things get interesting. You have options like Luxury Subscription. We'll be getting some 5 costs. We have Tiniest Titans. We can play the long game. We haven't seen too much success with it, so instead we're going to go with something that's going to give us guaranteed power. Milio 3, getting access to a red buff and a blue buff for that unit.
Yeah.
Very, very
I mean, I touched on it. It kind of is the Morello red buff applier, and you've just got exactly what you need there. It allows you to then itemize a secondary carry as soon as you can find them.
This is exciting to see. We talked about the Pandoras being a little bit of a gamble because you might be waiting a while before you're ready to settle on a Radiant item. Now, Radiant Void Stuff, that is something that is perfect because if you're playing AP, you can never be too upset about it. Has access to extra Forges, and he's been given Trait Tree. Now, Trait Tree, bit of a gamble, you might not always be able to use it, but if you have Pandoras, as long as you can settle on 1 or 2 that you're happy with, you can just keep rolling the last one that doesn't work.
Yeah, as we saw, instantly slamming the items wants to play the Space Groove line, having the Space Groove, and you're thinking, okay, there's so many we can run alongside it then, a Vanguard +1, Bastion +1, very likely to find even a Rogue you can end up settling on, Sniper again you can make use of, lots of different ways he can take this, and as you've said, it's still a risk though, because both your augments you're rolling, so your Pandoras is just giving you access to being able to roll the emblems, but you could be sitting there for a very long time, and if you're playing down essentially 2 Prismatics for quite a while, can be an issue.
Yeah, but it looks like he's settled on at least one.
He's got
Radiant.
the item.
Yeah.
So
one Radiant there. He's definitely going to keep that Space Grip. So now he's really just rolling 2. And as you mentioned before, the complementary ones can definitely suit that. If you're going to sit there and roll for 2 of the exact same trait, it's not easy.
You have to settle. I think
exactly. But then the supplementary ones work fine.
Yeah, I think as soon as you see something that's usable, you should be just absolutely, unless you need to be the win-out player, unless they get to a situation where, okay, we have to gamble this player, maybe you should roll their emblems again, but I think for the most part, as soon as you get something usable, you will go that way. Travis here is the player that opted for Akali on the Mao's side of things. We did expect to see an Akali like we do every game. I think Mao's ended up not leaning into it as heavily as maybe they should have, having a reliable player on the line each game. But Travis did have to dig quite deep for it, isn't in a position where he's win streaking stage 3, which is really when you want to be able to save a lot of HP. Because it's a long way to get towards level 8, level 9. It's level 6, 30 gold. So not going to be the easiest Akali game. And Akali in triple prismatic, definitely not as strong as she can be normal.
Yeah, triple prismatic. That being said, though, Lotus Honglian has decided to pick up the prismatic ticket. So going, okay, I already have an Akali too. I'm going to utilize these extra rolls, extra technically econ that's going to enable me to hit a 3-star. Now that's different to how we've traditionally seen the Akali play. Yeah, exactly, because the players recognize that it takes me a while to get the board online. Then once I do have it online, if I just sit here rolling on level 6, I'm not getting any stronger.
It is also Varus, so you have access to duplicators, you have access to even more of a guarantee of picking it up. So I think the situation with it being prismatic did win the coin toss as well, for the which we haven't ever seen on the broadcast. It's just whenever they're off camera, they win the coin toss, and when we have it in front of us, it's always tails. But this time out, does mean he gets a radiant item. So then you're thinking, okay, I have a radiant item on top of this unit, then I really do want it to be 3-starred. Is still going to go to level 7 though, because you want to be able to pick up the likes of Kindred. You're still a long way off here, but you have the option, as you said, with the ticket, if you do want to roll down. We see Org here, items on the bench, seeing who loads in, does load up against his teammate, doesn't want to slam too much to deal too much damage, but actually they feel more than confident as a squad having Org keep this streak going. Having somebody, if they can possibly get to a 10 streak, is just so valuable. They can essentially play full defense in stage 4, and it's just, we've seen it work out time and time again for some squads.
Yeah, and feels a little bit unfortunate there for some of the other likes the players who are picking up these econ augments when Org basically gets 2 prismatics there. You just natural a 3-star Briar. It's basically the same as getting a Builder Bud as well as the fact that he has all of those extra emblems to work with. Wet Jungler also with a 3-star of his own, 1 tier up because he did invest in that first worth the wait. And now with those items, oh, he's really just lacking frontline, isn't he?
We've still got the Maokai, which for the time being, as you've said, items are lacking in the front line, but for the time being, in stage 3, Maokai 2 is going to do more than enough, and I think the HP totals for Miles are looking pretty damn good here. Org on a 9-win streak, Jungler on a 6 streak.
Now this is looking a little bit dicey. We talked about the fact that at least locking in the space groove there with the voice stuff in the backline, that's perfectly fine. We can start to reroll our other ones, and eventually we will start to settle. You can't really settle on something like a Meeple or a Challenger.
I mean, JDG, unfortunately, as a squad, they're already kind of falling behind in tempo in this lobby. It feels like Miles have 2 players that have a lot of HP to trade with, where JDG, you have someone that's full sacking here, and then you don't really have a lot of players that are going to be able to guarantee give you lives later. We have Bastion loading in, which I imagine will be locked in, and then you're just rolling the 1 emblem. But yeah, you would hope that you get them a little bit faster. Hopefully only 1 more round for Tucci.
And this is also something that happens when you have the Pandoras, is that you have to either keep rolling to the board that you've already hit, or you have to hit something meta like Space Groove and go, okay, this is good enough, I'm now going to play towards that. If that's how you play your style of TFT, of going, okay, I have these emblems, I'm going to merge my board into that, look across the board, all 1-stars, and the reason is because he wasn't committed to this when it was in stage 2.
Yeah, exactly. You have the look.
We saw it just for a second, a split second. We saw the double Space Groove. So 2 Space Groove and a Bastion. You can't get better than that.
It certainly cannot. So patience has worked out there. He's been taking his time. He's finally got to the point where his emblems have lined up perfectly. It does make playing defense from this mouse squad very, very easy in that if you hold Nami as a team, there's not much he can do. I imagine he'll be digging for a Riven as a secondary carry, but it very clear holds here for Mouse, and a player with not a lot of life. If he doesn't hit this Nami 2 on his next roll down, he could still be in trouble.
Looking relatively rich though, I would imagine that Tucci's going to be picking up his next augment almost immediately.
Yeah, you've got to go.
You've got to go. He's already pumped. He's ready to go to level 8. He's going to do his roll down. And the advantage of when playing around with the Bastion +1 is that he only really needs to hit Ornn 2 to be stable in stage 4. It's not like he needs the Morgana. It's not like he needs something like a Rammus to hold him through. That will be enough as long as he has enough supporting carries. And then as long as he hits that Nami 2 with those items in the backline, he's looking to be in a very powerful position. Might even want to go towards an AP Riven to support it. We'll see on the right side of our screen how quickly can he choose, because the players are going to be looking to deny. He's considering a few things. He has enough items, so might not necessarily need the golden gamble. He's going to roll over it.
Yeah, hasn't went too fast there. Does go for the items coming through, just extra belts. Does need to start rolling. We saw even Kapix on the left-hand side was even faster. So quite a lot to do for a lot of players here, especially the multiple emblems. We touched on the double Space Groove coming through. Tucci can put together a board. He just found a copy of Riven, which he wants to get in there. Finds a Blitzcrank.
But a few
Sitting on the Nami pair, though, this is the big hit. The problem is he has 2 spats, which isn't a problem, but it just he's thinking, okay, who do I drop here? I want to fit people
There we go,
in.
he hits the
Nami
Nami.
too has been hit. We're checking back in here with Kubikson, who also had these 2 emblems. He's got the Shepherd coming in. Primordial and Challenger not doing an awful lot for him, but they served out their purpose early. You're able to get the Shepherd in now. Checking back in here with Lotus / Honglian, who, off the back of this Akali, still been staying relatively healthy. Opted to stay level 6 though with his prismatic ticket, so fully committed to just trying to get this 3-star going. He's close to Jax, he's close to Maokai even, surprisingly, but no more copies of Akali.
Interesting, because he doesn't actually have the belt overflow augment, but if I was looking directly just at his board, I would have predicted that he did. Kind of seems to be the theme here, as we saw previously, the naturaling, the builder, but it seems like all these players are playing with 4 prismatic augments when really they only have 3.
Yeah, we do check back in here with Org, though, who is still on a win streak. So we are at 4-3, we have 100 HP. If you're trying to put yesterday's kind of stomp behind you, this is exactly the situation you want to be in, especially a player like Org, who we know isn't necessarily a team leader, he's just kind of plays his role. This time around, he's going to have to step up a little bit, but with his emblems, he's had such clear direction the entire game.
And he does have the Graves online. One thing that I wanted to point out is that it's a little bit awkward when someone has 100 HP, because we've seen in previous series, if one player is at the very, very top, and then all of your players are starving for HP, and no matter how much HP you give up in stage 5, they're all going to fall into the bottom 4. You look back and you think, okay, maybe I should have been a better team player earlier, like now, and give up some HP to my teammates.
Yeah, we see it takes a big loss there as we check back in here with our Akali reroller. Jax 3 has also been hit for that front line, so things are looking pretty good for Honglian, who opted to stay level 60 now to try Econ up to push on levels. Varus and Kale still our gods loading in the option of just a potential extra bow there if anyone feels they need their final piece for their carry.
Yeah, especially if you are playing around something like the Akali 3-star, definitely want to be leaning towards the Varus, getting more benefits as you get towards the Varus boon at the end, with bonus from all of these 3-stars, or maybe if you're playing like the likes of Kubikson here, who's just natural the Leona 3 because he's been printing copies this entire game. He's rolling down and has unfortunately not managed to hit his LeBlanc 2-star. It does get it there right at the end, so now the board's starting to come online. HP is looking a little low though.
Yeah, HP is looking low. He's got Money Monsoon, so he's down combat power from his 3rd augment. In terms of emblems, he's only making use of the Shepherd. The Challenger and Primordial are doing nothing for this board. So you're essentially down 2 augments, just a bunch of belts coming through your only combat power. Definitely not the strongest spot to be in considering we are on triple prismatic.
And we did talk about this before, that the Mals might be feeling a little bit bitter about their previous 2-0 with the emblem RNG. You look at this setup here, you thought, okay, I put myself in a great position. However, now, unfortunately, 2 of my emblems are not being utilized. Then you go to the other side of JDG and you go, oh, you know, if you just hit Pandora's, then you can get pretty much anything that you want.
At least they have Org, who did get almost perfect emblems for his game, so kind of balanced out there. Org has now started to sacrifice his HP as we expected from a loss streaker, full win streaker, sorry, now taking a few losses in stage 4, able to trade some HP over to his team. As we look across the standings, Kezi at the bottom, 13 HP and a Dream player facing down the potential elimination, and going 8th has been very defining in these games. You might think, obviously, going 8th is the case, but in 4v4, it just makes such an uphill battle. You then are looking towards, can we have someone win out?
Quite impressive that Hongmin was able to hit the 3-star, because if you look at Travis, he's still playing towards that line as well. So there are multiple Akalis out of the pools. You can see on the right side of our screen, pushing levels to play with that very similar itemized Akali, as the items are quite well known. However, going up against Kezi there on the side with the LeBlanc, 1-star at the back, might not have enough damage, but is taking a little bit of AoE. Akali is healing up with that Gunblade, but just does not have enough frontline to deal with it. LeBlanc is just going to be able to survive to deal the final blow there, as some of these players are looking to be in a very bad position. You see some of the Mao's players are, you know, very, very healthy at the top, whereas some of their teammates, unfortunately, are drowning at the bottom.
And it feels like the players that are drowning are also in pretty rough spots, where the likes of Kezi, he has comeback story, so you want to be low HP to an extent. Whereas Travis, it feels like, okay, he has had to go for this level approach with Akali, the tempo option, because the reroller elsewhere has took the 3-star option off you. But he's went for the Commerce Core for his 3rd augment, so no real combat power coming through there. Not much upside. We know with Kubikson that items haven't exactly materialized. We see putting his items on the bench to see who he just loaded in against.
Yep. We did see that Mouse at the top there with Org had the Kench was actually printing multiple copies of units. They're giving some extra resources. He got a Graves relatively early as well as a Fiora pair, so he's actually in a good spot to push levels.
So it's same with Jungler, who did hit a Graves to himself and was quietly just going about his game, looking towards level 9 the entire time. So they do potentially have win-out candidates if their low HP players can just avoid 7th and 8th. That is the key thing right now.
Yeah, avoiding 7th, 8th, and then it gives the flexibility to the two Mouse players to try and play for like a 1-3 or something, not needing that 1-2, which is obviously a lot harder to get, especially when you have the likes of JDG, who are going to time their losses well. We do see a Nami with, oh my goodness, look at the Space Groove there. You got a Space Groove, the Kench there at the front line. The Blitzcrank is going absolutely ham with the Bastion spat on him as well. The anti-heal is going to do a lot to take out the front line there. No healing coming for the likes of Travis, who you can see there stepping back.
They have double eliminations loading in here as we do see players starting to fall throughout this lobby. Travis, as you said, went down, but the key thing is that Kezi fell to Kvixen. So Kvixen was actually able to pick up a win there, a player that was low on HP himself. Jungler, though, unfortunately, is on the 6 loss streak, so despite the fact that he got the Graves online fairly early himself, still on low HP totals. We do check in here with Org, our remaining Mouse player with quite a lot of HP to work with. We knew these emblems would be very good. Touched on the Briar would likely eventually just be getting sold away that he got from his Primordian loading in, and just slowly putting together that Exodia board. Same with Jungler, who surprisingly is on this 6 loss streak, but this is definitely a spot that is able to turn this game around.
I think this is a board that can definitely win out. The itemization here is just beautiful across the board. Move one more item on towards the Nunu at the front line. This is perfect on towards the back line. The QSS there on towards the Graves mean he's continuously dishing out a lot of damage. I think Wet Jungler has somehow put himself into a position that can potentially win the game. And this is interesting how he actually got
this
here.
This is Emilio player,
yeah, he started with Emilio, and Emilio is completely gone, recognizing that if I can get to level 9, I can build a much better board. So Wet Jungler, 18 HP. If he can play for first, it's really just going to be up to Org if he can save enough HP to stay alive.
Kvixen able to turn his Primordian emblem that was doing nothing into another Shepherd emblem. So very important that he was able to reforge that. The third emblem ended up just being Stargazer off the reforge, but doesn't matter. Double Shepherd, giving you access to 7 Shepherd when just playing the traditional board. Certainly needs it in this spot because his front line would be lacking a lot otherwise. Did lose the previous round though, so is facing elimination as is Tucci on the right-hand side of the screen, playing this Yi Kindred line.
Yeah, the Yi Kindred line, definitely not a fan favorite, and the Leona is going to be positioned perfectly right up there against the entirety of the front line. LeBlanc should be healthy for quite some time. That being said, no resistances, so it does go down quite quickly. The Edge of Night is going to proc for the Master Yi. LeBlanc is going to have to switch her focus on towards the Bramble other side, but this front line is just going to be enough. The Master Yi, unfortunately, not going to have what it takes, and Kvixen's got to be feeling good about that one.
Kvixen's had 2 eliminations himself, where he's knocked away 2 of the JDG squad members, climbing up the standings here, and all of a sudden, this game's looking a lot better for Maus. Jungler has stayed alive himself, barely losing that round, but 2 HP and a Dream. The problem is that there's definitely win-out players on the side of JDG. How far can Jungler take his game? We know, even though he's got this potential Exodia, basically has nothing from his augments at this point in the game.
And this is where it starts to get a little bit awkward here, because of course Org can sacrifice his board to give an extra life to Wet Jungler or Kvixen. However, when they eventually do go up against each other, they won't be able to achieve that, and it can be a little bit awkward as we start to run out of removers. We do see a little bit of shuffling here, and it looks like Org is going to be going up against Kvixen. Did he make his board any weaker? Looks like he's trapping some units, potentially
Trying to just make himself a little bit weaker. They maybe are also considering the fact that Kvixen's only real advantage he can gain is over his own teammate in jungler. So maybe it's just a case of Org having the extra life. I think correctly identified by Maus is more important here. There's no more room for Kvixen in the top 4. Jungler falls away into a 4th and 5th for this Maus squad right now. So things are looking very even across the board, but Org needs to somehow find his way to defeat some of these incredibly strong boards that we've seen put together from JDG.
So in the bottom 4 for Maus, they're 5th and 8th place, and Wet Jungler only managing to eke out a 4th position. It's all eyes on Org. He has had that Graves in for quite some time. He's going to have a lot of upgrades there. He's got the Fury, he's got the rest of the board online. Honglian has done very well here to play reroll in the Varus line. So this next fight, even though it won't be the decider, is going to be telling the story a lot.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be telling the story of if Org is able to contend the top of the lobby, which is where he does need to finish. Coming up against Tucci, who has been patient. He's waited for these emblems to load in. The double space groove is so powerful. But we do see Org has put together a strong board here. Whether or not it's able to keep pace, we see the blitz from the space groove is just wreaking havoc. But this Graves has been in an awful long time. It's a very close round. Org barely falls, but it is certainly a winnable matchup, Tamira.
It's definitely a winnable matchup. I think the only problem is that he hasn't managed to hit his final upgrade, so he definitely can get a little bit stronger. That being said, both can be said for the likes of JDG, still sitting on the Blitzcrank 1. If that is managed to upgrade, that's going to make a huge difference to the power spike of that game. I think Org is still in it. If he can hit his upgrades there on towards the Fiora as well as the Shen, his board is going to get significantly stronger. It's also still making in the backline, so Org close to spike.
Yeah. It certainly can do. Kindred 1 is your primary carry. That is going to be a massive upgrade. As you've said, though, elsewhere, Space Groove still has room to grow as well. So it's all important that Org gets the upgrades he needs. And now, no one's immediately facing elimination. We have 34, 33 HP for JDG. Org himself has 2 lives. So again, we're not going to be seeing anybody fall away just yet. However, Honglian's spot certainly is looking pretty damn scary. I mean, this is dream scenario. Managed to get himself to level 8, even though I guess the Kindred 2 online. He's just hit everything.
Yeah, I thought he was playing a little bit of defense there, but no, he actually needs it for himself. The Kindred 2 is going to make his board a little bit stronger as well. Was playing a little bit of defense there might be a bit risky because he actually sold some of those extra Fioras and Shens. We'll have to see, was that unit hit on the other side? Yeah, so Fiora 2 already hit, Shens 2 still waiting, so just going to be looking for extra copies to try and deny that. Positioning is looking quite good as the Akali is wrapping around to the side. He's going to have no trouble taking out the tanks from the side. With that Radiant, Infinity Edge is going to go all the way around to the back line and is eventually going to get taken down. Org's looking strong here.
Not enough there. Even though he had the Maokai with the double Warmogs and the Bramble in front of a full AD composition, the Maokai actually got shredded pretty quickly. It looked good for the Akali. She gained access to the backline, but it does show that Graves has been scaling so long for Org that he is very powerful. However, the test was the Space Crew board, which is now on a 10 win streak for Tucci.
Yeah, 10 win streak. I think Honglian has done all that he can. Eventually is going to get knocked out, and that's going to be perfectly fine for JDG, recognizing that it's just going to have to go down to a 1 versus 1. Both boards are looking pretty much as upgraded as they can now that Org's starting to hit all of this, and it looks like we're just going to be delayed a little bit as the likes of JDG are going to be going up against each other. I'm almost certain that they're going to make sure that they don't want Honglian to accidentally win a matchup by wrapping or doing something crazy, because they know that they have a worse chance of taking out Org.
Yeah, I think as we see here, the Ghost matchup just loading in, a fairly routine round for Org, able to pick up the win here. Elsewhere, as you've touched on, Tucci will hopefully be able to keep 2 lives for himself, as expected.
Makes sense.
It will be Org Tucci going head to head. Honglian is clinging to life with 1 HP, but just playing spoiler on the showdown matchup we're antagonizingly close to seeing.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that Space Groove matchup as it actually goes into Org's battle. As we did see that the Blitzcrank there was only a 1-star previously and only barely managed to win. So when you have all those extra buffs working for the Blitzcrank there with the multiple Space Grooves, we'll have to wait and see if it's going to help.
Surprised he has the 2 Primordial in play, and he does have 2 Reforgers, so he could, if he needs to as well, try flip for an emblem to see if there's anything better he can get. Org is loading in against the Exodia Space Group board, Tamira.
And that Gargoyle's placement is absolutely perfect there. So the Kench is going to be taking all of the focus fire. Nami on the side there, dishing out maxes of damage, and is already starting to get towards the backline. The front line has dropped to the side of Org. Blitzcrank still has the revive available. He's going to get knocked around, but the Fiora dashes to the backline and takes him out, and Org is going to take a win. It's not going to be over yet, but that fight looked very promising there.
And Org, the last hope here for Amir, the last hope for this Mouse squad in this first game. They were up against it yesterday, the 2-0 defeat. They are in this do-or-die game. We can see Travis, the team leader here, is in his ear.
It's in the
Kabixon's leading in. It's a complete team effort here. They recognize the Reforge on the emblem coming through. He's got a Voyager emblem as well. So the first Reforge into Anima, second time around Voyager, the best he could have hit, one of the best he could have hit. So he has else just got even stronger.
Yeah, so now it's going to see, is there any positioning that Chuchi can do to change things up?
Huge upgrades coming through.
Massive upgrades. The fight looks relatively close, but the Fiora was able to dash around. The Gargoyles was placed correctly. There was so many clumps there against the Orc. We're going to see where the final placement is going to come down. Chuchi's keeping all of his units safe across to the left, and the Gargoyles Kench is right there at the front. Maybe the Nami will be safe this time.
And we'll see how if this Graves can get firing. Last time around, the Blitzcrank played an awfully big role, as we do see Fiora this time around is not able to get the same type of access onto the backline. She's been tossed and turned around by the Blitzcrank. Looks a lot better for the Space Group board, but no, Orc just has too much. He's got even stronger. Chuchi stays alive. One more round is needed for this Mouse squad. A team effort really coming through here tomorrow. We saw them together realizing you can get stronger, you can reforge these emblems. I think Orc himself had not even realized that. So they really pulled together here to try get him over the line, but Chuchi has stayed alive. 1 HP and a dream.
Even on the global stage, sometimes backseating is recommended. It is allowed, and it looks like all of the team coming together. You can see that in the cameras before. Org is going to be feeling good about this, but this is going to be the final fight, looking now to take him out. As long as Org can clutch it up, all of the melee carries have fully itemized upgrades.
Certainly how. We have to keep an eye on this Fiora. If Fiora falls too early, that could be decisive. Looks a little bit better here. Last time around, she was not able to get any access onto the back line. Fiora remains untouched. Kindred free firing away. The Graves also untouched. Just too many damage dealers for this Org board, and that will be it. He walks over this Chuchi board. Maus pick up the first win in the series, their first win of the tournament. What a result against this star-studded JDG roster.
Incredible result there. We thought they were out. They didn't have enough players looking to play for those top 2 placements, but as long as the rest of your team can find that middle ground, that safety net, all you really need is one Starstruck player who can play for first place.
And we are rejoined on the desk by Trouble. Org, the Greek Orb, doing it for Amir. I'm sure you're very happy to see this.
My Greek pride cannot take this. Org plus the power of friendship, I want to call it, you know, because we had a lot of controversial chit chat about like Maus not necessarily getting along together or having the same idea of how they want to play the game. However, this time around, they grouped up, they helped Org, and they got a huge victory. That Graves unit with so many upgrades seemed to be super helpful for that win.
Yeah, they just had too many threats. The Graves remained untouched. Fiora, the Kindred was free firing as well. I do think you could see on the cam, Travis and Kavixen were leaning in going, hey buddy, by the way, you have 2 Reforgers and a dead emblem. And he's like, oh, you're right. So definitely a team effort there. I think if there were any doubts of whether or not this squad is on the same page, this will heal those wounds for sure. Having such a decisive victory like that is just a great performance.
Yeah, and it looked great, and it was something that was a little bit unconventional in the sense that he actually played the win streak into the win out play. That's something that you don't normally see because you don't get as many resources that way, but because you got a relatively early Kench and then a relatively early Graves as well, you can start to stack up those extra resources quite early.
And honestly, there was a lot of direction in general from the Mouse players, and that's what we wanted to see yesterday. We had the Worth the Wait coming through with Milio for what jungler, very clear direction, and then 3 insane emblems with Primordian, Marador, Nova coming through for Org, which kind of screams Akali, but there was already an Akali reroll player in the lobby.
Yeah, he essentially just used those emblems to tempo. We thought, okay, these emblems are amazing. There's even reroll lands you can play off the back of it, but I think he realized triple prismatic, some of these reroll lines fall away. Even the likes of Akali can't keep pace with these stacked boards. You're seeing elsewhere double Space Groove coming through, and you're thinking, I have to turn this game around. Use them to get himself to level 9, then made great use of the Kale Reforgers coming in and able to turn this game around into just an Exodia setup.
Yeah, an Exodia setup at the end. It actually took a while to get there. We saw some of these final hits only coming in right at the end after that.
It's Kindred 1 for the entire game.
The last neutrals. But that doesn't really matter because as long as you have that Fiora giving you a little bit of extra HP, then you have the Graves starting to stack up those modifiers. By the time you get to those upgrades and you have your final board, it doesn't matter who's left, you are going to come out in first place, even if they have all the Space Groove emblems in the world.
And of course, we saw Chuchi do the same kind of tactic, however, not with Reforgers. It was the trade tree into the Pandoras, trying to turn as many Space Groove emblems into his line as possible. And this does look like an Exodia, but the final form of Graves seems to be too strong. It's a unit that perma scales every single time with every upgrade, so it's just really hard to outcap.
Definitely something that I like to see as well, because we've seen some of the previous Exodias being that if you hit multiple the same type of emblem, you get to the chase trait, the prismatic, and you just win the game like that. However, that's not the direction that we've gone with this set. As we can see, some of the player reactions is that you are actually rewarded for pushing levels, maintaining tempo, having a lot of extra HP, and starting to get those modifiers online.
And that just feels so good seeing those cams as the EMEA representative. This is the number one seed out of EMEA. We expected so much. The way they fell behind yesterday was very disappointing, but they've came to play here. JDG was a lot of people's favorites out of CN. This is the squad that we saw. Dahuya was saying, well, we think these are the best. Well, they're facing elimination here. They're right up against it.
And this is it for Mouse. They pick up finally their first game in the entirety of EWC 2026. And they're going up against the powerhouse of JDG. They're 1-0 up. Can they close out the series in Game 2? We'll find out after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. We're in the elimination round here of Group B. Mao's picking up the first game of the series against JDG. I am Barry Baden, joined by Tamura, and we went all the way to the last fight there. It was a nail-biter.
It was a nail-biter indeed. The final fight from Org. He stacked up everything that he could. He got to level 9. He had his teammates in the comms there all peeking over to make sure that every little last optimization was made forward. And he needed that because he was going up against the likes of the Space Group, multiple Space Group emblems, Blitzcrank 2, Bastion, everything you could need to support your Nami. Had a Radiant item on her as well. However, that was no match for the melee units such as Fiora, Shen, and Graves jumping in there.
Yeah, he just had multiple carries, too many options. It's very hard to position against the likes of Kindred, Graves, and Fiora, all these different backline options. I think interesting that he didn't end up going for the Vex variant because his teammate in jungle was doing so. You might think, a lot of people might think that's the stronger variant, but they could have clashed heads with each other. And I think that's also telling that this squad is on the same page finally, which was the question mark coming into today. I think that particular win is just going to make the team unity feel even stronger. It felt like a real collective effort as we do get Thresh and Echo once more. I'm not seeing too much of Thresh today, but yesterday we saw an awful lot. Echo we're just constantly seeing time and time again.
Time and time again, no pun intended. But the Thresh, the randomness, is something that the players really know and love. It seems that they're willing to take the gamble sometimes. Poppy giving us a little bit more stability, a little bit more agency here with the extra component anvil, so this will be quite nice for the players who maybe quote-unquote low-roll their openers. If they don't like some of their items that don't match exactly, they can kind of lean away from it. That being said, high caliber of play, a lot of these players will still lean into what they're given. This just gives them a little bit more agency, and then they can start to adjust.
And it is the altar for the Stargazer this time round, so maybe not too likely to see the likes of Xayah lent into again. Very situational to set up. Thank you, observers, for clarifying that. And it does feel a little bit of a shame that some of these AD lines are so specific. The likes of Kindred, you need certain items for, same for Corki. Xayah just kind of locked out in certain Stargazers. And AP Flex definitely being more favoured by these teams.
Yeah, we did actually get to see with Og playing around the Kindred towards the end, just because they had that Nova, especially in the 2-1 trade. And as you mentioned, didn't lean in towards the Vex, which is usually favoured. Did have some quite nice items, but the items are relatively interchangeable if you have something like a Rage Blade and a Gun Blade. So just the LW that you'd rather move over to some of the AD lines. That was more of just an AP setup, an AD setup, sorry, on the melee carries. Now, Og did play tempo, went fast 9, was playing around the melee carries. Instead, now he has the likes of the Akali that he can lean into.
You definitely need somebody to play tempo, somebody else to play open. It's just time and time again. Tucci here with the early Nova core himself, with the Akali, with it being the extra anvils as well. You can hopefully get perfect items early enough to be able to tempo. We've seen Akali sometimes struggle when you're not able to win the start of stage 3 and then you can't really keep pace in some of these crazy boards. But when it's silver, she definitely has a lot more success.
Yeah, we saw that the augmented power there, so if the players want to invest in a weaker start. Now, speaking of Akali,
sure.
Yeah, that's Akali pair. You're looking at the items right there and you're thinking, okay, you know, not the best there for the Akali. That being said, you can definitely utilize them towards the Jax. I'd say the Tears maybe the only one that they wouldn't really be favoring too much. The instant Crown Guard there for the front line definitely makes sense. Gunblade as well as a nice pickup. And now we can actually hold out from that last component anvil to wait and see what we get, because then we can tailor it a little bit better.
Yeah, certainly can wait on that one. You potentially can just go ahead and make the vow if you think you can win streak, and then you can wait for your best in slot Akali items down the line. Kabixon here having the early 3 Primordian, gets a full item and a Forger from his slightly magic roll, so that is pretty damn good. Does get a Hand of Justice, which we don't see get made ever.
Yeah.
And that is often telling if whether or not an item is particularly favoured.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that because we saw the tier on the likes of the Akali, thinking, okay, well, how come the Hand of Justice isn't
No one
favored
ever
on
makes
it?
this item.
Yeah, no one ever makes it, because you do get that innate precision, given that you do tech her in with the Nova trait, of course. But you'd think, okay, well, I'm going to be building items like the Stride Breaker. I want the raw stats. Why wouldn't I want a Hodge? And the reason is the players have recognized that when you make a Gunblade on the Akali, Akali does so much damage innately. When you have the Gunblade, not only does she heal herself, but she actually heals up that Jax. The players love to stack the Gargoyles on the Jax, and so when you have all those extra resistances, the Gunblade healing is very beneficial.
Thank you, observers. Og had gold coming through from his slightly magic roll, as does Jungler, so a lot of dice is being picked up by our players across this lobby. Og actually full opened off the back of it. Jungler with the option to play this Gwen here, slamming a Void Staff on top of it, opting to play a little bit of a stronger board. So Og looks like he's been selected this time around to be the sacrificial lamb for stage 2 for this Mouse squad.
Yep, and a little bit of an unconventional Briar there over there with the Gargoyle. It's just a 2-star, because if you play around your 2-stars very, very early game, it can still be more beneficial than playing something standard. Does already have the kickstart there for the Zoe, so once some items are online, be quite strong indeed. Seems like a lot of these players, if they get the right setup, have been able to convert into a nice forming board because of the extra item anvils, as well as here we can see with Kabixon, who's managed to pair that Infinity Edge with the Hand of Justice. A very old combo that I feel like we've seen time and time again, maybe not as much in this set.
Yeah, it feels like it's fell out of favor quite a bit, but I do think Miles have identified Kibixon here as, okay, it's up a full item. The other Magic role players in the lobby have just got things like gold, it's a silver lobby. If you can go IE Hodge on a Talon, then you should be able to hopefully win streak. This is the potential threat to that though, because we have Primordian 3-piece already activated by Honglian, who is going as Lotus for this tournament, and he does have Belveth 2 already.
This is awkward, I would like to say. He's taken the random emblem, so he doesn't have that much agency in terms of where it actually takes him. Gives him the Vanguard and recognizes that he's already got the Primordians and playing around Belveth 2, so he's quite strong. He needs to slam something if he's going to be able to continue to streak, and you definitely want to be slamming some AD items if you're going to make use of this Belveth. Now, when someone slams something like the LW, you'd think, okay, if they're going to play AD Flex, we've seen a little bit of the Riven paired with the Corki, and that's quite good. But when you have the Vanguard, makes you think, okay, are we going to be seeing a Zaya here?
Yeah, it is possible. Maybe he's just thinking about the legendary super comp that we saw twice last game. A lot of these AP boards as well, there's room for the likes of Graves once you get up there. Even in Space Groove, it can be ran. So I do think it doesn't close off a lot of lines for him, and he maybe is just going strongest possible board for the time being. I think throughout the tournament, we've definitely seen suboptimal items be lent into a little bit more. Best in slot feels like it's not as required because we have so many players that are thinking, I just want to be a tempo player.
Yeah, and we see Travis here is played AFK, so wasn't going to be making too many decisions prior, but he is now at the point where he can start to piece his board together. He's going to be sitting on 40 gold, be making 50 econ in the next round. He just needs to make sure that he's playing his board weak enough here so he can maintain that 5-loss streak. Unfortunately, his teammate Org is also looking for the same, so if they do verse each other, then one of them is going to have to snap their streak.
Yeah, certainly will, but I suppose with Travis, at least having the AFK, he's already got his econs looking pretty good. Org though at 50 gold himself off the back of his slightly magic roll. So it does feel like Maus have their clear two players that are playing more open. You have your HP saver in Kibixon, and junglers just sitting in the middle of the pack. So time and time again, we see 2 players per team building strongest possible board and 2 players going for weakest. The same for this JDG squad. The 2 kickstart player and last round up against the Belveth 2 did clash heads, but they're both trying to just save HP.
Yeah, saving HP is the name of the game, especially in a 4v4 setting.
And this Kibixon spot's looking pretty damn good to keep this streak going. I mean, Talon in the early game is a little bit of a menace, paired with this item combination, having the even trout as well. I feel like he's just going to be able to do too much to these boards.
Yeah, and he's just been given a load of extra resources there, random 3 cost and 4 gold, so quite a nice pool of gold coming in there for him. Definitely going to be able to continue to make extra econ intervals. Unfortunately can't make 30 here, but that's what happens when you get a fully upgraded board.
Yeah, and on the side of JDG here with this Belveth coming through for Lotus, he did just get 7 gold himself, so it would potentially, if he wins this round, allow him to make 30 while holding on to a nice little extra pair he would not have been able to otherwise. So Thresh just giving access to a bunch more gold across the board. Comes up against Travis, one of our lost streak players, so does keep that going there. We see Talon on the left-hand side of your screens doing his thing, flipping around with the classic IE Hodge, a bit of an old-school combination, keeping that streak going up against Jungler. So I think the streaks have been maintained. Yes, Org and Travis both on a 5-loss. Kibixon keeps his 5-win. Same for Lotus.
Definitely looks like an older Talon. I don't remember some of the previous sets. We want to see some of these assassins that will be pairing items like the Infinity Edge and the Hodge. Not as common in the more recent sets. We do have a couple of units who can dive around to the backline. Some of the rogues, the melee carries can move, but Talon is one of those unique units that still has that dashing ability, so it can mimic some of those older champions. Now, getting a look at Travis's board here, we can see he has so many options, and because he's been taking that loss streak, you can see 2 Mouse players who've managed to get a 5 loss streak. Could be getting more component anvils, so he just has so much direction here. So little direction here.
Yeah, it can really take his game anywhere. I do think that's quite a nice spot to be in. We saw some of the other lost streaks in previous games. You're lose streaking because you have an emblem that you can't really activate yet. But then you do know where you're going from that point, and it does make it easy to play denial for the other teams. Whereas Travis here, still very open, is potentially considering playing around this Lulu for the time being. If he does slam AP items, he could still just play a standard AP flex into something like a Shepherd. His items seem to be leaning that way, and it is just generally a better line than AD, so I imagine we'll see something like a Void Staff coming down.
Yeah, generally safe. You can wait a little bit depending on who he's going up against. Of course, he might still... Oh, he definitely does still have Org and Travis in their own pools there.
Some good matchmaking here. The lost streak going up against win streakers from ours. I think they'll be very happy to see this loading in. So before they get to the Organs as well. So things are looking pretty good in terms of keeping their streaks going, which can be so important. We'll see if on the side of JDG, if Honglian/Lotus is able to keep his streak going as well.
Yeah, because if Mouse manages to have 3 players with a 6-win streak, it's going to be quite devastating there for JDG, as they're already got their backs against the wall.
And Jungler's staying fairly healthy, which is kind of his job in this position. But it is risky to have 2 loose streakers. JDG have none, so they just have a bunch more HP. We've seen when you have 1 lost streaker, okay, that's fine. You can trade the HP of the rest of your 3 squad members if you need to. 2, though, Tamura, we have seen fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. So sometimes when you have those lost streakers, you want to do exactly what Org is doing and saying, I can't lost streak for the whole game.
They both can't. Like,
exactly. I'm going to roll down on 3-2, and I'm okay to snap my streak now. I'm going to bounce back, have a strong game. I haven't made any of my items, but hey, look at my items now. I can make perfect items there towards my Akali and my Jax. I can start to win these rounds. And hey, you know, Travis, if you want to keep loose streaking, that's all fine by me. You continue with that, but I'm not going to slam any of my items because you're, of course, still in my pool.
Yeah, we see making best in slot items, triple gargoyle actually coming through as well. Kvixen sees Honglian loading in on the other side, so slams that death bait on top of the Talon. He does want to try snap the streak of the JDD squad here. He's went up to level 7 as well, which might make the difference here. We'll see. Second win has came through for Honglian though, so a little bit more combat power from the Augment. Talon is flipping around, doing his best. It looks like he does just have too much from the level 7, making a big difference there. Snapping the streak of the JDG star man. And for Mouse, things go from strength to strength. Travis keeps his lost streak going. Org, after deciding to do the roll down, picks up a win, so starts preserving HP. Jungler as well on a very clear line. He's got a Void Staff from Morello already. He has upgrades coming through like the Alawi in the front line. Things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't want to cast a curse them too much here because I know that you
I will.
Yeah, okay, you will. Rooting for Mouse here because they already won the first game in the series, and now when you start to look across the board, Kvixen is mimicking what his teammate did previously, Org, where he's going to be the player who's going to have all the HP to work with, but Jungler is that perfect middleman player who's very, very stable, great items, super flexible, can play towards the attack speed of Blanc, or he can shift over towards a Nami if he gets a few more caster items. Does have access to something like the sword, so maybe Shojin and lean a little bit into the caster line. And then across the board, you also have the Akali bouncing back there from the bottom side there, and Travis on 48 HP will eventually, hopefully, be able to converge in stage 4.
Going up against Kezi there, who is one of our AP flex players for JDG. Had the dual gauntlet slammed on top of things, holding options on the bench to flex between Space Groove or the Shepherd line, but definitely not as clear in which way he's taking it compared to Jungler, who the Alawi pretty much locks you in straight away. Travis does win this round, so starting to save a little bit of HP, but you don't want to get where you're in 1 life range. As we load into our second gods here, potential for if any of our players that are win streaking to get these 5 costs down the line if they have the HP we see, or just Thresh's Boom, which Thresh people have adored so far.
Yeah, after 4 rounds gaining 2 5-cost champions, that's quite delayed, and it's around the time that you'd be rolling down on level 8, so sometimes it can synergize quite well. If you knew that you had access to something like a champion duplicator, then maybe you might be more tempted to take it, just because play that for that little bit of a gamble and go, okay, I'm going to roll on level 8 and roll down, and then whichever 5 costs I get, can maybe play towards it, and it looks like that is going to be the case for Jungler, because he's already kind of hit.
It leaves you open with the boons as well. It's the same for Org. They're the 2 players that went straight for Echo there. I think it still leaves you the option of getting the anomaly if you do think you need that down the line. And I think if you're the likes of Org, you've hit this Akali, you've now leveled to 7, you're just playing Tempo Akali. You might think, okay, you can get more immediate power from Thresh, but then you are locking yourself out of the boon decision coming through. And Org's thinking, I'm strong enough right now anyway to potentially win the next few rounds.
Yeah, and this is ludicrous here from Org having triple gargoyles, and that synergizes, as I mentioned before, so well with the gunblade.
That's why you don't make an item Org. You just wait, and then you can get true bits.
You get exactly what you need. If you get too many rods, we sometimes see a crown guard as supplemented as one of those gargoyles. We know that the players, if they have something like Pandora's, will lean towards the triple gargoyles, and it just makes Jax so much stronger. We've seen a couple of other players have to settle for things like the Warmogs, the Spirit Visage, not feeling as good, but when you have access to the shields on that Bastion unit, it's just so powerful.
Kezi did take another big loss there. Kvixen picks up a win, barely. His Talon nearly fell down. Travis takes a defeat there. We see Org now on a 3-win streak, Jungler on a 4-win streak. Honglian himself now, after having that early streak, down to 67 HP, 3 loss streak. I think we'll be expecting around 4-2, quite a lot of these JDG players are going to have to roll, where some of the Mao's players can maybe look at the level 8 skip. Even though we are in a silver lobby, you can look at stage 4 potentially not spending too much and trying to get yourself towards level 9.
Yeah, it's going to be all eyes on Travis once we enter stage 4 to see if he's going to be able to bounce back. For the meantime, we do get a look at Kabixen's talent, who's going to be easily able to take out some of the squishies here. Jumps around towards the back line, see if we can one-shot this Caitlyn. Seems like is taking actually a bit of a beating himself, but gets the bleed off. He's going to be jumped on by the Akali, so the streak of Kabixen, you can see there he's not happy about this.
See the power of Akali there, even though the bleeds were applied, and Gunblade actually keeping a lot of the board alive. That Maokai just stayed alive far too long. Akali did its work here, and we do see the streaks are starting to be snapped here. Org going up against Jungler, so snaps his own teammate streak. Kabixen loses as well. So things aren't as straightforward as they might have seemed, and especially with Kabixen being so committed to AD, definitely a harder line to execute. It feels like if you're able to get to 9, then oh my god, Fiora, Graves, so much you can do, but double silver, very difficult to get there, and AD flex on level 8, not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal indeed. That being said though, if you look across the board, Kabixen doesn't necessarily have to do exactly what Orc did last game. Maybe he can just slowly start to bleed and play that player who's going to be in the middle of the game, where Jungler was positioning himself to play a nice AP flex line. You'd hope that Travis, sitting on 24 HP, is able to bounce back here. And yeah, you can see there with the Lulu why he's been losing so many rounds, because he didn't actually opt into slamming these AP items that would have worked better on his current board. He recognized the game state, the way the rest of the lobby is moving, and said, okay, I'm in a bit of an awkward position. I have to play towards Xayah, and this is how I'm going to do it. He is level 8 now on 4-1. He's able to roll down. He has guaranteed 2 lives. He's not hitting many copies. There's 1 Xayah copy. Okay, this is at least enough to utilize the items. However, he's still looking quite weak relative to the rest of the lobby's potential.
Yeah, and he only has the Xayah in the backline, so even though he's got makeshift armor and has a bunch of frontliners, you don't really want to itemize all of them. It doesn't end up making you're not making a lot of use out of your second augment. So it does have good items, as you mentioned, on top of the Xayah. Coming up against Hong Lian on the flip side, who himself hasn't rolled, so you would hope you're able to take it down. It is still just 3 items on top of this Jax though. But I do think Xayah is slowly chipping away with this board. I think Hong Lian doesn't really have enough damage to take down this Jax. Will stay alive. An important round for Travis to win there. If he lost, he would be in a potential elimination range. Keeps himself alive. There is the potential for Mao's that they throw Travis to the walls a little bit in this game and they just go, okay, if you can avoid an 8th, please do. But I don't know if necessarily trading him lives, because it's a long way to climb up to gain anything here.
Yeah, you can see the HP. He is less than half of the majority of those players down the bottom. I think a little bit more than one of them. However, yeah, if you're on your back foot and you know you're going to be stuck on level 8 with no win-out potential, then sometimes they just have to let him go. You see a few more pivots coming around. We can see on the right side and the left, multiple rolls are going through. Wet Jungler has started to roll down quite a bit. Managed to cash out his 5 cost now. He's got the Lotus online, so he'll be very, very powerful onto the backline. Has the Blitzcrank available. He's still kind of figuring things out, but he's had that Alawi for quite some time. And the Alawi with this setup and the Zoe on the backline means that you can stabilize before you actually hit everything.
Yeah, did go to 8 to try and get his AP flex board online, but actually just Zoe 2 is the only carry he can find for the time being. Loading against Kabixen, who does have that Riven 2-star, which is going to be doing an awful lot of work. You see for Kezi on the right-hand side of the screen, also has the Riven as well, but full AP version instead. Coming up against Travis, who, as you said, does have that Xayah 2. Went for the golden gamble, and I don't believe actually won the coin toss, but just getting extra items coming through is very important. With it being prismatic third here, a lot more combat power has suddenly came through, which potentially was lacking. It doesn't look like a lot of econs being picked up across the lobby, which is pretty interesting. So I can imagine we're going to have a lot of players that are immediately looking towards 9.
Yeah, a lot of combat power across. Of course, we see Wet Jungler once again with the Lotus there, so doesn't have access to the JG, but doesn't need it now that he's got his augment. So having that extra crit multiplied by something like the Giant Slayer, very beneficial, because you do get another look at Hong Lian, who has picked himself up a Meeple augment there, and this is quite beneficial because when you're playing towards the Meeple line, there are so many units. He's done a quick little swap there, and it looks like it's going to work out quite well for him, as he's put the Rammus right there on the front of the opposition, who's actually holding on to most of his units.
Yeah, you touched on getting the Meeple +1. He's got the spatula obviously from his prismatic. When you have the Timebreaker +1 and the Meeple +1, it is Riven that you want to find. Riven is the primary holder for Meeple. However, Kabix on the other side is playing Corky Riven himself, already has the Riven 2-star. We saw elsewhere, I believe, a Riven 2-star had also been put together. So Honglian's now digging for a very specific unit that is pretty much off the table, and now it's pretty easy to play defense against this particular setup.
Yeah, and so Travis does need to be thrown a little bit of extra HP from his teammates, but it doesn't look like it's as futile as it was before, because now that he's sitting around 7th in placement standings, he can actually hold on for a little bit longer. We do get one final look at what the choices are going to be between the gods, whether or not they want to go with Echo or stick to that Thresh Spoon with the variants.
Yeah, I think a lot of players left themselves open to making the decision here. However, when you see Echo is not going to give you anything for the next 5 rounds, maybe you just have to take Thresh, especially if you're low HP in the standings. So I think players were maybe leaving themselves a little bit more flexible. Travis being low down in the standings meant he got to pick his unit coming through, which he did get a Nunu for. So suddenly you have Xayah 2-star, Nunu 2-star, Kench and Morgana being hit. He's got a bunch of front line. He's got the makeshift. So even though the rest of these trait bots, they're also going to live a little bit longer. Orc has got himself a Fiora 2 with a GG on top of it. Still, Akali is the carry for this board, which feels like it shouldn't be the case, but that just shows how powerful this Akali can be. However, has lost the previous 2 rounds. Feels like Prismatic loading in, especially for this Akali player, maybe just lowered his lobby placement a fair bit.
Yeah, did roll Steric's Gauge there, and the Fiora is going to be stuck towards the front line. Is only an on 1, despite the fact that he has the Radiant item. The Fiora can get one more cast here on towards the back line, but the Riven is doing wonders here, and Org, despite the fact that he was a star player in the previous game, is actually looking to bleed out quite slowly, and unfortunately is going to be the case.
Yeah, Travis certainly has stabilized quite a bit, coming up against a teammate Kabix in there, so picks up an all-needed win. Suddenly Org looks like the most likely Mouse player to follow away here. Doesn't have much upside. Just Riyadh and Jax 2 is, yes, it is surprisingly tanky, but compared to some of the boards that are being put together. We do see Kezi on the right-hand side of our screen, as I touched on. Unfortunately hit the Riven, which for him is good, but for his team does mean that the unit you're digging for that Corky Riven board isn't available. Kezi's kind of been firefighting in this particular game, just putting together what he can. It's not a standard Space Crew variant. He's only got the 5-piece in, which is preferred over the playing all 7. But he's just kind of been trying to do what he can to gain the odd placement. It feels like there's a couple of JDG players who are up against it. He does get the favourable matchup though, loading in against the Zoe 2 carry in this stage of the game. That's what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, going up against a relatively weak board, especially when you are down low HP, you're going to be able to just barely clutch out the win here, as the Riven's actually going to be the one that has to do the final bit of tanking, and it looks like it's going to be enough. On the left side of the screen, we can see Travis picks up another win, stabilized quite nicely there. Did decide to play quite greedy this game, in the sense that he didn't slam or play around his current strongest board. Actually opted into playing Kraken Lulu for a while, and then eventually made it to a stronger board later, as we do enter 4-7. As we can see, some final digging here. Isn't really able to play around the Riven.
No, certainly isn't. Unfortunately, in a position where your Prismatic isn't doing an awful lot. 7 meeple compared to 5 meeple, all it really gives you is access to the ability to print your units, which, yes, if you've got a Riven pair early enough for whatever you're looking for. Unfortunately, though, facing elimination here. Has got a pretty good front line. Has the Mighty Mech going through. Has the Rams with 3 items. Maybe comes up against his teammate. I think if he attacks Kezi, there's no way they want Kezi to go down to 1 HP as well. Only 2 chi, but he's on a 6 streak, and I think for JDG, possibly they're just willing to sacrifice Honglian here.
It's a shame because the 2 emblems actually synergize quite well, but when you can't play around that extra Riven...
If you have a Riven.
Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't really work too well. Does finally hit the Rammus, okay, at the end, so he's going to be decently strong. If he goes up against someone weaker on Mouse, could maybe get a win or 2. However, this is going to be his final couple of fights. He is still carrying a 2-star Milio there, so 2 costs as well. He's going to be on the correct side here, so he's going to be able to take out some of the weaker units. The Rammus isn't going to be tanking that much, as the carries on the back line there are going to be taken out quite quickly. The LeBlanc is upgraded, has the Rage Blade as well as the nice crit items. Galio Mech is going to be falling quite quickly. Rammus still hasn't really done any tanking yet, but if this dummy can stay alive. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Corky's actually dealing quite a lot of damage there, and so very clutch there. We found the Rammus 2 right at the end, as the board is decent enough for 5-1.
Comes up against his teammate who hasn't rolled his gold yet, was sitting in Call to Chaos. We'll have to see exactly what that was, but it's just been that AP flex line. Travis barely gets a win against Wet Jungler. 2 units, and that's pretty good because it does keep Jungler within 2 lives. So for Miles, they will be satisfied with that. Honglian said stays alive due to tagging his own teammate. So as of now, HP totals have got incredibly tight. Kabixon at top of the lobby, 39 HP, and no one is yet to be eliminated. So we're going to start to see players fall pretty soon. Jungler finally getting off that Zoe, items on top of a Karma, which is still not really who you want to be carrying. Hopefully he can get to the ASOL, but does have that Blitzcrank too, which is going to make an awful big difference, especially with the Lotus. So in the classic 4-cost line where you're just digging for a 4-cost level 8 and a 5-cost carry appears instead.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad because when you're playing towards the ASOL with the extra mana generation that you're going to be getting, you really don't need to be taking extra mana items. However, if you don't hit the 2-star and you're playing around, of course, you can see there's the Karma. She doesn't have that built-in mana gen quite as high. So it's not going to feel as good when she's not casting as frequently. That being said, when you have a Blitzcrank 2-star, it can be very, very powerful. It's not going to get knocked down.
Honglian, though, on the right-hand side of our screen, went up against his teammate, and they made the decision that whoever is stronger can win. I think when you're sitting at 1 HP, you don't want to potentially face elimination, knocking your teammate into elimination range as well. Sorry, so JDG refusing, now also falling down to 7 HP. Potentially a 7th and 8th place loading in here, which does mean they would have to then go 1-2 from that spot. So key rounds here. Travis also 1 HP and a Dream though, so it's all about, can JDG just climb one player at least into 6th place just to tie things up.
Yeah, and Wet Jungler actually hit the Aurelion Soul on the last flicker of our screen there, so he's going to be quite comfortable. We do see that Travis is moving around, switches the Nunu to the far right side. We'll see on his matchups, he's going up against his own teammate. Not too sure if he wants to give up a life because the board is looking a lot stronger, and I would have to think that he's definitely going to win that one. On the other side, we can see Wet Jungler did stabilize, did manage to hit the Aurelion Soul, but didn't move the items there from the Karma. So Karma with no mana gen is going to be more than enough damage to
But with the Blitzcrank has done enough work here, and despite the fact that coming up against the level 9 Jugin board that does have Sona 2 in the back line paired with a Bard 2, which have items on top of it, did fall down here. Travis rolls over his own teammate. Org stays alive though, and with the elimination we saw on the right hand side for JDG, 8th and 7th place Tamura, they now have to go 1-2 to win this lobby.
That is crucial, and with 33 HP 22, it is still technically possible. However, we have seen some pretty strong boards here from the side of Mouse. One of them might be able to take them out. This board here, I don't know if it's getting any stronger.
Yeah, we're not anywhere near 9. We've been rolling on level 8 the whole time, trying to save HP. He has been pretty strong. He's on a 5 streak. I think he's been playing for preserving the streak as much as he can. The difficulty is this is now a player you suddenly need to get into the top 2. And I think as a win out option, also elsewhere, Tucci 0 gold. So this isn't someone that's got like a bunch of power immediately about to load in. So we'll see how these next few rounds do unfold. I imagine Org will be falling away here. It feels like he's done his job. We check on the right-hand side of the screen. Travis up against Kezi. If Travis is able to pick up a win here, it could be the nail in the coffin for this JDG squad. But even if Travis falls away, the Defense Mouse are still in the driver's seat. Zaya has been ramping up. Both Krakens are fully stacked. Now the front line still stays alive. Riven with the Edge of Night, though, causing some problems. Might gain access to the back line, but no, does fall down. Kezi takes a loss there, is still alive. On the left-hand side of the screen, though, Tamura, we do see an elimination.
Yeah, an elimination that we saw coming from a mile away. That being said, though, still looking good for Mouse. That was a very strong showing there from the likes of Travis, who was in a very dire situation not too long ago. But that Nunu with the double Vow just consistently casting and dealing massive CC to the rest of the board was very difficult. When you have the likes of a Kench on one side, you have the luxury of moving your Nunu to wherever you want to deal a lot of CC across the board, and then the Kench can stay on the same side because it does have access to the Sunder there with the even Trouts. You want to make sure you're attacking the same unit. We are going to switch it around to see what Travis has cooked up here. He's going up against Wet Jungler, so hopefully a little bit of communication here. Can be able to deal out a small blow. On the other side of the screen, we do see Kezi is holding on for dear life.
Kezi up against a Ghost, so maybe we'll be able to stay alive. Mouse look like they're potentially going to have an elimination here. Jungler loading in against Travis. The matchmaking looks like it's favoured Mouse not favored Mouse, favored JDG a little bit here as Kezi does get that ghost. Travis is pretty damn strong though, and if he's able to beat Jungler, Jungler's not going to fall away here. Just barely stays alive himself. Kezi remains alive, no eliminations here. Tucci, does he keep his streak going? He does. So 33 HP. Kezi is sitting in second. One of these mouse players just needs to leapfrog over him, and I think they were gutted to see him loading against a ghost. They're thinking, oh, please, somebody tag him. Now, the difficulty is they have 3 players. They're all on 1 life. Tucci can potentially sack for Kezi. No one from Mouse is in a position to do that. It is difficult to get ahead of him here. Matchmaking might just favor them.
So it really just depends on who they want to send forward. If they are going up against one another,
the strongest?
Exactly. Travis does have access to 4 removers. So if he thinks that he is one of the weaker players, he can try and make his board as strong as possible.
So Kabixen has accepted his role. He thought, I can't compete here. He's actually went out into 4th place. He can take a back seat. Travis has hitting a few little upgrades there, which are quite important for the board, just for a little bit more survivability, especially when you have the likes of Makeshift. So Mao is realizing Kabixen, they also don't want the potential of a ghost. So they saw that last time around. They maybe just want the actual matchups to go head to head. Kabixen sacrificing himself there during neutrals, which is something we haven't seen, but we should have expected. We do see that Kezi does have Shen 2 with 3 items of profit, as well as Riven. He's got multiple damage dealers for this Space Groove board. He's going up against Jungler, who does have a double threat off the back of the Karma and the Aesop.
Yes, you really want to see if Travis can live on the left side of the screen. Right side, Kezi's board is looking...
Kezi's board is getting melted, and it looks like that will be it for this Mouse squad, as we do see Kezi falling away there. Travis, though, is he able to stay alive? Does not matter, as Kezi's fallen away here, and there's no room in the top 2, which does mean Mouse will take this game and take this series.
What a dominant performance there. Wet Jungler, such an experienced player, managing to pilot his game, did eventually pivot his items around and get some items on both the duo AP carry at the backline there, and something that looked very close for quite some time. At the end of it, Mouse with a very dominant performance there, just strong boards all across there.
Mouse with an incredible comeback after the 2-0 defeat yesterday. They have to go the long road. They've got more CN squads facing them down the line, but this was a commanding victory. JDG, that is it. Their key will be getting crushed here. A squad that was the 2nd seed out of China. They lost 2-1 versus Ada yesterday in this nail-biter, but 2-0 for Mouse, a dominant 2-0 as well. We can see how much it means this squad. Kvixen, they're so happy to turn things around after a disappointing day 1. And for Amiya, the top seed lives to fight another day.
Yes, lives to fight another day. Dominant performance. That's great to see, especially when you have such a long road ahead of you. They still got more matches that they're going to have to prove themselves, but very unfortunate to see JDG fall there, as they had a very strong showing. Went the distance previously, had a very tough opponent, but now unfortunately knocked out 2-0.
And I want to shout out Org especially. He played the hero savior in that first game. Had to get that win over the line. It went all the way down to who won that final matchup in game 1, whereas game 2 they were in much more control. We do see this Mouse squad, Kabixen, Wet Jungler, Travis and Org going from left to right, a star-studded lineup from Amiya. Put yesterday's defeat behind them. 2-0 victory over JDG, and it does mean they have the tournament still ahead of them. That we're going to have to decide a match tomorrow against Aurora Gaming. For JDG, Tamura, that is it. Tournament is over. And a roster that we expected to go the distance out in the group stage.
Out in the group stage, indeed. And wanted to highlight from Mal's, we talked about, are they going to be able to come together as a unit? And we saw in game 1, there was communication about how to optimize the final boards there from the likes of Org. So they're working together well as a unit. And then towards the end of that game, we saw Kabix and FF on neutrals.
Yes.
So more communication, more team play. And in the end, it made a big difference, because we know that ghost matchmaking can be very difficult when you have an odd number of people at the end. So recognizing we're not going to take any chances, we have the better HP, we have the better boards, and we are going to take this victory.
Yeah, and we did see early on the win streaks made an all-important difference. Kabixen was in a very, very commanding position to save HP, which he could then use in the late game if he needed to trade. And I think they just had somebody setting the tempo. Kvixen, off the back of this Talon, was able to save so much HP. Streaks were the aim of the game. Travis and Org both put together a 6 streak, and even though one of them ended up falling away relatively early in the game, they had a lot more gold to build at their strongest possible boards, and it made an all-important difference.
Yeah, it made an all-important difference, and they had different strategies across the board. We saw that, Travis didn't really play his strongest board in that second game. He was slamming the items on units, which didn't really make sense, but that's because he knew once he got to level 8 that he would have a very strong comeback, and that looked very, very nice towards the end. And then you had other players like Kvixen who could sacrifice their HP.
And Travis has such a good 2 seasons coming into this. In the TPC circuit in EMEA has been very, very consistent. Was kind of selected by the rest of this team to be a little bit of the team lead, which you might think, okay, they have such a star-studded squad. But I think this team has shown that it can face up against adversity, it can put these negative performances behind it, and off the back of winning the EMEA qualifier, off the back of taking down JDG, a tournament favourite, they really have shown they can beat anybody here. And for EMEA, that's what we want to see. And for the West, we've needed some results. It's been difficult. Some of these CN and APAC squads have been showing us who's boss, but Mao's here have came to play. And this is not only a squad, but a club that needed this. Last year, they came with a full German roster. Only jungler remains. They went out in the group stage this time round. They want to keep their tournament going, which is exactly what they've done.
Yeah, exactly. And the confidence is key. You're going to be able to leave that with a 2-0 victory is going to be a big difference. It was a commanding lead all across the board, different players showing up and having a different game strategy and being able to be dynamic. We saw the players change how they wanted to play across the different games in this series, as here is a look at some of the final boards. We can see across how they were going. You see different strategies that were picked up towards the end. It was a nail biter on both sides, just based on how the final positionings can line up and whether or not these final strategies with their comps works out.
Yeah, and the situation with 2 of the JDD squad members falling out in 7th and 8th place meant they had to go 1-2 in this lobby. As soon as Kezi fell away, that was no longer possible. So despite the fact they did have the win-out player, just HP totals made the difference there. Mouse had, everyone was in elimination range. Kvixen sacrificed himself. They didn't want to have any possible ghost matchup scenarios, but we do have a winner's interview with Org. So Trouble, take us away.
Thank you so much, guys. The dynamic Greek duo is here to strike. Og, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on beating JDG. You're going to be crushing their key later on. But I'm going to take you back to game 1. You're the reason this is a 2-0. Please guide me through those last moments of the game where you're 2 versus 1.
We had basically 2 win-out players. Either me or Jungler would win the game. And Jungler's spot was good, but he was lacking a bit of HP, and JDG had a really strong player with the 2 space group spots, and I got an early Graves. I knew that if I make it to level 9 with Sentu and Graves too, I can maybe have a chance versus him, and hopefully it worked out. So yeah, we won game 1, so I'm super happy, yeah, of course.
It was really cool to see the Graves, an ever-scaling champion every time you get a mod. There was a moment where Travis came in, Kvixen came in. Did they soft backseat you? There was an emblem that got popped off and got reforged.
I mean, because yesterday we had some decisions that we weren't sure that we just basically said that if we need any help, we should just help each other. We're here to win, and even if we're sure our decision is correct, when they can provide assistance, it's always good to have second opinions and stuff. So I was asking Travis, should I get this upgrade on Graves? Should I get that item? And they were helping me. Of course, I had my own plan, but having extra eyes on you can only help you. I don't think there's anything backside on that. That's it.
Especially when they can see it from the outside and you're playing, you're more focused on your board, of course. I want to go to what you said, where you were because we heard there was some, not necessarily miscommunication, but you guys had different approach or opinions to the game. And after the 0-2, we thought, hey, sometimes the atmosphere behind the scenes is not always great. Can they bounce back? Did you guys work on that? Did you talk about this?
I think it's a good thing and a bad thing as well. Sometimes you get a bit too mad. Maybe you don't want to play some screens. Maybe you don't want to do stuff. But I think it's better that you don't hide stuff and you actually tell him you should do this, you should do that. That's the only way we can improve. And I'm pretty sure today we saw that, and we had a pretty clear plan of what we want to do. And even if we lost, I would be happy because we played good. Even if we lost the second game, which was close, I would be happy because we played good, and we helped each other, which is the most important thing, and I think we can do good. I think we have a pretty hard match versus Aurora tomorrow, but I think we can win it, yeah, for sure.
It must be such a huge boost to be able not only to bounce back, but a 2-0, one of the powerhouses in JDG. You guys have taken every Chinese team on your paths, lost to ag.al, beat JDG 0-2, and now you're coming up across some titans over there, 16 added up experiences in Tactician's Crown. Juanmie, the GOAT of TFT on that one. However, they also lost today. I don't know if you watched any of their games. So what is your idea about this matchup coming through?
As you said, like, of course, we know that China is the strongest region, for sure. And I mean, we got first seed to face 3 Chinese team. We're not very happy, but I mean, we're expecting that we're gonna play versus the best teams anyways in this tournament. Like, even if we make it to quarters, we know we're gonna face a strong team. So it doesn't matter if we face them now or later. Of course, they're pretty strong. Like, it's gonna be a hard match, but as I said, like, if we win this, why not win the whole thing? You know, like, it's the best team probably from China. So even if they lost, I'm pretty sure like there's some variance in this game as well. virtus.pro is also really strong as well. Like, I'm pretty sure our group is like very, very strong. Like, every team is like, we're not like saying, okay, they're easy, we can win, you know, like, we're going focused, of course, and I'm pretty sure we can win though. I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited.
Beat Juanmie, beat Aurora. Why not beat the whole thing? That's what I'm keeping right here, and I hope you do all. Congratulations on a 2-0 and crushing JDG's key. We're gonna go over to Stream A with an update on what's been going on over there.
What's up, B streamers? It's your boy Digon here with your A stream update. In our first match, we had the reigning title defenders pushed all the way to the brink by Godlight. The highlight in that game was in the first game. It was a 2v1. The Godlight members had it down, and the wrong player ended up clearing their board. It then allowed Weibo to come back and win that one in game 1. It does go all 3, but ultimately the way of the reigning title defenders. Weibo survives and moves on as our 2-0 victor. Then in our second game that we just had, it was Team Vision, the #1 qualifier from China, against Flash Wolves, the 3rd squad from APAC, and it was a dominating 2 games after an initial first loss by Flash Wolves. They get the job done in a big upset. That means Vision is waiting in the lower side against this matchup that's happening right now, Fnatic and T1. Only one can move on. Hopefully, we'll see what happens here in just a bit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Teamfight Tactics Day 2 over here at P-Stream. I'm Traveling. I'll be your host for today alongside Barry and Crowan. And we've just concluded our third best of 3 of the day. However, our first elimination match and JDG are gone. We're heading straight into another elimination match between Nemesis and Nongshim.
Yeah, we've seen a big hitter already fall. JDG, a lot of people's picks to win the whole thing, has almost fell away. These CN Super teams, some of them do bleed in group stages growing. Last year we saw Falcons follow the same fate as JDG, and we're already gone this time around.
Yeah, definitely. And especially after that close series yesterday, wouldn't expect them to get 2-0'd by Mouse, who looked weak yesterday, but like a completely different team today.
It was really cool to speak to Og as well, because he said, hey, if we get to beat Aurora, which is our next opponent, why not win the whole damn thing, you know? Like if you beat the GOAT in a 4 versus 4, might as well have won the entire tournament.
And it means they'll have went through 3 CN teams to get out of the group stage, which is about as hard as it can possibly be.
Absolutely. Looked at that bracket like, can they actually do this? It's looking doable now. It is.
I'll tell you what they can do. They can crush the key of JDG, as we have one of our first contestants here, JDG, being eliminated from Mouse. It is going to be Travis pulling that trigger.
The team leader, Travis, here, getting the joy of crushing the dreams of this JDG squad. Another year we'll have to wait for Hong Lian's 3rd time was not the charm with a different roster. Travis here crushing the keys and the dreams of JDG. Feeling pretty satisfied with himself, and why not after such a big upset?
I feel a little satisfied like looking at that. Yeah. It's like one of those
it was a clean one,
like hydraulic press things that just like squish objects, and the dreams of JDG are officially dead now with that key crush, and we got another elimination match right before us.
Yeah, the reality is right in front of our contestants behind us, especially with the key crush that we just saw. Nemesis did not put up much of a fight as we expected yesterday. Yes, they're coming in as the underdogs and people that are lesser known out there, but they're still got some pretty heavy hitters. I'm looking at Phoenixa. He's usually super high in an A ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. Phoenix, definitely the most recognizable player amongst that roster, is the garage guy, right, as the meme, but is hanging around all these high-level NA players, is part of their study groups as well. So I really think kind of needing that veteran experience, I'll say, quote unquote, even though it hasn't gone to attack crown, but being around the scene for a while, I think still is a big reason why he can lead.
I think I will give them benefit of the doubt. They lost to VP, who we just saw crush Aurora. So maybe it was just a case that they actually had a very difficult matchup. VP.
Wait, is VP that strong, or is Aurora weak?
Well, that's what we're about to find out how good Nemesis are.
Yep.
But I do think VP last year's runners-up, it was about as difficult as a start as you can get. But now Nemesis are up against it. They have to step forward here. And Americas has been struggling so far, so this roster has a lot of weight of expectation of the region on their back.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Team Nemesis, I think their game plan actually is really good. Looking at the lines they decided to go, it's just the execution that really was lackluster yesterday. So like a fantastic level 9 roll down by Panchi. It was amazing, honestly, but that's just individual skill. You gotta still play well as a team.
I feel like Panchi had one of the best level 9 transitions we've seen. 120 gold, sell the entire board, pop on the items, get your 2 stars, proper positioning as well. So in one round, an entire full transformation on the board. Looking over at Nongshim though, they had a pretty difficult start, playing against one of our heavy hitters right here. They don't come out on the other side, the winners. However, you guys have told me, even though tier 2 players, they don't look like the underdogs.
No, they certainly do not. They won the APAC qualifier, which they had to beat VP and Zeta to get here. And then they lost 2-1 to Aurora in a really close series. And this squad has been together for a really, really long time. So in the Korean circuit, there's lots of local 4v4 tournaments. They know each other inside out.
Absolutely, they do. Taking a team like Aurora Gaming to a Game 3 is no small feat. Yes, there's a lot of question marks on how are they going to show up here at EWC, but there is especially a lot of potential. I'm looking at Nongshim as the favored team in this matchup.
And I'm looking at Silak in particular. He was very keen on playing those one-cost reroll lines that didn't necessarily pan out very great for him. He had a couple of 8 positions with that, and that's unfortunate. However, my highlight right here is Tiny Giant. Tiny Big Giant, who almost saved them versus Aurora, couldn't quite close out the game. What are we expecting to see right here from Nongshim coming into this more favorable matchup, I would say, for them?
Well, you touched on it. They did favor the one-cost reroll yesterday, but also in qualifying, they actually just spammed one-cost reroll as an entire squad. And the meta has shifted between the qualification period and now. So maybe they weren't fully caught up to date with what to see. I think Nemesis, as you touched on, Crowan, maybe more up to date with the meta. So I think Nongshim, maybe a little bit of a reset, just play what everyone else has already identified.
Yeah, I think Nongshim realized from game number 1, like, okay, this reroll one cost strategy with those that choke out Lissandra, they're like, let's just throw this away, actually. And they were, again, kind of like I was saying with Nemesis, they're playing good lines, and I think they have the favorability when it comes to the execution style. They've been playing for a long time, like you've said, and that really goes to have you get a big advantage in a 4v4 format.
And I feel like a lot of our players have primarily been looking for direction super early on, because that pretty much solidifies which player is going again for the top 4, who's going for the win out, who's going to play bait for the other team. However, our teams, Nemesis and Nongshim, are ready to take on the stage for our last best of 3 for Stream B. And this is going to be an elimination. 2 wins and you get to crush your opponent's key. Crowan, Barry, take it away.
Thank you very much, Trouble. Getting on into game number 1. Elimination match between Nemesis and Nongshim Red Force. Barry, this is going to be such a crucial game 1 to get the tempo going.
And is there an echo in this building? Because I feel like echo again, again, and again. As we do have a pause coming in immediately here, but we did see Echo versus Kale, familiar God setup loading
Absolutely.
in. So we know what to expect from this. I think the Echo boon has been very favored. Players will tend to lean towards that rather than Kale, but Kale obviously giving you access to likes of the Reforgers. Hopefully not too long till we get you back into the game. Just an overview of what lies ahead for whoever wins this. It's Zeta Division, so it's not going to get any easier. I do think for both these squads, they'll have been quite happy with this particular draw. Another team that took a 0-2 defeat, you're not coming up against some of the favorites, and maybe this can just help you find your footing in this EWC 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to find your footing. Need to find it quick, right? Because if you lose 2 series, day 1, day 2, you are just out of there. So get back into game. Of course, the players are all ready to go. Silic as well, as Trouble called out. Very key player on Nongshim.
Very key player. It feels like a roster that doesn't have any one particular standout. Trouble mentioned as well, Tiny Giant yesterday had some really strong games. A lot of these players have all managed to make regionals in the past within the Korean circuit. Since the merge with the rest of APAC, not as often has been the case, but a 4v4 squad that knows each other very well. It is 3-cost champion start, so nothing too warping, but some clear direction potentially, as we did see it was the Altar as well going through for the Stargazer. So we'll see if anyone leans into it. If you get the Lulu as your 3-cost and it is Altar, it certainly does become an option.
Absolutely. The concern is going to be the front line for Silic, of course, needing to level up to 4, play in extra units if they do want to go that Stargazer direction. Talon has been really good in the early game, actually, holds a lot of AD items pretty well. The thing is, where are you going to actually put those AD items later? Corki, honestly, I'm becoming more convinced of Corki lines as the tournament goes on.
Corki has definitely had its place as just a solid finish. Something we haven't seen a lot of so far, here on the B stream at least, is Anima, which during Crown and Regionals was so dominant. In 4v4, it's a lot harder to play. You do have the advantage of your teammates can guarantee not opening on you and allow you to get the streak going. We haven't seen players have it this early though. I think in Crown, players were willing to play it from 2-5, for example. This time round though, for Nongshim, definitely an option.
Well, you see the players who do go Anima try to just get those 100, 200 cash outs very early, pivot away from it, just getting a little bit of resources. Yeah, absolutely. And every little bit of econ matters, especially when we see players going a lot more fast 9 as well as I would have expected. I think coming into the event, we saw a absolutely crazy Graves earlier, right? Be a super key unit. Fiora carries as well. Vex, they're very heavy hitting 5 costs.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we do see Sarah here full open. So had the emblem coming through, saw it with Stargazer, doesn't want to really play around that, so we'll try to forge it down the line. But with there being an Anima player on the opposition, they've identified somebody's going to have to be open here and play defense. You don't want the whole squad to be able to do it, but I think identifying early, this player has, I'm going to play for Lost Streak anyway. Well done by Nemesis to have that quick realization.
Absolutely. For Nemesis, taking a look at their games yesterday, They did contest each other a little bit in game number 2 with a couple of Akali players. And we've seen games where there's 4 Akali players, right? All of them trying to play tempo, but it did seem like the direction from Nemesis was good individually, but again, just as a team, needing to shore up some of that communication, perhaps. I think they're going to be a little bit more locked in today, though.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said for it's your first time probably on a LAN for a lot of these players because they're not the stars of Americas. They're used to the study group together. They know each other very, very well. You've traveled all this way. You're up against in an international tournament. The lights are on, and sometimes you might not be the cleanest. I think we saw that from Mouse as well, and they've turned it around. They look like a completely different team. So it's definitely possible for both these squads that we could suddenly just see a complete new variant. I think across not just TFT, many different games, we've seen teams from day 1 to day 2 just look, wait, this is the same squad?
Yeah,
so
right?
I think for one of these rosters, that will definitely be the case here.
Absolutely. New team, new day, perhaps, for Nemesis. Nongshim, of course, as we talked about, did show a lot of promise yesterday, taking a game off of Aurora, but Aurora did just fall, 2-0 as well, so who really knows?
Yeah, we're starting to get a feel for who exactly are the heavy hitters here. I think the fact that Nemesis lost to virtus.pro, I think virtus.pro really have established themselves as one of the strongest teams in the tournament so far. As last year's runners-up, we should have expected that. We downplayed them a little bit due to the fact they were technically the lowest seed coming in. So I do think for Nemesis, second seed out of Americas, they've got to back themselves. They had a tough day 1. You see loading in here. With it being a silver augment lobby to start off with the gods not being too shaping, with it just 3-cost start as well. More of just a traditional game. I think that's kind of what you want to see. Just get the nerves out of the way. No emblem shenanigans, no prismatic shenanigans, just comfortable routine lines.
Yeah, and this is a potential win streak opener for Phoenix but the difference might have been no items being slammed. Of course, there's no AD items there for the Belveth. That's really where we see early game Belveth shine, when you slam just kind of whatever tempo items, but not willing to make even like a crown guard for the front line, right? Wanting to remain super flexible. But we typically see teams have one really strong win streak player, or at least someone who tries to do that very aggressively, because then the tempo they have so that they can sacrifice HP for the rest of their teammates, or just guarantee a top 4 for themselves, is rather strong.
Yeah, you need somebody with the HP to be able to sacrifice later down the line. You want potentially an open Porte who can play defense and also be a win-out candidate due to how greedy they are playing. Things that we're starting to see be established pretty early on. I think that is the name of the game right now. I think at the beginning of 4v4, we saw more of these crazy shenanigans where people are like, okay, all 4 of us are going to reroll 3 costs, so we're all going to hit. I think things like that are kind of, that doesn't work out too well. It's a bit unreliable. I think the tempo player, the full open player, this is the expected 4v4 setup from this point on.
Yeah, and then you just got your generic good early game, right, with the Timebreaker, things like Primordial Timebreaker, of course, going to be getting you a little bit more value, even if you're not full opening. I do think I want to see Nemesis kind of just stick with the game plan of, hey, 2 players play AP flex lines, typically LeBlanc and Nami are going to be strongest. 1 player play Tempo Akali. We just saw Panchi have an Akali, going for Timebreaker, going to have a lot of those re-rolls saved up to stabilize on 3-2, tempo on into level 8, level 9 perhaps, as we see Akali boards do, and then the 4th player just plays whatever is left.
Yeah, certainly will be the case where you just have 1 player who leaves himself very open. You look around the lobby and you think, okay, this line's untouched. It's not currently been denied, which is a key part of it. And
absolutely.
You can go towards that. Do you want to touch on, with it being silver augments, they tend to not be as shaping, but some of them that can be. We see Emblem coming through here. Just the Rogue for the time being definitely can make that work on the Meeple line. With the Riven, Augmented Power is another that can down the line give you an awful lot. But Expedition was also picked up in this lobby, which is the cash out silver augment that once you sacrifice 33 gold, you're going to get a powerful reward. So in a silver lobby, definitely a player to keep an eye on for something coming down the line.
Absolutely. We see Jihaneng do a little tech choice there of trapping the Ornn in the corner, making the team a lot worse, going up against a teammate, not wanting to have too bad of a loss as well. I don't know if Ornn would be able to take down this Meepsy, however. Still going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, still will be a 3-0. Did unfortunately obviously win 2-3. So wasn't able to keep the full streak going. Very difficult to do so with Anima as we expect in 4v4. So likely, as you've said, 100, 200 cash outs, things like this.
Yeah.
Keep yourself going. Does have augmented power as well as the potential for it dig a bit deeper within the Anima trait. So is the one player they could be looking at for higher cap. However, just using it to get this little bit extra gold coming through, getting a copy of Alawi, not too bad at all.
No, not too bad. And I want to take a look, of course, at the top and the bottom of the HP. They're both Nemesis with Riveting on a 5-win streak. There were 2 players, actually. Nemesis also going for that full loss streak. Sarah 2020 did win, unfortunately, right? Wasn't able to preserve that. But Panchi, I think, was in a really good spot, again, for perhaps that Akali. We'll have to take a look at Panchi around 3-2 to see if that is indeed the direction.
Yeah, you touched on Panchi, had the highlight moment for this squad yesterday.
Yeah.
The LAN type play, where it feels like you can only do this on the 0 ping, where you have to do everything in one round.
Yeah.
And I think for Nemesis, they have a bit more agency than they did at any point yesterday. Having 2 streakers, keeping that full 5 win and 5 loss going into this game is something they didn't really have. Riveting here, getting another upgrade, sitting in a pretty good position.
I think that's a wonderful word to bring into the equation, right? It's going to be the agency that these players have. When you're playing from ahead, being proactive, you have a lot of agency. You can dictate the pace of the game in that way.
We saw it with Maus. I mean, yesterday they just couldn't do anything, and today it felt like they were in complete control. So
absolutely,
there's been some games where they're really difficult to call, but certain spots you just feel so comfortable early on. Nemesis definitely will be feeling a little bit better about how this game's going so far, but there's a lot still to go. The likes of this emblem will be getting reforged down the line, potentially on both sides of things as well. So a few more coin flips that could still spin the game in either direction.
It's actually kind of nice that Riveting did win that round, considering they had like 5 components on the bench there, or on the side, I guess, and going to be able to get the 3-2 augment first, again, to give more direction, have that agency, be like, okay, I maybe perhaps have an augment here that is going to give me a lot of power, perhaps in a specific direction, of course. Belt overflow, yeah, that's a lot of belts there for Ji Han Eng, who is playing Anima, has a lot of resources now to work with.
This is what Ji Han Eng wanted to see. He wanted it to be gold augments so that you get that prismatic. Feels like when you take augmented power, if you just have a gold up on a silver lobby, it's nothing too crazy. This is exactly what he was hoping for here. Does mean the rest of the lobby is quite a bit far behind you in terms of your potential upside, especially when you're playing this early Anima. You've had that extra drip econ coming through. As of now, still not really committed items. Does have the AP items coming through finally though, so it's going to be just an AP flex, you'd assume. Help stop the front line with those extra belts.
Yeah, there's no Rage Blade, so probably not a LeBlanc. Still can go the direction of Aurelion Soul, but I think, of course, you're going to want that to be on a Nami at the end of the day.
Especially already having the on, it makes a lot of sense.
Yep, the Nasus on bench as well, really going to be going for that as your primary game plan, but we see players who are able to adapt, right? I think there was a beautiful play earlier where it's like, okay, you roll down, find 0 Namis, well, let's just play 2 Riven 2s on the board instead, right? You gotta be able to adapt to these situations.
Yeah, you certainly do. You have to leave yourself open. Nami is definitely the least flexible of the AP lines, where you're just playing the Space Crew board, so that's of course who you need behind it, but once you get to Nami 2, she can do an awful lot of work on her own. Panchi here though gets the Nova emblem coming through.
Okay.
This is the Expeditionist player, so still it has that option down the line of a bunch of resources coming through. Items are still fairly flexible. With the Nova, you will be playing this Akali Kindred dual carry scenario.
And I want to take a look at the gold here for Panchi. 20 gold on 3-3, so rolled very aggressively. Has a Nova emblem, but did not find a single Maokai nor Kindred during those rolls.
Just one
Only
Akali.
found one Akali as well. It seems like Panchi did the things right here, just low-rolled, honestly, it seems like.
Yeah, it does have the Jax 2-star and the Milio 2-star for now to hold these items. Going against Sillock on the other side, who has also played the Akali line. However, 50 gold with a 2-star already found, a spare copy on the bench. The players on 2 different extremes. However, Expeditionist could be a bailout scenario if the reward is good.
Kale and Echo, you get the BF sword, or after 4 rounds you get 5 cause champions. That could be a solution to bail some people out if they had missed. during their roll downs, but most people, of course, going to go level 8 before they go for that roll down area.
So a few 4 costs coming in here for some of our loose streak players, the likes of Nami and Riven being offered there. Might just sway the decision. Especially when you're considering already playing the Space Groove.
Ooh, there's a Nami.
Did see the Nami pop up for himself, so we'll be picking that up nicely.
Huge.
We'll be very, very strong for the next few rounds. Tiny Giant here getting his artifact from the Latent Forge, something that is very, very shifting. Playing this Primordial line, actually possibly the Jinx variant, it looks like, which we haven't seen a lot of.
I feel like a few options there. We could stick with those units. We could reroll them. We could tempo with them, or we can pivot completely to Corki line. I think there was a Last Whisper DB, very, very strong for that line. Panchi, okay, finds a Akali too, actually.
We've had to dig very, very deep, though.
Yeah.
So does have Urgot 2 alongside it. We'll be sacrificing the Pantheon here, so getting very, very close to that Expeditionist coming through, but is sitting at 10 gold. However, this composition doesn't need an awful lot more than what we have seen.
No.
With the Nova +1, if you're able to get up towards that Kindred, can just make all the difference. Having the 5 online, Akali will be able to make easy work.
But kind of.
Against your teammate, you want it to be close.
Right,
You
kind of perfect.
Perfect scenario here. Panchi has unfortunately had to dig very deep, but finally getting things going.
Had to dig very deep is really behind pace here. When we consider this line as like a tempo style of play. It's not really feeling very tempo right now, but if Panchi gets on at least like a 5, maybe 6 win streak, then we get to get those resources back.
Yeah, when you compare it though with Scylla, who just hit Akali without really needing to dig at all, is able to level up, lacking a little bit in the front line compared to Panchi, who've got that Jax going at least, but level 7, 40 gold, 7 streak.
Yeah,
this is
that's the difference.
This is the difference here. This is what you want from Akali. It's a tempo composition that falls off in the late game most of the time, sometimes just keep pace. But certainly you want to be in a position where you have the HP to sacrifice for the rest of your team. Panchi probably isn't going to be in that position this game.
No, and Silic, right, 7 win streak, was able to preserve a lot more HP with having a lot more resources as well. Level 7, 40 gold.
Rolling over everybody comes up against.
Right, yeah, still super strong. Even with that Rek'Sai as the frontline choice, not even needing a Jax, recognizing the strength of that unit, because if a player was like, oh, Jax Akali, that's the combo, right? Let me just put that Jax 1 in there. It's strong enough, huh? But maybe not always going to be the case.
Certainly isn't going to be the case. But for Nemesis, elsewhere things are looking pretty damn good. We have 3 players sitting comfortable HP. We have Phoenixa here, who has Void Staff, Rageblade. I'll just have a LeBlanc pair already by 3-7, so
not bad.
Did take Magic Roll, we did take then Advanced Loan, so we are going to be losing a little bit of power going into stage 4-2, but making the use of the Econ advantage here, rolling earlier, getting these highly contested units. Will be digging even deeper here. Needs to hit the upgrades in the front line. There it is. LeBlanc 2 already found, so no defense can be played against that.
Speaking of front line,
2-star loading in, a Kench as well, which can be splashed in. For Nemesis, this roll down is going perfectly for, as you touched on, maybe the star man on this roster.
Absolutely. Star man. Phoenix needs to not carry this team to victory, but just be a very consistent part of it.
Lead the line, and this is exactly what you want to see. Just
100%.
No more defense can be played from Dongshin. He's already hit his core units. The secondary carry for this LeBlanc can be anything as well, so that's the unit that you can't deny. It's Nunu, LeBlanc are the 2 holds. The rest of the front line, you can play Morgana, Kench, whatever. Backline, Karma, Aesol, Nami. You've hit the 2 that are the most important here. Rolls over a Nongshim board as well, so matchmaking very rewarding here.
Absolutely.
Putting down a bit of a statement, as we do see though our Nami player, as we touched on, had this pretty early and is able to put together a streak as well for Nongshim.
Yeah, Phoenix with that strong board that we just saw doesn't need to roll at all anymore. Can just save up, econ back up, and go level 9. So in a really, really strong spot now. But then there are players like Sarah who level to 8 only have 30 gold to work with. Yeah, let's see exactly what they're able to pick up. And honestly, spending 6 more gold on that Rost might not be a good enough upgrade.
Same for the Maokai. These are expensive upgrades for the board, but you have to make them. Now, unfortunately, you've had a lot of rolls, but not a lot of gold. So it doesn't matter. We've got to a position now where we can roll, but we won't be able to buy anything. However, we've hit the Zaya. We've hit some of the upgrades in the front line. We saw elsewhere Nunu had already been hit on other boards, so not expecting to find that. I think the Rast and the Maokai might be okay for the time being.
Yeah.
Most importantly, though, we got the Zaya.
Right hand side, it was Aurelion Soul 2 and Karma 2 picked up by Sam D. So a true player of that AP flex. It's literally just whatever you hit. Not bad items as well for that Aurelion Soul. Carrier version, of course. Jewel Gauntlet, Guard Breaker, Karma with the TG, actually getting a blue buff, which is rather nice. The front line, though, that seems to be the story of this game for players. It is lacking a little bit.
Certainly is, and it feels like we don't see Mech played outside of an Anima cash out. So surprising here, he left himself open to this flexible line. It requires a bunch of gold. Isol just barely has enough there to eke out the victory. You see Tiny Giant on the other side of things with the Silver Horn on top of this Rammus, making things work for himself on that Corky Riven. Siluk, though, still on this streak. 10 wins in a row now off the back of this Akali.
Oh, dear.
Gets an early Graves as well, which we've seen paired very nicely with this Nova board. He's able to pick up a combat augment coming in here for his third pickup due to just being so healthy. And should be sitting pretty to go all the way to 9. And I touched on it earlier in the day. The Akali reroll 3-star doesn't feel like it's too warping. It's this version when you just 6 gold unit, I'm going 9.
If you're sitting at home being like, what is this Akali tempo y'all are talking about and how do I do it? Just look at Siluk this game, and that is a absolute masterclass on how to run it. Sarah perhaps needs to take a masterclass, it seems, because this level 8 roll down was very, very tragic. Did find a Zaya too, right? It's a carry, however, that really does not excel, especially comparatively to the Corky being the other AD option. There is 4 Stargazer on this board, and it's enough to kind of like barely win this round, honestly. It does not look very strong.
We have cybernetic implants and we have 6 swords. So we have 3 DBs in the backline there. So there's a bunch of raw AD coming through.
That's true.
However, you have Donkor and a DB on top of just a Samira. Feels like really not making much use of that at all. And you said the front line certainly is lacking a little bit. So I do think Sarah maybe just trying to claw 1 or 2 positions if they can, but doesn't have a lot more upside for this board. Unfortunately, your teammate is playing the Nunu as their primary tank, but that is pretty common across almost every board.
Right. There's a lot of tanks to go around, but it is unfortunate when, like, I would say...
Not for Stargazer.
Right. Not
a little
for
less.
Stargazer, but Nunu, especially with that CC, right, just provides a lot more stall, a lot more time for your backline. That would be exactly such a solid option. Panchi didn't win streak for quite as long, maybe, as I would have liked to see from her, but it really just goes to show the strength of the lobby. She has done an okay job, though. Is middle of the pack in HP, has recovered that economy a little bit, but still stuck on level 7 with 50 gold.
Yeah, off the back of the expedition, I imagine got a bunch of econ coming through, and the Graves pair is the key thing that you picked up here. So you're level 7 with an early copy of Graves. Having the pair, though, until you get to the 2-star, is just costing you an awful lot of gold. However, as you've said, level 7 50 gold has the possibility to get to 8. Don't think 9 is really in the sights, though, and it feels like Nemesis, since you have a couple of players that are going to be stuck rolling on level 8. Nongshim definitely on the flip side have the likes of Siluk, who will be going all the way to 9. This Asol, though, definitely doing a little bit of work, but not enough up against this double threat in the backline. The Dawncore Samira even helping out a fair bit. Sarah clings to life off the back of just the raw AD power.
And these fights are not convincing. They are wins, but they are not convincing.
A win is a win.
A win is a win, however, and we will take that, especially when members of Nongshim are going to be approaching the bottom of the standings. Sam D, of course, 20 HP, the player we are watching with that Aurelion Soul mech version online. It's just not doing quite enough work. The front line's still good, though. The back line, you have that AP flex. The Karma TG rolls are going to really play a big part. Does get one decent item with the Guard Breaker this time around.
I think this is why we've seen mech not really played outside of anima. You want the anima items to really activate it. This time around, items like Morgana, as he said, for the primary tank. Asol needs these really, really long fights, and I don't think the front line's going to live long enough. Nami, off the back of these artifacts as well, just having so much survivability for the front line, so much raw AP. Morgana just barely clinging to life. The next bubble will take it down though. Then we're onto the backline. Samdi's not long for this world. Just a close victory for the Nami player.
Yeah.
Sarah's
winning.
Another win. So as of now, no eliminations. Samdi now on a 3-loss streak, potentially facing down in 8th place.
Absolutely. It's going to be the battle between who can hang on longer between Sam D and Sarah 2020 to really set the tone of where these placements need to end. But looking towards the top of that HP, Siluk, Tempo Akali, 50 gold, level 8, 70 HP still to work with. Sarah 2020 really needs to dodge this 8th. Absolutely.
Yes, certainly does need to dodge that loading in. We see riveting here. Items on the bench, waiting to see who is loading in, making the use of those magnetics. Tiny Giant.
Another Corki too.
Gets the Corki loading in. We're seeing it more and more favored as the tournament goes on. It's just a comfortable pickup. And there's a lot of players here that they're stuck on level 8. They're clawing for placements. It feels like more of a scrappy game than we've seen in some of the other lobbies.
Oh, definitely.
Really, these teams going head to head, just trying to claw out every possible position.
Yep, the boards are not the strongest, but they are decent for this point of the game at least. A saving grace for Sarah has been that Nunu 1 actually getting cast off in multiple fights, but it is going to be up against Panchi here. That is another teammate. Panchi, I believe, did have items on the bench, however, so should be a Sarah win. On the other side, Sam D versus Siluk. Another, teammate versus teammate. It is going to be a win for, I think, both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, if Siluk isn't sacking with a million HP like that, then...
This is a little closer than I would have hoped on that left-hand side. Good loss, actually, for Panchi, and good win for Sarah.
I think perfect for both teams there. Siluk has the HP to sacrifice. The only player sitting on a bunch of gold here. Tiny Giant also has a fair amount of gold, so can get a bit stronger. Ji Hanjing on a 7-win streak, so it does feel like Nongshim definitely in the ascendancy here. Sarah has stayed alive. I think they were hoping we'd be able to claw out ahead of Samdi. Watching though, 11 HP, picking up a win there. I think we're going to start to see some eliminations any moment now, but Ji Hanjing on the back of this Nami has the Eternal Pact. Had that very early copy of Nami, got to the 2-star, we know how strong it can be, is on that streak. Sarah on the left-hand side has to win here against Tiny Giant.
Absolutely. On the right-hand side, it is going to be Sam D versus Phoenix A as well, so they're facing each other here. Eliminations, whoever goes in 8th place is going to feel real bad, excuse me.
Fire on top of the Corki makes quick work of that, and Tiny Giant's board falls down. Sarah stays alive. Somebody is eliminated. So for Nemesis, step 1 is complete. They avoided that 8th place.
Absolutely.
Now, they still have an uphill battle in terms of HP. 8, 12, and 13 for 3 of their members. We have Nongshim players sitting at the top of the lobby, lots of lives to spare. Siluk has now went all the way to level 9. Now their teammate has felt aware that they were potentially willing to sack for. They can spend those resources. The likes of Ji Hangzin and Siluk had gold, and Tiny Giant all sitting on gold. Potentially because they thought, if I load in against Samdi, I don't want to pull the trigger just yet. That is now gone away. So we'll see how strong Nongshim can make these boards. Siluk especially all the way to level 9.
Absolutely. As we get into this fight, Sarah, 5-win streak. See if it's able to make it 6 versus I'm Riveting as well. This Xayah, can it tear through the front line of Riveting? It's going to be a Nunu getting the cast off yet again. Corki with a rogue emblem trying to get through that Tom Kench. Tiny Giant on the right-hand side is going to win out just barely against Panchi, and Panchi goes down actually while Sarah survives.
Sarah does stay alive. 2 Corki matchups in a row, 2 victories in a row for Sarah. 5 victories total. Panchi and Riveting now fall away though, so if Nemesis face one more elimination here, that will be it in this first game of the final series of the day in day 2. And for Nemesis, Sarah is looking awfully strong, has managed to get all the way up with this Stargazer board. Samira actually putting quite a lot of work with the Dawn Core, not just providing a little bit of extra damage, but actually the CC she's providing has been quite key in some of these matchups. Phoenix here, suboptimal secondary carry in the backline. We've got an IE on top of our Karma, definitely not what we were hoping for. But also the advanced lone player, not a lot of upside when you are essentially down a full organ.
No, definitely not. And these HP totals from Team Nemesis, I don't know if it's going to be enough. They have to dodge each other, win out every single round. Tiny Giant, though, that Corki in the back line, making quick work of Phoenix's front line. Riven into the back line is going to be taking out the LeBlanc, taking out the Karma, and taking out Team Nemesis here in game number 1. Nongshim take 1-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Nemesis, just not enough HP in this particular game to ever really be in the ascendancy. Siluk was running away with things. The tail of this game are the two Akali players. One of them had to go all the way to 10 gold. You're stuck level 6. You're not even win streaking. Siluk's on this 10 win streak, able to get himself all the way to level 9, and just the lack of HP across this Nemesis squad did mean they unfortunately fell away, and Nongshim picked up the win in game 1.
Looking at Sarah's position, I would not have expected Sarah to be the last member alive left of Team Nemesis. And yeah, it's going to be done there. So 3 members of Nongshim still left alive. And what does Nemesis have to do now is the question getting into game number 2. They do look pretty similar to yesterday. Like, their game plans are good. They're almost there, but they're falling short in just a little bit under kind of what Nongshim can provide in individual skill and again in that team play.
Feels like line selection was actually not too bad, as we are rejoined here by Trouble on the desk. Nemesis there unfortunately falling 1-0 down in this series at the end of the day.
And it does seem like a little bit as if they haven't figured out the roles, I feel like, in this team. Because individually, they're all fantastic players. They know what positions they're playing from. However, the role distribution has just not yet stacked.
Yeah, it feels like some of these squads, I think especially we saw Zeta earlier in the day, Title just slams levels, slams items. His job is to save HP. Other players are more than willing to sacrifice themselves. And it feels like maybe they're just every game being a little bit too flexible, maybe some more defined styles going in.
A little too passive, perhaps. So I think, again, coming back to the word agency, right? You have a lot of decision points to make, and you have to be proactive. It's going to be those item slams, getting that, like Title earlier, 10 win streak into 10 win streak back-to-back games. Nemesis aren't quite going for that kind of play style.
And it seemed like a huge turn from Siluk right here. His first game at EWC 2026 for Teamfight Tactics was a whopping 8th with 1 cost rerolls. He completely turns it around, starts playing Akali tempo, an 11 win streak, which saved a lot of HP for Nongshim.
Yeah, it certainly did. And for this Nongshim squad, they qualified for the tournament off the back of the 1 cost reroll. The first game of the first day, they lent into it, and then they instantly realized, yeah, never mind. And they're playing the more traditional lines off the back of that Akali this time round. For Siluk, as you said, Trouble really made it work and just had so much tempo the entire time.
Right, and they did get a little bit unlucky if we think back to Panchi's roll down at 3-2.
Yeah.
Didn't really find much of anything there. A single Akali was down to 20 gold. Frontline wasn't there. Didn't find the Maokai for that 5 Nova, even though the emblem was there for her. And Phoenix, there was a frontline there. There was the LeBlanc. It just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I do think you need a player that is going to play it a little bit more aggressive. It might not seem natural to do so. Some of these level 5 pushes we've seen by other teams just seem counterintuitive for what we're used to, but you just need somebody that's going to have that extra HP to work with.
It's something very characteristic that we saw from Nongshim. Double Corki lines?
Yeah, they made the Corki work this time round as well, and I feel like Corki, as the tournament went on, has become a little bit more prominent than we would have thought. It feels like less situational than the likes of Xayah, even maybe less situational than Kindred in some spots, especially with all the Akali contests. And Corki Riven, it definitely has its place in these games.
Absolutely. I think it's a lot of item recognition. If you have the items for Riven, she's been absolutely that double damage threat that you really need to complement the Corki.
Yeah, it feels like Riven's easy to position against when you're coming in your team. You just move your tank in front of this Riven, but it does mean if you're sacking against one of the Corki Riven players, you are able to almost guarantee that maybe you just take a 1 or 2 unit loss as well.
We do see here what our players chose to go for. Something that does really stand out, unfortunately. Sam D chose to go for the good old traditional mech line. But correct me if I'm wrong, what makes this line super good is radiant items, artifacts, and perhaps cash outs from Anima, which were not in his game plan.
Yeah, I think Sam D just kind of fell into this line, didn't really want to go into that direction. It's like, okay, I found Aurelian Soul, I found Karma. Players have stabilized off of that kind of line, just again, didn't have the items, as you're saying, to support it, and everyone else, especially, just a little bit stronger.
Unfortunately, there were two quirky players right there who were holding the mech, so that's all your entire
Also
front line,
true.
right? Well, Nemesis will have possibly their last chance to try and stay alive at EWC 2026 and hold on to their key before Nongshim tries to crash it. We're going to go into a very quick break, and we'll be back for game 2 between Nongshim and Nemesis. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. We are 1-0 up for Nongshim versus the America's Nemesis squad here. I am Barry Baden, brought to you alongside with Crowan here, and it could be do or die for this America's squad here.
One game potentially separating Nongshim from advancing and Nemesis going home. Their key being crushed, their dreams being crushed, and they won't get another second chance.
No, they certainly will not, and they had the 2-0 defeat yesterday against a very, very strong virtus.pro squad. However, they now are 1-0 down against Nongshim, who themselves went up against Aurora in a much closer series than we might have anticipated. So there's really no weak teams. We are in the final here at EWC. We're in the group stages. These players have got through the qualifiers. They've knocked out some big hitters. America's is a very, very strong region. For the past few sets has been very, very powerful. So to get to this point, they've shown that they can compete with the best. They just need to be at their best.
Oh, absolutely. These teams would not have gotten here, right, if they had played poorly. Getting through the qualifiers, getting to EWC is a statement in of itself. But now you gotta contend with the best players in the world, the GOATs of TFT, literally on the other side of your game. It is a little bit nerve-wracking, honestly, especially when you don't have that experience going up against them, even in just your own region.
Yeah, you might not have the experience on a LAN format like this, in 4v4 especially, which isn't the traditional mode they're used to playing, but these players from Nemesis and Nongshim all know each other so well. From Nongshim's side of things, this squad has been playing together basically back since like set 9 within the Korean circuit. There's so much 4v4 action happening all the time. Same for Nemesis with this America's setup. A lot of these players, they're in the study group together, they know each other oh so well. I just think it's time to focus up. 4v4 is a bit of a different game mode. There's some things you have to do that you're not normally used to doing pro, and that they're going to have to.
Absolutely. It is the key to adapt, right, to what you are given. These 4v4 situations, maybe you're saying, you know, Nongshim has a lot of that experience, of course, and they're really bringing it here. We saw that, of course, again in Aurora series. They took one game off, and assuming that they're able to take out Nemesis here, I think they're going to prove to the world that they are stronger than maybe some people had thought. They are not the underdogs, is what they want everyone else to think now.
And we do see the keys for these squads on the stage. One of them will be getting crushed today. Potentially one of them will be getting crushed in one more game. So Nemesis, they have to win out from this point on. Lying ahead for either of these rosters is Zeta Division, led by Title. So it doesn't get any easier, but you can't think of that. You just have to focus on this game as we do get ready to load in here. And we will see, once again, Ari and Soraka. We haven't seen a lot of Soraka, I don't think maybe at all. The extra health it can give you in this particular format definitely can be very powerful.
Absolutely. Going to allow you perhaps to go into these fast 9 routes, or when you're just tanking a bunch of HP and going for that massive roll down. Soraka helping you out there. But this, again, is do or die time for Nemesis. And like you were saying as well, Bear, you got to approach it just game by game. Can't be thinking, oh, if we win this, then we get to go up against Zeta Division, and that's scary. You gotta
Don't think about that.
Yeah, do not think about that. Think about the beast that is right in front of you. That is Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim, a very established org out of Korea. Everybody following the likes of League of Legends. You've seen Nongshim for many years here.
Absolutely.
Coming in Teamfight Tactics at EWC for the first time with a squad that has performed very well so far in this particular series. I think looking at the cameras from Nemesis, though, they were all smiles loading into the game there. We saw Panchi was laughing along with the rest of the team.
That's
so
good.
at least the mindset is good. They're not at each other's throats like some squads can be. These are friends. They know each other well. Stargazer is the ball coming into this one.
Absolutely, and I think that's really important, right? If you get stunlocked being like, oh, we're doing bad and we expected to do good, perhaps, or just being really stressed out, it's not going to help you play any better. Once you're in that good mood, good vibes, right, friendship, the power of that, you're going to be more comfortable. You're going to be able to play your best TFT at that point, and I want to see that out of Team Nemesis. Again, I think their game plans are good. The execution is just lacking. We see some players, right, Sarah did come back very well in that last game, but even to be in that spot, not a lot of gold, level 8 rolling down, a little bit unlucky. Panchi as well, maybe just a little bit unlucky with not finding much at that level 6 roll down as well.
I do want to see one of their players playing a bit more aggressive. You touched on the lack of agency. I want to see somebody leveling to 5 in a spot where you maybe wouldn't do it, or slamming a TG. You're like, oh, this isn't what I want in the late game. Doesn't matter. Your job is to save HP. You need somebody in these top 2 or 3 positions come stage 4 so you can sacrifice your HP if you need to. Spreading Roots picked up here by Sarah, so we have Timebreaker and Sniper's Emblem coming through. Not too bad at all. We see that combination can be used alongside even just a Corky board, Samira, lots of different ways you can take this.
Hey, we saw Sniper Riven earlier. It did go to a Blitzcrank eventually, but
RFC Sniper's Blitzcrank looked like a beast, so...
It was a beast, absolutely. Looked like a beast, was a beast. 100% there. Phoenix had an Akali on board. Probably going to be the dedicated Akali player, but like you said, I want to also see a player completely pushing levels, slamming items, being aggressive. Surely at least one of them is in the spot to do that.
Hope so. Checking here with Sandy, this is a player that is, for Nongshim, playing a little bit more aggressive. A couple of upgrades coming through here, just putting together whatever he can. Cho'Gath coming through. And I think this is the key thing. Look, we see Thresh's Lantern picked up. We're going for an artifact that gives you a lot of agency in the early game. A Shojin
Slam,
which is just an item you can slam right now. It's not necessarily best in slot by any means for Briar, but it's a great item in the late game. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You need somebody that's just playing a little bit weird, but they're just making sure they're winning rounds.
Yeah, screw best in slot, right? You don't need to be thinking about that. You should be thinking about, how can my board win against these other early game, perhaps weak boards, right? A Shojin could be the difference in a lot of these fights. Love to see that out of Sam D here. The Thresh's Lantern is an artifact that we've seen a fair bit of, I think, over the course of the past couple of days. Not perhaps the best, but always going to be at least somewhat good.
Feels like the most B tier artifact possible. Where it's always going to be fine. You can get yourself an extra frontliner coming in. A lot of these traitless frontliners, the likes of Morgana, you can just throw in as well. So very, very powerful.
Well, that's a lot of Talons.
And it is
another one on bench.
Extra duplicate is coming through. So
actually, just one away.
Maybe we just play Talon 3 in the early game, and imagine it would be eventually sold off. Coming up against his teammate who's on the win streak, which is perfect. We've lost our first 2 rounds. We want Sandy to keep winning if you're this Nongshim squad. And with it being double duplicators coming through from the portal, it does mean we are guaranteed Talon. We were getting a 3-5, we'll be getting another duplicate coming through. So if we don't get it before then, I imagine we at least would find 1 copy.
Yeah.
So potentially a good tempo option here. We see Talon can hold anything really. You could summon a Sunfire on top of it, even just to spread that around.
Literally anything.
Yeah.
Talon will still get his damage done, still be hopping around.
And then he's out
the
of
back line. Yeah.
Late game, that guy is gone. He does nothing after stage 4, but he can get you there for sure.
Definitely a little bit perhaps in stage 3, right? But stage 4, absolutely not. Get him out of there. 1 away, however, it was from that Talon 3. Still is Tiny Giant on not even making 10 gold right now for Econ. And the Constellation is the boar, so not really going to be one that players are prioritizing around that. It just needs to be a unit to get Tiny Giant through the early game.
Yeah, we've seen even Build-A-Bud be sold off, Constructor Champions sold off, so people are willing to sacrifice prismatic and gold augments for tempo. So if you're able to have something like Bodyguard Training, which is going to be really, really powerful later on, able to pick up a win here finally, coming up against his own teammate, definitely could be very powerful. Sandy, tempo, level 5 already for the Nongshim lead in this game.
Shojin Briar, and that's the kind of playstyle we were talking about wanting to see out of Nemesis, right? Exactly that. See if they are able to continue with that win streak. There is one player, at least, from Nemesis still at 100 HP. And we see the extra Econ option from the Ahri.
Yeah, everybody leaning that way, especially this HP shield Soraka option. People have kind of hated the whole set. It's not as bad as it was, but you see the extra HP coming through for Ahri, especially in a 4v4 format, just very valuable.
Right.
We'll be leaning towards that.
It's extra Econ, it's like, oh, money? Yeah, I want that.
Yeah. I think it was a pretty snap decision for most players there. So
hey, Soraka
did get one picked up. Was from one of our players that's on a streak as well. So it is immediate combat power coming through.
Exactly, yeah.
And I do actually like this from Nemesis, identifying that we do need to have somebody that is playing strongest possible board and therefore opting for the less favored boon here.
If it's strongest possible board, I would love to see a guard breaker slammed onto the Akali. Put the rod on her as well, right? This is that early game tempo that you really got to be thinking about. Is waiting,
see
of
who's
course.
Loading in.
Yeah, right. It's going to be waiting. But if it's against Sam D, perhaps, but it's up against a Nongshim player, so it goes onto the Caitlyn, right? I'm thinking that's going to be a little bit more powerful right now with that 2-star 1-cost backliner.
And even the rod slammed down. If it made the difference, we'd be sitting here thinking, oh, I should have slammed the rod. You don't want to be leaving anything on the table, exactly as they should be doing. Phoenix here, the most experienced player on this roster, 4 regionals appearances across the Americas circuit, leading the line here, playing the tempo approach. Much better early game from Nemesis. Sarah opting for the full loss streak, so they're really focusing on their streaks here, which I think so far has definitely been lacking. HP total's looking better as well. I've got to feel more confident about this early game. Already getting an Akali too. This is what leveling early can do for you, Crow, and your shop odds are a little bit better.
That's true, especially when you get to level 5, level 6, right? That's when a lot of those 2 costs do come through. Only thing better there would have been to found the Jax in the same shop, but we're kind of doing a little checklist here, it seems like, from what we want to see out of Nemesis, and they are checking off all the things that we're talking about. They still need to prove that they can during their level 8 transition points, though. Those have looked rather weak for them so far.
Yeah, I think they've shown that they have the capabilities of this big roll down turn where you have to do an awful lot. So that is one of the hardest things in TFT, but we do see here Phoenix and Sandy, the two streakers going head to head. Phoenix off the back of the Akali upgrade might just have enough here, but Thresh's Lantern, Gargoyle, and Shojin. It's just a lot of extra power. We're getting an extra unit throwing in. So fortunately for Phoenix, doesn't get the win there, which, as well as losing the streak, we lose out on making 20 because we could have sold the Aatrox pair. So it is a bit of a devastating loss. It immediately hits the Jax too, and you're thinking, well, if this was one round earlier, I keep my streak. But as is the case with TFT, not all is given. But Ji Hang in here, loading in Leona 3-star already off the back of the Arbiter. So pretty early hit there. The Talon 3, it still hasn't arrived though, unfortunately, which we did want to see it just for a bit of variance more than anything.
I guess we didn't need it, since we were looking at that Borktani Giant has still won all 3 rounds. Now that does come off the back of a Deathblade Slam, however. And that's looking like it goes to the direction of a Corki or a Xayah. Xayah a little bit less prioritized probably because the Stargazer is not really one that players will be playing around much.
See if he does get the talent. Does finally so can pull the trigger on that. Off the back of the 3 win streak, can maybe start to turn things around. Definitely needs some kind of front line. But we do see the talent made. It just makes so much sense. With the 1 cost, you're not even losing gold later when you sell it, unlike other 2 or 3 costs, switch it off. Maybe I would hesitate to pull the trigger on. Sunfire, as we touched on, great applier of this. So Talon's going to be jumping around these fights. Tiny Giant, not on a massive streak by any means, but certainly capable of reaching.
Slamming for tempo. Love to see it from a Tiny Giant. And there's not really an argument to slam the Titans, though. That's not really an item that people are looking at all. Exactly. Still getting just the raw power out of that component. And it might be the difference here. Talon jumping around towards the back line now, but does get taken out by the Teemo there. And yeah, slamming items, a lot of tempo, not quite enough, however.
It doesn't really matter if you don't have any front line at all, which we don't. You just have some rogues jumping around. Unfortunately, not able to keep that going there. But Sandy does pick up the 6 win streak here, so keeping his game nicely. Second Augment's loading in Pro, and we do have gold.
Absolutely, gold again. It looks like these options probably going to get rolled across, and yes, they all are. Giant Slayer Indiscriminate Killer is actually pretty solid. It's good to have a lot of those damage items for multiple carries that a lot of comps do lean into.
Samdi there, he has a decision to make. Do you want to be as strong as possible, or do you think you're a potential win-out player? An epic roll down makes me indicate that Nongshim are thinking, okay, he's saved enough HP for now, getting to level 8 is not going to be a problem, then you can get some value. So potentially the streak will come to an end, but Scylla here, rolling down, Maokai 2 already found, has that club of mind.
It's big.
Checking back in here with Riveting, who we did see have that Leona 3-star. Items in the backline are coming together here, still holding the Rod as well for the Rageblade for LeBlanc if we need it.
Absolutely. Phoenix on the other side did pick up that Jax too, right after he lost, unfortunately, so wasn't able to preserve that streak. Did get snapped by Sam D, but I'm Riveting facing Phoenix. We see the power of what this Leona 3 in the early game can bring. That's a ton of shielding, right? Extra AP from that Crown Guard. Zoe 2 has to do, or Zoe 1, excuse me, has to do a lot of work. And it doesn't look like she'll be able to get it done with that D-Claw Slam especially.
A D-Claw Slam makes a lot of sense in this meta. It's very AP heavy. Constructor championing and then instantly losing definitely feels a little bit disappointing, but shouldn't dissuade them too much. Somebody finally loses that round as we expected, but checking back in here with Sarah, who off the back of Timebreaker has 3 Timebreaker, 3 Animarin, a player that is definitely a potential win-out candidate for this Nemesis squad.
And again, Sarah's the player that was playing with fire in the last game, dropped dangerously low, but did stabilize, right? Looking to play the playstyle again. If you played the last game, right, it's going to be fresh on the mind, very comfortable with, okay, what are my options from this situation? Granted, a little bit different items this time around, going the AP variant instead of the AD Xayah line that Sarah went in the last game. However, AP probably is just better.
AP definitely does feel like it's more reliable, especially when you're doing this big roll down. He's using Anima as drip econ for the time being, taking these lower cash outs, just 100 every time, just get a little bit extra gold coming through. Same with having Timebreaker in, you're getting the XP. We've got 6 rolls already banked, I think that was.
Yeah.
So Sarah certainly in a good position here. However, does not want to drop too low. You want to be at least 2 lives by the time you're doing that big do or die roll down.
Oh, absolutely. Especially because we see a lot of times the level 8 roll downs don't quite hit just as you want them to. It kind of takes another 1 or 2 rounds to really get to that point that you want to be at. But 12 Tactician health could perhaps help you get there. And that's what you're saying. The Soraka really bails players out.
Certainly does. It allows for this do or die approach a little bit easier. Gives you the extra chance to stay alive there. A lot of players are leaning towards the extra econ that Ari can provide. We'll see if any players towards the bottom of the lobby are getting the forecasts they potentially want this early. We saw last time around, Nami was found this early off the back of the God's Choice coming in. So see if that is the case. Space Groove Talon was committed to off the back of Spreading Roots, giving us Meeple and Space Groove. So all of a sudden, quite a few ways Tiny Giant could take this game. Definitely in a unique spot. We've got
extremely
Talon 3 just that we naturaled, and then we have Space Groove and Meeple, which have 0 overlap, other than the fact they both want to be on top of a Riven. So we'll see which way he takes this.
Absolutely. These are situations that you just can't quite prep for, right? You gotta assess that strength.
This is what the pros are for. We're just watching, thinking, okay, you take the wheel on this one because it's a difficult spot to figure out.
It absolutely is. Like, how long can you really carry that talent for? You were saying by the time you get into stage 4, it's not going to do anything at all, right? You gotta get out of there. Being 4-1 probably have to be the round that you ditch it, go level 8, try to roll for your board, but you need the econ to do so.
I think you're likely to reforge the Space Groove in this spot because we have DB.
True.
So with Corky Riven, DB, we can make a lot of use of it. Corky Riven has been doing quite well. Talon you can use as your placeholder before you get to Riven 2 in that scenario as well, so that would be not too bad. And I think Space Groove definitely a little bit more difficult to play, but for the time being, making use of this 3-star he's been granted for Tiny Giant. At the top of the lobby though, Panchi is now on a 5-win streak. So they have Sarah on this 9 loss, 35 HP, making the use of the Soraka HP to keep himself that little bit extra life. Panchi on that big win streak. So Nemesis definitely feels like they've had the better streaks this time round, and they're bookmarking this lobby.
Yeah, they're in a better spot overall. Assuming that Sarah can actually have a good transition point after leveling, I think that's a very make or break situation for Nemesis. If Sarah doesn't hit and falls in 8th, these tempo players like Panchi and Phoenix, they're probably not going to be in win-out spots, whereas Sarah will if they hit.
Yeah, Sarah, 70 gold as well, rerolls in the bank, so the chance of hitting is pretty good. Maybe should pull the trigger on level 8 earlier than the rest of the lobby, so they don't have the chance to play Denial. We do know that on the side of Nongshim, I believe it was Scylla who had epic roll down, so we have a player that does have a lot of power once they get to level 8 loading in. They also have a patient study, so they do have a few players that are going to be getting to level 8 pretty quickly.
Tiny Giant, off the back of the Talon, actually able to win streak out through the rest of stage 3. That wasn't like a guaranteed thing. It is rather weak, but now we do see exactly as you said, rolling before other players is Sarah. Doesn't have that much gold to do so, but does find a few good units. Tom Kench upgrades really good, does find a Nami for that Space Groove, right? Already has the items for it with the Shojin, with the Jewel Gauntlet. Now it's the question of where is that Sniper gonna go?
Yeah, you can keep hold of it. I think maybe Sniper's Blitzcrank once more just allows you to throw around that front line. Paired with the Samira, it at least gives you an option to activate that. Don't think it's something you would potentially want to, even if you had a reforge, to get rid of. Does have plot armor as well, so combat strength coming through, items coming through for Nami. 10 loss streaks, still doesn't feel like we've hit potentially enough here as we check in with Ji Hanjing, one of our other players of the patient study himself, needing to do a big level 8 roll down, playing this AP flex line, has a Karma 2 coming through, has Leona off the Arbiter.
It's like 4 rolls, finding LeBlanc in 3 out of 4 of those rolls. That is just illegal.
Backline looking really, really good. Frontline definitely still lacking one. Nunu one. Leona doesn't have any items for the time being. And we don't have LeBlanc items loading in just yet, so we are itemizing Karma and then Assault for this round. So despite the fact we've hit the LeBlanc and we've hit our Leona 3-star, items certainly lacking.
Absolutely. LeBlanc 2. You almost never see LeBlanc 2 on a board with 0 items.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's just like, what's going on
it's
there?
normally your-
Unless you're sacking for your teammate, right?
Normally your first slam is Rage Blade because you're thinking the entire game, I'm going to play LeBlanc. Whereas this time, the slams were more flexible. It was things like red buffs, things like JG. We do get Prismatic coming in here though, so this can solve the item problems for some of these boards.
Absolutely.
And instantly allow you to have 2 or 3 carries.
Yeah, Artifact, Anvil, perhaps the sweet treats, right? But the Wand Overflow going to be very, very appealing, especially with this AP line from I'm Riveting. Now it goes to 8. There is only about 20 gold to roll, however, just straight skips that Nami.
A lot of the forecasts are gone as well, so you're looking for the likes of LeBlanc, Karma, ASOL, which we've seen elsewhere. On the right-hand side of the screen, Tiny Giant off the back of this Space Groove is going towards Corky Riven that we thought. So Space Groove Meeple, I imagine Space Groove will be getting ditched eventually, and we're just going for the vertical Meeple line. So ending up keeping the talent in for the time being.
Okay, the Duplicator does go onto the Zoe, making a Zoe 2, but that's a 2-cost unit at Porte 2, of course.
This is, and unfortunately as well, we're constructed champion for Leona, which is something that elsewhere in the lobby they have for free. So your gold augment is something you can just print. Your prismatic augment is a bunch of items for your AP carries that you've not yet found. We do have a Pard, which can potentially help us get a little bit more econ back. But I touched on it, when you're doing this roll down, gets 4 gold at least off the Bard. Unfortunately, these champions have already been picked up the round earlier, and a very difficult spot to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, didn't have the Space Groove, right? So the Nami is, it could have slotted on the board as a 1-of, could have maybe found Nami too, right? That's, I think, still a little bit better than this, but Aurelion Soul finally is found, gets to go onto the board. Item's going to be transferred over here soon as I'm already making a bunch of swaps.
It's the 4-piece Vanguard option here. Nami 2 is found for some D though, so our Space Groove player who had the bunch
Selling
of
LeBlanc
rerolls.
too.
Apologize, this was our epic reroll player who kept that streak going and then opted to lean towards this big level 8 turn. Opted towards it, has the Nami 2 coming in. As you said, LeBlanc not opted for because we don't have the best items. Tiny Giant on the other side of things did reforge his Space Groove emblem into Rogue, which you can make a lot more use of in this board.
Another Rogue Corky.
So Rogue Corky, we get the Meeple emblem on top of the Riven. Things are looking pretty good for Tiny Giant.
Absolutely. Talon still appearing on this board, of course, as well, jumping around. Is going to be that orange front line hanging on long enough for Nami to deal the damage. Sam D does go on a 3-win streak. Sarah, however, was not able to win out. We see another loss coming through. That is very concerning for Nemesis.
Certainly is. We have the options here of just a bit more HP in the front line for one of your tanks or more gold. So depending on how dire your situation are, will influence this decision. We do see 5 costs as an option for some of the players here though, which could be big bailouts.
Absolutely, it could, as we get the final God selections coming through, depending on what boon you want to get, of course. Or if you need that extra tank in this front line, that extra gold to roll to hit these pairs. I know there's some players out there that don't even have these tier 2 backliners, like Sarah being one of them, has Sniper Blitzcrank, but it is just a pair. Blitzcrank 1, a pair of Namis as well. It's Nami 1, not looking great here for Sarah.
Certainly is not, and does have Jeweled Lotus coming through for your Prismatic, so plot armor into Jeweled Lotus, a lot of combat power. Opting for the double Blitzcrank on the board, was offered Blitzcrank from the God's round there at least to get that pair, which is a potential out. But unfortunately, we just played 100 anima cash out, so we don't have any of the good items loading in. Timebreaker Emblem doesn't do anything for the board other than just activating the 2-piece, which is nice, but for the Blitzcrank, it doesn't offer you an awful lot. Coming up against his teammate here in Phoenix,
it will be a win.
Will be able to pick up the win and keep him alive. They have the potential to find a Blitzcrank as a bailout. It feels like that might be it though for the spot.
Pretty sure Phoenix would have slammed a lot more items there in order to save a little bit of HP. But now it's Nemesis, pretty much all of them, towards the bottom of the standings there. Ji Haning is going to be the sole Nongshim member, at least currently in the bottom 4. However, the HP totals are telling a story here, Barry.
They certainly are, and I think when you look here, Panchi unfortunately ended up on this AP line, but rolling for the LeBlancs, which were already taken. It feels like Nemesis had 2 players going for AP flex, a round too late when Nongshim had already got there. Siluk here, playing this Akali line, has the bonus of the Maokai 3, which is something you're not by any means likely to hit most of the time. So has the Akali on the board, has the Kindred as well. Maokai 3 sitting in a very comfortable position here. Serra has to stay alive, coming up against a teammate in Panchi, who can't really afford to take the loss themselves either. So difficult position for the matchmaking here on the side of Nemesis.
Absolutely. Both players, this is round 4-6, right? And they're both stuck on 1 cost or 1-star version of their carries. Panchi now going dangerously low, perhaps in 1 life territory. I'm Riveting 16 HP, Panchi with 14, Serra with 13. Riveting, of course, lost that round. Phoenix lost as well. The chances of Nemesis are slipping away rapidly. If this continues, they will be out of EWC. Things need to happen right now.
HP totals are often so telling in 4v4. You look across this lobby, 13, 14, 16. You have 1 life on each of these players as we approach stage 5. Does mean they don't have anybody they can trade against. Nongshim, 61 HP, 56. Lots of room to work with. And even if there are players on the side of Nemesis have a lot of upside, you have Serra here. Blitzcrank pair on the board, never hitting Nami 2-star. Very easy for Nongshim to play defense and send Serra out here. Just hold a Blitz, hold a Nami.
Yeah.
Very clear what you can do. So despite the fact we have the combat power from the augments, and I'm Riveting again, another AP flex board, that this is just not at all the backline you want to see.
Panchi, Riveting, and Serra look like they just straight up missed. Didn't have the resources to go there. And with all 3 of these players in kind of crappy spots, right, it doesn't really look like Nemesis is going to have what it takes to climb back in this game, because we see the spots of Nongshim, they look really good, at least comparatively.
Yeah, and each team had their Akali tempo player, but Siluk's in a different ballpark. He's got Maokai 3 in this front line. Riveting needs to win this round, and this Akali board is making quick work of the front line from Riveting. Onto the back line, will be going down here and is eliminated. Riveting falls down. Any other elimination. Serra also goes. For Nemesis here, they do need to now go 1-2 in this lobby, and it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. Panchi here trying her best to stay alive in this particular round. Will just barely get the win against their teammate here, but that just means 3 losses for Nemesis. They're now in the bottom 4 positions, and this America squad, the 2nd seed coming into EWC, is on the verge of elimination.
It is all but a victory march at this point for Nongshim. There is no realistic way for Nemesis to climb to a 1st and 2nd position. They took some risks in this game and they did not pay off. Same thing happened in game number 1, and Nemesis might be dropping out of EWC TFT 2026 without even a single match win.
And Panchi here only on the LeBlanc 1-star, so coming up against Ji Hanjing, playing the AP flex line, but just able to put together so much more. Assault and Karma have a lot of damage there. The front line is just falling from Panchi, and we do see this will likely be it. Karma's onto the back line here. The damage dealers are gone from Panchi, and that will be it for Panchi, and that will be it for Nemesis. Nongshim with a commanding victory here. 2-0 in our 4th series of the day for this Korean squad, and unfortunately for Nemesis, that will be the end of their tournament. We were seeing their keep and dreams being crushed here today.
Nemesis came into this event as the unknown factor. Would they be able to rise to the challenge? Unfortunately, it was not the case for them, but it is a lot of their first times for things, right? First time internationally, first time in this big 4v4 format, and especially at EWC. They had a lot of promising, really promising tells about them, but just not able to make it happen, especially versus a team as strong, I will say now, I think, as Nongshim. They are proving that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they certainly have proven that. Nemesis should be incredibly proud of themselves for getting this far to the main event of EWC. Second seed out of Americas. They've beat some quality opposition to get here. But Nongshim, we saw yesterday, went to 3 games with Aurora. They now themselves will have to go up against Zeta Division, so the job is not done for this Korean squad. But a team of players that, you know, not a crown appearance amongst them. They're regionals representatives mainly. They definitely are on the same page. And I think they're first seed out of APAC for a reason, Pro.
Absolutely, they were. They took down Zeta Division, took down Flash Wolves.
They can do it again.
Those qualifiers. They have proven that they can do it. So looking towards the future in that series tomorrow, Nongshim going to be feeling pretty good about this comeback run so far.
Yeah, they certainly will be feeling pretty good. But for Nemesis, end of the road. Unfortunately for the squad, they will be going home empty-handed. Going out in the group stage, always difficult. And we will be seeing the key crush later on for this squad.
Yeah.
But we do see, here we have Nongshim in front of us, the winners today. And a squad that underestimated by a lot of players coming into this, I think. Despite the fact they were the first seed out of APAC, the narrative was very much, well, they just played 1-cost reroll, so they kind of had this little cheese strategy to get through. They went into game 1 yesterday with a similar approach, and then instantly went, oh, we just have to play real 4v4 TFT now. And they can certainly do that.
And that's very promising, I think, for Nongshim, proving that, okay, we can pivot our strategies. It worked in qualifiers, but it might not work at this global scale, able to play what is the meta and play it very well.
It's very impressive to be able to quickly change your style, to have a unique setup in your qualifying.
Oh, yeah.
Going into the first game of the tournament with the same approach and then just instantly realizing it's not worked. Not a series later, a game later. As you said, in game 2, they instantly shifted their style. They went up against Aurora, which was a star-studded roster. Here, it was a matchup for them that I think was favored to them to the beginning with. We thought they could get it over the line, but in the convincing fashion that they did, I don't think we expected that.
Absolutely, did not expect that. Nongshim did show that they could take a world-class team like Aurora Gaming to the brink. They're going to be able to face Zeta Division again like they did in the qualifiers. The road to their success, they are carving it themselves. We talked about the road for Redemption virtus.pro, but that road is already kind of laid out. Nongshim absolutely trailblazing here.
Yes, certainly is the case, and it does mean this full Korean roster will be going ahead against the full Japanese roster from Zeta Division, so that's a hell of a showdown out of APAC. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we see the highlights coming in for this game, brought to you by STC. Loading in here, I think this narrative really is that Nongshim just had the ascendancy the whole time. HP totals were there. Nemesis for both games were up against it. They were fighting an uphill battle. We've talked time and time against Pro about ascendancy, and they just never had that.
Absolutely. Nemesis, again, I want to go back to the fact that their game plan was good, but then they get into these fast-paced situations on these AP lines, stuck on Nami 1, stuck on LeBlanc 1, just don't have the resources, I think. The mid-game, not being able to save as much HP, not being able to go on these full, like, okay, full loss, full econ routes, and then snap that back into a win streak. Sarah did it kind of in game number 1, but overall, they lacked that skill.
I do think in this particular game, it was maybe the best version of Nemesis we saw in the early game. I think they started to get a feel for things. Unfortunately, you don't have enough time in a tournament like this to figure it out at the pace they were going at. So unfortunately, that is the end of the road for them, but improvements were made. They came up against a really strong side in Nongshim. This team is definitely not to be underrated, but we do have an interview now brought to you by Trouble with the winners, Nongshim.
Thank you guys, fantastic cast. I'm here with Silak from the victorious Nongshim. Congratulations, and thank you so much for the translation as well. We'll see, we might not need the translation either. We'll see how confident we are. Silak, your team came into this EWC 2026 as a 1-cost reroll team, but that changed really, really fast. I remember your first game, you rerolled Lissandra and Cho'Gath. That didn't go very well. How did you guys adapt for day 2?
일단 신라 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 이제 1코 리롤 덱으로 참 이제 소문이 많이 나셨는데 첫날에는 사실 이제 초가스랑 리산드라 리롤하는 덱을 쓰셨음에도 불구하고 좀 잘 안 먹혔어요. 그래서 메타를 확실하게 좀 변경을 하셨는데 그 2일차에 와서는 좀 어떤 점을 변경하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 메타 파악을 완전히는 아니지만 어느 정도 잘했다고 생각을 했는데 그럼에도 불구하고 아쉽게 이제 인게임 내에서 약간 미스가 있어가지고 결과가 안 좋았는데 오늘은 이제 확실하게 저희가 어제 새벽 2시까지 연습을 했는데 어떻게 하면 이 메타를 파괴할 수 있을지 그리고 이 메타에 적응할 수 있을지 완벽하게 이해한 것 같아가지고 오늘 만족스러운 경기력이었습니다.
Honestly, in the first day, I don't think we misunderstood the meta, honestly. However, we just made a lot of mistakes in that game. So we actually practiced until 2 a.m. after the loss, and we tried to figure out how to counter the meta and how to figure out the right gameplay of that meta. So I think in that sense, we played out really well on the second day.
Absolutely, that was a very whopping 2-0 versus Nemesis. Fantastic. Now you can call this lucky or unlucky. You faced Hwanmye's team on your first best of 3 here at EWC 2026. What did you learn from facing the Tactician's Crown 2-times title holder?
이제 첫날에서 뭐 이게 운이 좋다야 될지 아니면은 정말 불운이어야 될지 모르겠지만 일단 첫날에 오로라를 또 만나셨습니다. 또 후안미에 선수를 또 만나셨는데 그 2회 이제 타이틀 홀더인 후안미에 선수와의 경기에서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 배우셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 인게임 플레이에서 느낀 거는 개인적으로는 후아미 선수가 엄청 대단한 선수라는 걸 느꼈지만 팀적으로는 저희가 충분히 해볼 수 있고 그리고 거의 이겼었다고 판단을 해서 다시 만나면 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Honestly, individually, I think Hwanmi is a fantastic player. I think he has a lot to show. But that being said, I think in the team play wise, I think we were a much better team. So if we face Aurora again, I think we can win.
Well, I can make it even better for you. Hwanmye is the GOAT of TFT. Title is also the GOAT of TFT. And you guys will be facing Zeta Division with Title in the team. What do you think about that matchup?
사실 이제 고트 중 한 명이 후안미에 선수를 만나셨는데 이제 또 다른 고트인 타이틀 선수의 제타 디비전을 또 나중에 만나시게 되거든요. 그래서 타이틀 선수와의 또 매치업은 또 어떻게 생각하시는지 그리고 어떻게 준비하실지 궁금합니다.
저희가 이미 고트를 한번 만났는데 2번 만난다고 해서 떨거나 할 거 없이 똑같이 이길 수 있다는 자신감으로 지금 차 있습니다.
Honestly, we've already faced one GOAT, so yeah, I mean the second time will be much of a charm. So I mean we're not even afraid to face them. It's just that we are very confident in ourselves. So yeah, we're just gonna face them and we're gonna win.
It absolutely shows. You guys in T1 will be the 2 sole Korean representatives going forward to EWC as they also beat Fnatic on the other stream. Do you have any words for all your Korean fans watching?
이제 반대쪽에서 이제 T1이 또 푸나틱을 꺾으면서 또 생존에 있는데 한국 대표로서 또 한국에서 좀 멀리서 이제 늦은 시간까지 지켜보시는 팬분들께 한마디 해주신다면요.
한국은 롤체를 못한다는 인식을 가지고 있는 분들도 계시는데 그 인식을 이제 벗어날 수 있게 꼭 좋은 경기로 보답하겠습니다.
I mean, there's some saying, some words from people that Korea is bad at TFT. So we're gonna show and prove that we are still good at TFT, and we're gonna show our best games in the future games.
Absolutely, cannot wait to see this coming in as the underdogs. You have been nothing but a fantastic view to see. Thank you so much for the interview. 감사합니다 for the interview. We're gonna go on to the bracket and have a look on how our games have unfolded so far, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, we are back here, and Korea not so bad at TFT, it turns out, Crow. And 2 teams already advancing out of the group stage here. 4v4 format is a different kettle of fish, and this Korean squads certainly have things figured out.
Absolutely, and I think there's been a few really star Korean players just over the course of TFT, right? I think Bintum definitely is a player that comes to mind. SCSC as well, right? Player on T1 that is just really, really good. I'm kind of surprised to hear that, but Nongshim, of course, saying that we are going to make sure that Korea as a region is respected moving forward. And after that performance, I believe him.
Yeah, it feels like the players you've listed on that T1 squad, very established names, whereas this Nongshim side, a little lesser known. They've been playing for a long time. They've gone back to set 9, set 8 for most of these players, but as a collective really coming together here. And I think it's good for Korea that they don't just have the same 4 names as last year doing well. They have a new squad stepping forward. They will have to take down titles Zeta Division to get out of the group stage, though, but they did that in qualifying, so they certainly can.
Absolutely, and it's funny to hear hey, Aurora Gaming, Hwanmi is the GOAT, but it's about team play here certainly at EWC, and they thought if they could play that series again, they would actually be the victors. That's some confidence, and again, I think they can now back that up. They were first seed out of qualifiers, beating these other very dominant rosters, beating the other GOAT of TFT with title, as we take a look now at the bracket to see where everything now has shaped up after 2 days and 2 eliminations.
Yeah, and we have been following Group B all day today, and we do see, unfortunately, Nemesis and JDG. That is the end of the road for these squads. Should be very proud of themselves, going against some powerhouse teams. Mao's the number 1 seed out of EMEA, Nongshim the number 1 seed out of APAC. So certainly it wasn't an easy task at all.
No, absolutely not. And after seeing that Mao's 2-0 versus JD Gaming, I think Mao's could bring it to Aurora. What do we think, Barry?
I think they could. We saw a different version of them, and Aurora have admitted themselves that they're clashing heads. Mao's also admitted that, though. That is true. So this is the matchup of the 2 teams that have maybe still got a little bit to figure out, but we are rejoined on the desk here by Trouble. We've had a crazy day here throughout Group B. Anything that stands out for yourself?
Absolutely, and I feel like the interview was really cool as well. Silak seemed very confident. He's like, hey, the 1 cost 3 roll lines were not the problem. Maybe we were unlucky. Maybe we didn't figure out how to play them pretty well. So maybe in a best of 3 that is do or die, they bring it back out, and especially if it's uncontested, they manage to bring it back. He seemed very confident from a team that is technically the underdogs but have done so well so far.
Yeah, there's such a cohesive unit, and I think it's important for Korea to have another team step forward. It's always been T1 in 4v4. It's always been these bin team-led rosters. Having 2 teams now that are standing tall to tall, shoulder to shoulder with these great rosters is really impressive.
Absolutely. The confidence that we heard right out of Siluk, absolutely. Again, I believe that they could take down that series again versus Aurora if they had another chance. And to hear that their meta read, they were like, no, our meta read's good, in fact, as well. But taking a look once again at a bracket at Group A, as we did not follow those games here, but T1 taking out Fnatic there we see.
The Weibo and Flash Wolves advancing, so last year's champions making quick work of the group stages for themselves. 2-1, so not the easiest series, but they're already through. And VP, the runners-up last year, also joining them on our side of things. So the teams that came to play last year carrying on that way.
And we have Flash Wolves making it through. YBY1 said himself, Ironbox said himself, I want to face Hwanmi's team. Whatever team Hwanmi is, I don't care. I want to face his team. However, we will still have Movistar Koi versus Team Vitality over on Stream A is yet to be played. And this is kind of heartbreaking. Vitality, an EMEA org with an NA roster. And of course, Movistar Koi, full Spanish EMEA to the core. We will be losing an EMEA org.
Yeah, we certainly will be, and unfortunately for this Movistar roster, I think there was a lot of hope for the Spanish scene coming in. Revan's going to be taking a break after this one as well. He said himself that this is his last tournament for the time being. So there's 2 narratives there. It's Milk's last chance, also overall, and Revan potentially the same. So it's going to be the end for one of these.
All right, so we do have some dreams being crushed, some keys being crushed, as we will be losing Team Nemesis. Key is being held by Nongshim players and will be put straight into the crusher.
It will be. Will it be a clean one? We've seen some.
See?
Not lined up as clean as we've seen elsewhere. Will it be a nice, perfect snap in half? Ooh, that's pretty good. I've seen worse.
That was satisfying.
That was satisfying. And Nongshim there, crushing the dreams of Nemesis and the Americas, sending home this underdog roster.
I do want to give props again to Nemesis, though. They came out here, expectations were not in their favor, but they played TFT to have fun, it seemed like. Even going into their final game, they were smiles on their face. They're happy to be here. And if they make it back, which I have confidence they can, I think they will show a different story.
In my thoughts, anyone who's made it here is worthy of being here. They've made it through qualifiers. They've played other teams that were better than other teams, so they made it here. And this is most likely going to be it for us over on B Stream. Tamura was always here with us for the past 2 days. Barry, Crowan, thank you so much for joining me. I'm Troubling. I was your host over the past 2 days. Everything from here on out will be over on Stream A. So if you want to check out the schedule for upcoming matches, you can go over to Stream A, as well as to watch MCOI versus Vitality, which will be a full-on elimination best of 3, and we'll be losing one EMEA org. Any last words, gentlemen?
I think we've just had a great time here on B Stream. So much excitement still ahead. So make sure you tune in, as you said, over on A Stream. And it's just been a pleasure to cast alongside yourselves. What a tournament we've had so far.
Absolutely. It's always a privilege to get to tell the stories of these fantastic TFT players, right? They give it their all. It is not easy to be a competitor, but all this preparation, hard work to see who gets to lift the trophy at the end of the day, it's so hype. And there's more games to go, of course, on Stream A. A pleasure casting alongside you, Barry, as well as Tamura, who's not here currently. And Trouble, of course, thank you as well.
And 4v4 is the best format. Every time, it's so exciting. Players just love it. It's practice. We need more 4v4.
Absolutely. We get so many stories of people getting together. TFT is a solo adventure, but EWC makes it a group adventure, and it's a very unique experience for all of our players, us casting, and you from your home watching. Thank you so much for watching the B stream over the past 2 days. Make sure to tune into Stream A for MCOI versus Team Vitality, as well as the schedule. And we will be seeing you across the next 3 days for all the TFT action over there. Thank you so much for chilling with us and watching all the games, and we'll see you soon.